Hello everybody, welcome to round number 4 of the Tata Steel Masters here on Chess24. I'm Jan Gustafsson, I'm back. I kicked Lawrence Strand out of this seat and I'm joined as always, not as always, as round 1 and 2, by the East Wind himself, Peter Svidler. How's it going?
Can't compete with that. Life is fine, although I am losing my voice progressively with every day. And you might have to, at some point, actually get to speak today.
What? Are you accusing me of not speaking enough? First of all, I'm a hero for being able to fill 20% of the speaking time with you on the show. But secondly, to push me to talk even more, it's normally a bad idea.
We'll see what comes out of it.
Adversity, without even having started the show, ladies and gentlemen, this will be very awkward. 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, depending on how long it goes.
But that is always the aim, right?
Awkwardness?
Yeah, I think that's what we're constantly shooting for that.
I don't do it consciously. I don't know. I'm a high-functioning sociopath.
That really wasn't a very good conclusion to what we must assume was the entire run, right? This probably was the last episode. Or are we talking about chess now?
I was talking about chess. We have Magnus Carlsen versus Wei Yi, the Chinese. Some have already labeled him as a future world champion. But that label tends to be quite unfair on anybody as long as we have a world champion in Magnus Carlsen.
It's also, I think, unhelpful to whoever is being bandied about as the new potential world champion. It's not something you necessarily need at the age of 17. But I think he is probably as unaffected by it as anyone can hope to be.
He seems to be reasonably unfazed by anything.
Yeah.
He's playing his 4th game against Magnus Carlsen. Lost 1, drew 2, drew him in last year's Vike. Lost a very interesting game with the white pieces actually in Bilbao in some very modern line.
I remember that game. That was a line which I even played myself on occasion. I think Tigger Hiller-Persson is maybe the world's leading expert on that line.
I would think Magnus Carlsen is probably the world's leading expert on that line. Or whoever worked on the line for Magnus Carlsen.
Okay.
Anyway, Magnus won a nice game with that stuff. But Wei Yi has shown he can play with Magnus, drew him with the black pieces in that tournament and drew him in a Marshall last year. We'll see. Magnus, of course, will be out for blood with the white pieces against anybody in the world.
Pretty much. And he was also completely untroubled in his first 2 games with black here. Not that this is a particular surprise, but I think he's had a very mellow start to the tournament. He's already won one nice game against Wojtaszek in round 2, and I remember at least one Vike in which he started very slowly and then just exploded, winning a number of games in a row. And I think the start he's had, I said that yesterday towards the conclusion of the show, I think it's sort of quietly threatening for the rest of the field how easy it has been for him in the first 3 rounds.
He's a bit of a slow starter. Normally, the Vike you're mentioning, he started 2015, I guess, with 1 out of 3, then won 6 in a row at some point. So yeah, it does look like he's in shape. Who else is in shape? Smooth segue as usual.
Yeah.
Sergei Karyakin faces Hare Krishna with black. Karyakin won. I don't think it was a flawless game, but still, I always had the feeling he was gonna win.
Yeah, there was also always that feeling that he is in control and he will eventually prevail. And I don't think we didn't concentrate on that game very much because sort of almost immediately out of the opening it was this technical-ish position which you always took white there. But I couldn't spot any moves even which I would call inaccuracies. I thought it was actually a very good performance by Sergei. Luki probably could find some faults with his play. Nothing drastic, but I think he'd be unsatisfied in general, maybe with the opening choices, and the time management in the opening maybe even can be called into question. But yeah, from Sergei, he knew what he had to do and he's done it.
Do you believe Sergei has a chance to compete with, well, we keep mentioning Magnus because he's obviously the favorite, to compete for tournament victory in such a mixed field, or is he too solid?
If he starts well and if he gains confidence, I think he could, yeah. And yesterday's victory will go a long way in improving his chances because he's had a quiet start, and starting with 2 draws in this tournament is nothing to be worried about necessarily. But I think he would have been disappointed in not posing more problems to Richard Rapport, having gotten a very nice, at least optically very nice position in round 2. But now he's won a game, and I think he's a contender, definitely.
All right, let's have a look at another potentially contender. At least he's the tournament leader for now. Pavel Ilyanov with the black pieces against Adiban. First game between those two. Who you got? Draw?
It feels wrong to predict draws in Adiban's games because he is generally consistently looking for complications, and it might explode. But yeah, I think draw is the likely result here. And Adiban, although even when he plays the London, he doesn't play it, I think, in the Magnus School of London. He played the London against Levon Aronian yesterday and then really tried to give mate from move 10 onwards.
Also, I was confused yesterday, but okay, we'll leave the theory nerding for another day. But he got this position, which I thought was not what he's supposed to do in the London. Now play knight d2. But he clearly has his own ideas and tries to mix it. Lukey boy.
Yeah, Lukey needs to stop the bleeding today.
I was gonna say, we've been informed by the chat that there's a huge electric meltdown in the Netherlands. Is that Luke trying to pull the plug on the tournament?
That would be a drastic solution to his problems, I would say. And perhaps not entirely justified yet, although, if things continue going the way they've been going the last 2 rounds, this will be a very, very long 2 weeks for our friend.
And having been an underdog in such tournaments, and also having been Luke's and Jan Smeets second in Vaikanze, I know this is a very tricky spot. You're not doing well, you just lost 2 games, and then you're white against the world number 3. And the question is always, what do you do? Do you play very solidly? Do you try to make a draw, stop the bleeding, and risk being accused of chickendom? Or do you look for a full fight with the white pieces and risk losing another game?
No, I don't think
tricky
anyone will accuse Lukey of chickendom. I think
because he normally chooses option B.
Yes, but even if he does choose option A for 1 game, I think his career provides him plenty of cover against accusations of chickendom. I don't think it's something he should necessarily be worried about.
No, he's not, because he doesn't do it, and he, I believe, will go for a full fight. But that's why, he has the potential to
No, it could go
win or to lose many games.
Sure, it's not at all impossible for this game to continue in the same trend. But on the other hand, Wesley, I'm not sure how interested Wesley will be in not playing his normal stuff, and his normal stuff is very, very heavily, I think, tilted towards extreme solidity.
Yeah, but we can already see Luke by choosing knight f3, g3. This is not what you do when you're looking for a draw. Then you would normally go for whatever main line of the Grunfeld Queen's Gambit Slav there is and play very solidly there. But it looks like Luke is looking for a fight.
Well, it very much depends on what he proceeds to do from here, because if you play c4, very often positions just become, sort of completely empty, because black takes on f3, something like this. Both sides will find it very, very difficult to create anything out of that structure, although in history there were games where white progressed. Kramnik won a memorable game against Levon Aronian in this line, and I myself had a very nice position against Levon later, but generally you don't get anywhere there. But on the other hand, if Luke in the position right now, if he castles, goes d3, queen e1, e4, that type of plan, then this will be a long game with chances for both sides.
We'll see.
We'll see soon.
Another odd occurrence, which you already had yesterday. Richard Rapport playing sort of, it's never main lines, but sort of mainline openings. It's a weird side, even though in his defense he did choose a very goofy move order to get here.
Yeah.
Against Wojtaszek's customary Sicilian.
No, I think the idea, I've done this myself, I believe, against maybe even this precise move order against Hismatulin in the Russian Super Final in 2015, the game where I got mated on board around move 24. Not very pleasant memories, but that was basically me trying very hard to play something non-standard and it blowing up spectacularly in my face. But the idea is to, against a hardcore Najdorf player, you want to try and triangulate him sort of away from his customary positions.
Yeah.
In this position, if Black wants to, it's difficult to get your normal Najdorfs here, is what I'm trying to say. And but Radek probably isn't very unhappy about this.
I'm reading that there's some technical issue already. Normally those should come a little later, but I'd rather have it sorted out now than later. So we'll go on a very unscheduled little break and be right back with you in a minute. Apologies. Welcome back, everybody. Some first minute panic, not even last minute panic here. I thought everything was well prepared, but I do hope that you guys can see us and hear us in clarity, not HD clarity, because my teeth could be wider, let's face it. So I don't want you to see every last detail, but enough that we can follow the chess. And the chess part we were talking about is the opening goofiness of Richard Rapport against Radek Wojtaszek, where he's chosen this move order trying to avoid the Najdorf. After knight c6, d4, takes, and g6.
Yeah, but
we got a dragon.
Black is generally happy about getting these versions of dragon, and Radek is even showing that he's prepared for this particular move order, because after knight g2, you just in a blitz game you just play bishop g7 without thinking. But Radek played b6, which means that he had seen this precise move already before, and he feels that bishop g2, probably bishop a6, I think is where they put it,
Yes.
not on b7, followed by rook c8 if need be.
No,
But
he's
you don't.
played bishop b7.
Okay. But bishop b7 also makes sense, and by doing this now, nobody will be able to stop bishop g7. But by doing this now, he makes sure that his light square bishop is also out and about early. Because later on, with the bishop already on g2, of course playing b6 would have been a lot harder because e5 is always a threat. Black, in general, in these types of positions is very, very comfortable.
I'm reading. Freeze again. Sorry, chat, I'm gonna need your help here to keep us posted, because from where I'm sitting, which is here next to Peter, everything looks perfectly normal. Tech guys outside, I'm sure, are trying to fix it. But it's always great fun to do the show. You don't know what's wrong, but you get these messages. So we'll try to fix that. What I do know is that after g6, bishop g2, this is supposed to be just fine for black.
Yeah, this is excellent, and I think I won and lost this position. Like, I think I won a game with black and I lost this position with white as well, which very much confirms your assessment.
Sounds like it's fine now. Only sound? Okay now in an HD again. Mixed messages. Anyway, we'll keep going. Knight d2 on the board. b6. Accurate to get this done before. I think you said all that. Bishop g2, bishop b7. Radek is one of the premier theoreticians of our time. Move order subtleties will normally not.
Yeah, he generally isn't worried about these things, he knows. And we should maybe visit the world champion. We haven't really seen his position yet.
Here we are. Oh, sorry. This is still the world champion Magnus Carlsen, even though his match was a lot closer than some people at least, me included, expected it to be against Sergei Karyakin. And Magnus is saying, nah, not in the mood for Petrov, which way he played in the first round of this tournament. This trend stopped like 5 years ago, mainly because people stopped playing the Petrov, so no one really bothered trying to avoid it with it. But 10 years ago, this was a big thing. To avoid the Petrov, you go bishop c4, knight to f6, and pawn to d3.
Yeah.
Offering an Italian.
Yeah, people in chat are asking if 2c6 is the refutation of the bishop's opening. I don't believe it is, although I'm honestly somewhat surprised. I've never seen that idea, and I cannot refute it out of hand, so to speak. It might have some merit. c6 with the idea of playing knight f3, g5, and I guess bishop b3, g takes e4. But there's no real reason for us to go into too much detail there, because this is not what the Chinese youngster played.
There's complaints in the chat again. I think we have to go on a break and sort this out properly. I'm very sorry, but yeah, it's impossible to do the show when these complaints keep coming and the show keeps stuttering for people. We don't want that to happen, so I'll complain again. Sorry about this. Here we go again. I'm very sorry about this. It does look like maybe the massive power plug problems in Holland have made their way over to Germany. Because, yeah, things are not running the way they're supposed to run. We're having serious internet line issues. We have 3 different lines here in the studio, but they all seem to be affected. So, yeah, this is always a very fun situation for us as commentators. We'll do what we can, and all the tech stuff is alerted, but I'm really not sure how things will go from here. So, I do hope it works, and please let us know when it doesn't. We'll do what we can. What we were talking about is the Magnus Carlsen opening choice versus the Chinese prodigy Wei Yi. He wants to avoid the Petrov with bishop to c4, since Wei Yi has shown a liking and also an ability to play this Petrov. Be very solid.
And Magnus obviously is a lot happier playing something slightly less theoretical. And even in this position, which is still very much a topic of serious discussion, there's been plenty of games starting from here. After knight f3, Wei Yi has done something I don't believe I've seen done before, because people generally just play d5 here, reasoning that if it's possible to play d7, d5 in one tempo, you should play d7, d5 in one tempo. And there's some very sharp lines there, and you probably need to know what you're doing. But since Wei Yi is very serious about his Petrov these days, he must have faced bishop c4 at some point. Nevertheless, he goes for d6, which is a lot quieter, and my feeling would be that White should get a reasonably favorable Italian slash Ruy Lopez type position. Although the fact that the knight is still on b8 means that it can be developed to d7, which in many Spanish variations and in some Italians as well, black actually goes knight b8 back to redevelop it to d7. So that might be in black's favor.
Yeah, this pawn structure is fairly symmetrical. The question is, does this bishop be more active? Does the black bishop on e7 make a difference? One thing I want to add is that Magnus has not played this line for a while, maybe because he's had bad experiences. He lost a game to Fabiano Caruana on the white side of this. I believe it was this line,
they played bishop
topical.
before check.
Provoke c3, so there's no knight c3 to target the center. c3, bishop d6. And Magnus, got a bad position very quickly and lost that game. But now he's back. And Wei Yi not looking for a tactical fight, or for a theoretical fight, goes for d6. Both sides make some normal
And we're
moves.
being informed by Colin that Wei Yi actually is quite seriously playing 2 bishop c4 himself on the white side of things, which must mean that his choice of c6 followed by d6 is something he potentially looked at and disliked as a player from the other on the other side of the board, and now he's doing it as black.
What's not to like?
Yeah, looks a perfectly sensible position for black. Knight d7, knight c5, a5 is one plan. But you probably don't want you don't want to be allowing rook e1, c3, d4. So just continuing developing slowly. Knight d7, rook e8, bishop f8, some kind of development like that.
That's pretty standard plans for both sides in these positions. Rook e1,
It will look a lot like a Breyer, where the pawn is still on b7, which you probably argue is maybe in black's favor.
I don't know. Like, in general, the argument is, compared to these Spanish positions, that black has these weaknesses on...
Yeah, if you compare this to a pure Breyer, let's say d4, knight b7, or d3, knight b7, as the case may be.
I always thought it's not that easy, that these pawns aren't only weaknesses, they also give black space. And I've seen guys like Magnus Carlsen play b5 in these Italian structures, so I think it's not.
Yeah, it's
simple.
always a difficult question to judge properly, because on the one hand it does give white something to potentially play against later, but on the other hand you gain space, you develop your c8 bishop to b7, which is a good long diagonal. So yeah, there are pros and cons for both of these things. And 2 more games we haven't touched yet, at the very least 2 more games. One is between Levon and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and a very quirky Scotch in a game between Giri and Andreikin.
Let's go to the Levon Nepomniachtchi game, because this is, well, they haven't spent much time getting here, but this looks sharpish.
This is, I think, the most interesting thing about this position, in that they're already here.
They're blitzing into
Yeah,
this.
within the first 20 minutes of the round. This position, I don't believe I have seen before, and it isn't. For me, this would be a completely new position. But they both, I think, it's very safe to say, are aiming exactly for it, because you don't play at this speed if you don't know exactly what you're going for.
Let's see how we got here and why. D4, Nepo. Or you don't call him Nepo, right?
No, not
I should
Russian.
stop doing the nickname thingy. Nepomniachtchi goes for it. He's an established Grunfeld player.
Yeah, and Lev has been playing f3 a lot lately. He played it against me in the Tal Memorial. It was a very interesting game.
We could spend hours talking about the merits of d5, knight c6, c5, bishop g7, and so on. Nepo chooses a move that, frankly, I'm surprised by, e6. This used to be MVL's specialty, but MVL stopped doing it because he ran into trouble in this line. Is what I thought.
I'm very, very curious as to why this has not been played. Because originally I thought e6 is a very interesting idea. But yeah, d4, f4, bishop b4 was supposed to be fine for a while, and then White found this bishop c4 move, I believe.
Wasn't bishop d3? I'm not into details here, but I know they stopped playing it.
Yeah, I think it's bishops. For some reason, I think it's bishop c4 followed very quickly by knight g2, and castles sort of completely ignoring the potential loss of central pawns. And White seemed to be doing excellently well in this line, and it sort of disappeared and had been replaced by c5. If people want to get the exactly the kind of structure they got in the game, you start with c5 and you play this.
It's possible that Jan was just testing the waters and that he wanted to go c5 here, maybe.
Yeah, it's not unreasonable maybe to suspect that. But anyway, Levon played, but knight c3 is not. This is very curious because this is supposed to be quite good for black, I think.
The difference here is you take with the knight, and it's e6 supposed to be more useful than
Yeah,
f3.
I remember a game Rustam Kasimzhanov had in a Bundesliga where he was aiming actually for the position we were describing earlier, and he mixed up his fourth move. He was extremely unhappy about the position he got out of the opening. I still believe he won the game.
He did win. It was a game against Naumann, but yeah, he told many a story about his stupidity for allowing this option. Levon, normally, he does not mix things up, or maybe he does, but this seems all very intentional. So we're gonna have to.
Yeah, we'll remain in the dark about this because the game progressed so far that it makes no sense for us to debate the pros and cons of these move orders. Jan still played c5, which I am still somewhat surprised. d5, d6, and we get this Benoni/King's Indian type of position.
It's important to point out, I'm not sure how important, but I want to point out that you can't get this from a normal Benoni, or you can, but White would be quite dumb to play f3 here, because this is a very strong system. Knight e2, bishop g7, knight g3, where you don't need to go f3. So this makes a major difference why people choose such move orders and not the Benoni, for example.
Sure. And e4 and bishop g7, and also by starting, there's a lot here that confuses me, because by starting with knight c3, you also completely rule out this idea of bringing your other knight to c3, which also had been quite popular for a while. For instance, Vichy played it against Boris Gelfand in their World Championship match, and there was a number of other very prominent people trying that in these structures. But Lev is aiming for a more classical setup, but with a pawn on f3, which means playing pure Benoni is a lot more attractive for black, I guess.
Yeah, all of this is, of course, well-known theory.
And also after knight g3 in this position, I believe Alexander Grishuk played knight h5 very recently against Vityugov in the Russian Super Final.
I cannot recall if they.
I think it was. I think it was with
this
this x4 included. It's a very interesting idea.
Line,
yeah, it's a very interesting idea, which is. It was not a joke or a misclick of some kind by Sasha. It's a very serious.
The other established plan here is to push your h-pawn, no? Or is this with the bishop on
I'm
e3?
actually lying because he later played bishop d4 and rook g8. He had this with a knight on d7, I think, and with a king on still on e8 there. So knight h5 had been played in that game, but not in this position. Apologies.
At least you apologized for that crime that you just committed. Is this a move here, or am I mixing stuff up? Because I'm familiar with
Yeah,
weird stuff like this.
I think
like
they do
H5,
something like
F5.
this. But yeah, my Benoni knowledge is somewhat limited, and I will get very easily lost in all these move orders. H5 knight bishop g5, maybe forcing you to spend some tension.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Then again, queen anywhere followed by knight h7 is normally part of the program, like knight h7, h4, f5. So it's never clear who benefits.
Yeah, but actually, in some positions like this, you can play queen d2, knight h7, bishop h4. And it gets very sharp. You sometimes lose that bishop, but in order to pick it up, black needs to completely ruin his king side. Yeah, like I can play f4 here, and yeah, I have a feeling I have something. I've seen this somewhere in my files at some point, but I don't remember from which move order at all. So I should probably stop.
I'm happily ignorant about these things. The only thing that surprised me, I thought Jan would also be ignorant about it and be more of a Grunfeld or play a more Grunfeldy line than just going for this. But he has different plans today, and Levon goes f3, f4 here. At breakneck speed, so he's not unfamiliar with this position.
Not at all, yeah. But this only reinforces what you were saying earlier. This is now quite clearly a pure Benoni with a tempo down for white.
Sure.
Knight c7. Very normal maneuver, and here, yeah, Lev continues blitzing stuff out, and e5 is really the only way to properly justify what you were doing earlier.
You can't play slowly here because black got everything he wanted.
No, this is an ideal Benoni for black.
What's the stem game for this e5? I always say Penrose against Tal, but I'm not sure if that's true, because that's sort of a chess culture thing they teach us in our German pioneer palaces, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. It's something you grew up with, but I honestly have never studied where it started. It's just like it. Honestly, it's just something that exists. We've always been told that this is the way you give mate on the king side in these structures.
In Russia, e5, de, f5 is like drinking water. This is just something that's there. But yeah, this is what you're told, but of course the details are always changing, and it does make a lot of sense, even though white lost the tempo. It's knight on c7, which typically it's not, which means you will gain a tempo back by playing d6, often part of the plan.
And also, the way your pieces are set up, you have maybe the ideal setup for this plan, because you have excellent control over the e4 square, which is very important to block in the bishop on g7 later on. The knight on g3 supports the f5 pawn, so black cannot really play knight f6, for instance, and attack it because it's still protected, even if the bishop on c8 comes back into the game. And yeah, you want to play d6, knight c4, bishop g5, and sort of give mate. The plan is really somewhat cavemanish here. Although I was slightly surprised by the fact that Lev... I'm not surprised by black playing b5. But I am somewhat surprised that Lev actually acknowledged this move. I thought you can just ignore it, but maybe it's not really about the b5 pawn, I think. It maybe is a lot more about gaining control over the c4 square and not allowing c5, c4.
Both sides are still playing, I believe quickly enough, I'll check who spent how much time, that it would not be a surprise if they're both not unfamiliar with this position on the board. b5, d6, knight to e8, and a takes b5. Winning the pawn back?
Well, I think if you take on b5, you have to take again, because why? Although maybe he just includes the rook and then proceeds to ignore it. Yeah, something like knight c4 would be very logical here, because I don't think you need to distract your pieces towards the queen side here. You want knight c4, as mentioned, followed by bishop g5. And then black will have a very unpleasant choices ahead of him, because he either allows f5, f6, which frankly looks like suicide, or he puts a piece on f6 where it will get pinned forever, or he plays f7, f6, which completely kills off every single minor piece he has. So yeah, all of those three options are far from attractive if you describe them that way.
Let's play an active move.
Yeah, c4.
Good check.
But I still want to play bishop g5 here. King h1.
Yeah, it feels like I might have to do this sooner.
And this is at least a slightly better version because I don't have bishop b3, and the bishop will have to retreat to somewhat more awkward squares. Like, yeah. But, okay.
Not sure I'm unhappy.
Really? Let's try going a bit further. Bishop c1, I say, let's say. Bishop g4.
Many options.
Really? Apart from rook d8, I don't really see any at all.
Okay.
And here I'm already kind of curious if I can give mate. Let's take on g6. Bishop b6 check. Rook f5. Could very easily just be mate.
That would make me slightly more unhappy.
And rook h5 against any move is obviously my intended continuation
Gotcha.
here. I'm not trying to explain it to you. Don't sound so offended.
Yes, this is mate, right?
I don't see any way to stop rook h5. I mean, bishop h6, rook h5, g5 maybe, but there's a feeling this will... No, rook takes h6, what am I saying? Yeah, this I think is mate.
Hang on, this position didn't look like mate yet. Maybe I'm just wrong.
Well, you still have very, very few moves, that's the thing. You would like to play knight c5, but it loses a piece to bishop b3.
Yeah, or
Which
takes
is
d7.
Yeah, or takes d7. And if you don't have knight c5, your constructive options are very, very limited. Bishop b7 looks natural, but then you allow me this play with bishop g4, bishop b6. I don't know, looks scary.
So what else can black do?
And really, white has only given up one pawn. It's useful to remember that white did not need to give up too much to achieve this. Maybe you actually place a knight on f6. Maybe it's slightly better, like c4, bishop g5, and you probably start with the check, and then you go knight e, I guess. And then bishop b7. This at least challenges the white pieces slightly better. Like I wanted to go queen d2 originally to control the h6 square, which might be useful later, but it looks a bit less critical here. You play with bishop b7, next move you actually attack some of my pieces, which with a pawn on f6 was a lot harder.
So, FG, or what do we have to calculate?
FG, and then knight f6 and some kind of d7 things, but there is bishop b7 at the end of that variation, and yeah, I want to take with the knight, I don't want to take with the bishop at all.
Nothing direct. Yeah, I was wondering if d7 here. Then
But even if you force me to play bishop b7, I'm not sure if I'm losing. I have connected the rooks finally. I'm controlling the d5 square, and I want to play rook bg8. It still is very unclear. There's, bishop f3 might be a decent move, but it doesn't look like black is losing.
It's a mess. But Jan is thinking now, which is... It's possible that he thought, okay, this pawn is not relevant, and knight c4 is the move, so ab confused him. But still, why would you start falling into deep thought after blitzing out all his moves?
Maybe he's considering
queen
b6. The only possible explanation I have with this king. But queen b6 knight d5 wins on the spot. No, he's not considering queen b6. This is a very picturesque position. It actually has no moves on d6. That's cute. That is very cute. So what could he be? Because like trading, you can maybe start attacking the d6 pawn, but that will give white a pass pawn on a6, which is really, yeah, but yeah, maybe. But once again, ba6, I think you will end up losing material there.
No, not
king h1 and knight d5. I think
this
it's
still works, yeah.
I think it's the same line pretty much. The queen has slightly more squares, but they're not good squares.
No,
and this still loses, yeah. This still loses.
Yeah.
No, I'm very curious as to why a takes b5 hasn't been played yet.
We'll keep an eye on it, but this has potential to... It's an early candidate for game of the round. Sometimes these theory battles peter out into, both sides show their preparation and make a draw and shake hands, but I don't have that feeling here. This could get very bloody.
No. So far it's looking less and less likely with every minute Jan spends on on this decision.
And let's do something that the internet greatly enjoys. Switch from a very sharp position to Anish's game, which is very offbeat at least.
Now, this is I think, a reasonably unusual territory for Anish because, yeah, he's doing something.
He's played the Scotch once recently in the Olympiad against Dominguez, but it's not his main opening. It's probably his third move in this position after bishop c4 and bishop b5.
Yeah, but it's even more interesting to see what he's done later because after queen f6.
Why does no one develop this knight? Everybody's playing this.
Yeah, I think the
bring the horsey out.
The fashion has shifted because at some point everybody was playing knight f6. The bishop c5 sort of disappeared, I think almost entirely off the radar. But now it's coming back. And queen f6, I'm even more surprised because.
What do you avoid when you play queen f6? After bishop e3, we transpose to bishop c5 lines. After knight takes c6, I think the main move is still bishop c5 here, transposing.
Very possibly. Maybe knight b3 is slightly weaker.
Yeah, that's one difference, that after bishop c5, some people like to play this, and I believe Anish actually had games here. So that could be the reason.
Yeah, so maybe knight b3 is becoming a bit less of an issue for black. Knight b5, bishop c5, I think is fine.
That's probably nothing.
Well, there are some. I believe you can play this because you go bishop b3 here.
Oh, but no, this line I've seen. This is fine for black. This is not a serious line because this position you can get via bishop c5, bishop e3, queen f6, knight b5. This is just a trick line, but it doesn't work.
Takes, I think they give a check for some reason, go back to g8, and after queen g4 you're supposed to know to play g5, I think, yeah?
Yeah, this is better for black.
Yeah, this is an important note to stop queen f4, yeah. It's not a move that perhaps will occur to you immediately, but if you do know of its existence, it's very, very logical, and black is doing excellently well here.
We'll find out, but Anish went for knight f3, which is logical once you see it, and it's not an option after bishop c5, which is the line that often transposes.
Now here after knight f3, knight f6, you start thinking maybe black is better.
Yeah.
But not in the game. It still looks weird, to be honest.
Still news to me, this move.
Yeah, I haven't seen this before at all, and I'd be surprised if this actually refuted the Scotch. But it's a playable position, and Anish is still, I think, playing well, reasonably quickly is what I wanted to say. Although I'm not sure how true that is.
He's normally quite well prepared, this Anish character.
Yeah,
well, both sides have spent a little time.
Yeah. And the game continued in an interesting fashion, because here, another maneuver you may not have seen before, perhaps, but it's very, very useful.
I was going to praise it. This is
smart. Yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah, I like it a lot in a lot of positions. You force white to play c3, and then you go to c5, and that means that the knight on b1 is hemmed in and cannot really get developed to a square it really wants to get developed to. Bishop e2, d6, castles, knight g7. At first glance, black is just absolutely fine.
Looks perfectly fine for black, I agree. b4.
Yeah, he included before bishop b6. Side note, bishop takes b4 might look attractive for a second, but bishop g5 just wins the piece. And then we can take, so that is no longer possible. Bishop b6 has been played by Andreikin, and Anish transferred the bishop from c1 to h4.
Another slightly curious maneuver, isn't it? Like bishop g5 is logical, but bishop h4 is not the first move that comes to mind.
No.
He just wants it on g3 to safeguard the king, yeah?
I guess. Also, I think queen takes e4 is a serious move you need to consider here. To be
sure.
Although probably rook e1 and you might...
Some combination.
Or, yeah, you might regret this. But let's say rook e1, I go bishop e6. Let's say I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Black's position is very, very solid. He just needs to solve this issue of not losing a piece in the next 3 moves. It's a serious issue, but it's possibly possible. Oh yeah, I'm not very good today with words. Should be possible to solve it. Bishop d3. I'm wondering if I need to go queen d5, but I'm not that worried about that actually.
I haven't seen anything.
Queen h5.
Right, but yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, because
I was excited about something, but doesn't
With the
seem
bishop
to
on
know.
e6, I will eventually have to take on e7 with the king, but I'm not unhappy about that.
No, no, for example,
Yeah,
this,
94.
94, and king takes, and black's probably winning.
No, this looks, hang on. Yeah, 94, 21, 95 worried me for a second, but it gets big.
No, well, also
back up.
knight takes f3, Zwischenschach, if we want it.
Ah, yeah, sorry, yeah. That's more precise, I guess. No, it's a curious option because black doesn't need it. Black can play a number of moves in the current position which are perfectly sensible and probably give him a very decent game. But it's
I trust Anish. There's something here that
it's a
works
central
for white.
pawn, and if you can win a central pawn by move 11, you'd consider it. I think more the point of bishop g5, queen g6, bishop h4 is to, for the time being at least, make it a bit harder for black to castle, because if in the position they have on the board right now, if you castle, b5 wins a piece.
Yeah, briefly show that here castle is no good because knight hanging.
Yeah.
Still okay, even if I just place
No,
slowly,
here,
do
queen
again,
g6.
queen g6,
Queen
a4.
g6. e5 knight c4 or something, yeah, or b5.
Yeah,
knight
b5
c4.
was what I wanted.
Yeah. No, this probably is very good for white. Yeah, takes knight c4, and yeah, it's very awkward.
This looked a bit, yeah, I don't know. Even bishop takes e7 maybe, but it looked like compensation at least, right?
Sure. Yeah,
F6,
the
bishop
inclusion.
h5.
Yeah, the inclusion of a4 is very good. Very good for white there. Yeah, I underestimated how unpleasant that will be. Because if you do the same with the pawns on a2 and a7, knight c4 will not be bothering me nearly as much. But yeah. Okay, so that's the early candidate for the refutation of queen takes e4. f5, I briefly wondered if I could go f5, but yeah, knight e5, queen h6 though. I mean, this is not checkers. We can refuse to take. I mean, from a positional standpoint, f5 is a very healthy idea.
But the king is in center.
Yes, which is why we'll have to calculate.
Ugh.
And I understand you don't like the idea, but I mean, it does make perfect strategic sense. If you force white to take and the knight from e7 gets developed to f5, black is probably immediately better.
But who would take here? This is chess, not checkers. We're not forced to take.
Yeah, I ran into that one. Fair play to you. But how do you... what exactly do you... Maybe e5 is a move.
I can develop a piece.
fe? But
I'll
how
keep
has
doing
your...
this every juncture.
Yeah, how has your situation improved after queen h6?
I don't know. Probably it has not. Still want to do something, but might just lose all my pieces.
Yeah, but g6 I couldn't make work at all. Yeah, like bishop knight c6, bishop knight e4, but... No, the immediate knight e4, I think I will have to way too many pieces in a way there for you to break through.
I'm afraid so. Okay.
Knight takes. Knight e4. And I probably just take on h5, although short castles might also be quite decent actually.
Yeah. That's,
But I think this is probably good enough. Knight f6, king f7. I think you will run out of checks eventually.
yeah. Not quite checkmate.
No.
Still, I don't know. My money is on Anish boy here to find some trick or know some trick. Sometimes he knows.
Yeah, that also is very possible, that he just knows how this is replied to. Then if f5 is not a move and queen takes e4 is not a move, we are stuck with... I think knight c6, e5 might be a half-decent idea here. Although white just takes, I guess, and goes knight g2 and says... Your knight on e7 is now a bit stuck, and I have knight c4 as my next move in most cases.
Yeah.
You can play bishop e6, but I'm not sure what that achieves. I mean, it's a developing move, but I'm not sure why you need to develop that piece to that square right now. Bishop h3, with the idea of just luring the bishop away from g3, and now b5 is no longer a threat, and we can castle next move.
That's interesting.
Might be an option. Yeah, that might be
Very non-standard stuff. I'm still a bit worried if I'm on time here.
a5.
B5.
I think I'm okay with playing knight, I don't know, b8 or d8 or somewhere. b8 probably, because I like the d7 square for this piece.
Why are you so happy here?
I'm not saying I'm happy. I'm choosing moves which I like better than other moves. That's all I'm doing. Actually, can I play knight e5 instead of that and give you this pawn?
I don't know.
Takes, bishop e5, and now I have options. I can actually take on e4 here, I think, maybe. Rook g8, bishop f3, queen f4.
It's fun to sacrifice. Oh no, actually,
Other
it's not
people's-
Anish's pieces.
Yeah. Bishop
guess.
d4 long castles, and I think I'll be quite happy with black there. G3 rook g7 is
G7 is not ideal.
no.
What else? No. You look active all of a sudden.
But Dmitry went with something we have not really analyzed.
I like it.
Do you?
He's clearing G6 square for horse.
But then after bishop g5, he'll have to play queen h5. And you have to be really convinced you're not losing your queen there. But you probably aren't. Yeah, this is an interesting option, a very non-standard option.
It's all very non-standard-y. And I have a feeling that we should leave it alone for now.
Yeah, I think there are plenty of games we haven't really discussed.
Exactly. Even though this one is kind of boring. Standard maneuvering, white is a teeny tiny bit better because you never know what this bishop really wants here after knight g3. Do you want to give up the two bishops? Do you want to find a home on g6? What do you want?
Also, white can just take this decision into his hands and play g4, knight g3. In many cases,
At least, yeah.
in many cases, this is actually quite decent in these structures because the bishop is extremely stupid on g6, has no future whatsoever.
I've made very bad experiences with, in any Spanish structure, going for this, unless there is some very direct pressure on the center. This is normally a big warning sign. So, actually, yeah, I'm a little surprised where he went for this bishop g4, because in chess school you're normally taught, only do this if that puts pressure on the center, else your bishop will regret this.
Very, very useful rule of thumb is you generally don't want to do it with a pawn on d3, quite simply. If white has a pawn on d4, then
that's different.
Then you know the knight on f3 is very useful in supporting that pawn, and pinning that knight makes sense. But with a pawn on d3, white is a lot freer in maneuvering in his camp, and you will end up with this choice as Jan outlined it. Either give the bishop up, which is never really such a great idea in Spanish, or it gets driven all the way to g6, where it will be there for a while doing nothing at all.
No, this might be inexperience, because I don't think this plan is good, frankly.
Yeah,
I think Royer was just, wasn't aware of the repercussions.
Or sometimes what they do here is they take on f3 and they go knight g7, bishop g5. Maybe you
Well, if
start
you have
with
time to take and go bishop g5, even then you're often slightly worse. But here, I don't know, g3, bishop g5, knight e3, like,
yeah,
what do you want?
I'm not a fan. I think the way to do it is to go knight g7 right now in the position they have.
Threaten it, yeah. That
Yeah,
makes sense.
and do it with a knight on g3, where you actually do trade off the bishop on c1. And those positions are microscopically better for white anyway, but they are very playable.
If you get this, I'm on board here. This is an option.
But then once again, it really does. You have to wonder
Start
about this.
thinking about
Yeah,
this
you have
for
to
sure.
wonder about this. G4, bishop g6, knight g3, planted on f5, play d3, d4, because then with the bishop on g6 completely tied down, and the knight on f5 in particular, you can start expanding in the center. Your center is perfectly safe. It kind of depends on like knight g5 here or knight f4. I think maybe more knight g5 than knight f4, hoping to get a lot of useful minor pieces traded off. Yeah, and 97 is what Wei has played.
Yeah, that at least makes sense. I missed the immediate knight d7. Now, well, at least you're prepared for knight g3, and Magnus has a bit of a choice to make.
And also, if
Still not
white,
a fan, but makes more sense.
yeah, if white passes, you can play bishop g5 without taking on f3 even.
So I might have to take back me questioning Wei's understanding of the position, because this is a useful little maneuver.
And I think in our attempt to predict whether this is good or bad, it's worth returning to the point Colin made in chat.
What is Colin saying?
Wei has extensive experience with bishop c4 from the white side. So I think maybe this is something he disliked when he was looking at it, because or he could just be winging it, but yeah.
No, but yeah, probably the truth is closer to that. This is actually a thought-out plan rather than bad play. Speaking of a thought-out plan, simple plan, Richard Rapport came up. He didn't feel like playing standard chess for too long, like castle and stuff like that. Instead, he jumped bishop g7, c3.
No, this is still what they're doing. I think doing it as early as possible makes sense. I'm not sure if queen a4 check is confusing me.
No, that's the move. I was getting to knight d5 and c3 is a standard setup.
This is confusing me a great deal. I've no idea
what's the point. If I go here,
yeah,
what do you do?
I think you claim that the queen will have better squares than d1, and you've won yourself a tempo for future knight d4.
The glorious c2 square?
b3, no, you know, no, sorry, yeah, going mad there. Yeah, I guess c2, maybe a6 would be in Richard's wheelhouse, followed by knight d4 and actually capturing and trading off the, no, not capturing, there's the d7 square. But then maybe you feel like you've won a half victory there if you force black to go bishop d7.
Still an odd little square. Yeah. Knight d7, you're in time with knight d4, yeah?
Yeah, sort of, yeah. Knight c5, knight c6. And if black takes on d5, e5, knight c5, you're not that unhappy about getting checked from d3, because that structural change is generally in white's favor.
Sure.
No, knight d7, knight d4, bishop d5, knight c5. Ah, there's bishop, sorry, queen b5 check, yeah, once again. Not quite sane.
This would be, I don't know, it might be ignorance on my part again, but it's not a maneuver I've seen before. Queen a4, intending bishop c6, queen a6.
No, I've never seen this. No, this is completely regular. But yeah, Richard is known for doing these offbeat things, and
he's always asking questions. It doesn't always have to be correct, but there's always a point to it. Another question is, can black react to this check differently? Can I do this? Does this make any sense?
Yeah, that's maybe a more critical
I'm still
reply.
Threatening this and castles, whatever.
Castle, maybe I would like to maybe even include e6 if at all possible.
Sure.
Yeah, knight f d7 looks like a very serious alternative. Bishop g5 maybe is his point.
Really not worried about anything. f6, knight d3.
No, I am, but it's Richard's game, so I'm trying to find Richard type moves for this. Yeah, like, whoa, might work as well. Which is this? No, here bishop c6 probably followed by knight c5. I think you might regret this.
Yeah, that'd be a pity.
And now the bishop on g5 is a bit stuck, and you might end up not liking this very much.
Nah, I'm not gonna suggest bishop h4. Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. And Magnus does play g4, just briefly to return to Magnus's game. Magnus understands that allowing, but yeah, I'm very curious about knight g5 in the position they have on the board. Because yes, the bishop on g6 will be dead, but it feels like two pairs of light pieces will get traded off, and those are very important light pieces for white to make any progress on the king side. In particular, the bishop on c1 getting traded for the bishop on e7.
I can choose to keep the knight on board, but this looks like a pretty strong bishop.
Yeah. Very reminiscent of Rapport's bishop yesterday.
True. Yeah, I take everything back. Wei Yi knows what he's doing here, blitzing out knight g5.
Yeah, but he needs to, because that's the one moment right now where h3 is hanging. So you're absolutely convinced you will trade something.
Can I do better here? Now king g2, you take and go bishop g5 anyway?
No, if you give me this option, I'm doing that in a heartbeat.
We'll soon see, but for now it looks like, yeah, I was wrong.
Strategically, if Magnus doesn't find some direct source of play here, strategically I think black will be quite happy.
What have we ignored so far? I have a feeling there's one game we
Yeah.
haven't touched at all yet, and it's the tournament leaders game. So some people might accuse us of, I don't know what. Not talking enough about Pavel, whom we both respect a great deal. This is the Queen's Indian, which is a lot less popular nowadays than the Queen's Gambit, at least among the Super Tournament crowd. D5 has almost replaced B6 in this position.
Yeah, it was a lot, played a lot more, let's say, somewhere maybe 10 years ago.
Even 20 years ago. Like
No, 20 years ago certainly, but I mean even closer to today.
Sure.
There were a lot of people playing this, and a very nice indication of that is that even I had some ideas against the Queen's Indian, and I was a very, very what's the word? Occasional 1d4 player in those years, but I had some files on the Queen's Indian because I was sure to meet it at some point.
No, at some point, the Super Tournament crowd, like Vichy, Kramnik, Leiko, everybody's opening repertoire was to play the Nimzo and the Queen's Indian. But that has changed mainly, first of all, because the Queen's Gambit and the 20 options you have after d5, knight c3 are very solid. Secondly, after b6, g3, they've never shown like a clean way to equalize.
Yeah, and this was very much a topic we kept on returning to in our World Championship coverage, because the Queen's Indian, at least the way he was playing it up in the run-up to the World Championship match, seemed like a very obvious chink in Karakin's armor, and it was never really checked whether he prepared anything better, because Magnus did not really particularly want to go there, so we still don't know.
Well, one game Magnus played d4, knight f6, knight f3, and was met by d5, which is at the very least a strong indicator that the Queen's Indian wasn't.
Yes. And I mean, that was always the suspicion. The positions Karakin kept on getting with black, let's say, in the candidates.
Very.
Yeah, I don't think he lost. I don't think he lost a single one of them, but they all looked incredibly dodgy, and they must have been. Those games must have been a huge warning sign for him.
Yeah. Once again, I have some inside information on these topics I can't share, but I can share that. Yeah. Everybody but Kayakin abandoned the Queen's Indian ship at the highest level, and maybe even Kayakin for the match. Pavel Ulyanov plays it here. It has to be said, though, that the Queen's Indian, I think, is still popular like one tier below, where you're more concerned with winning games and league matches or opens. And the Queen's Indian arguably gives you more chances to play for a win than, let's say, the Catalan or white being solid after knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3 in particular, if you are planning to play the Queen's Gambit decline and not the Rogozin. Rogozin leads to some weird positions very often, but yeah, the Queen's Gambit decline. The bishop f4 lines are extremely safe for white.
For sure. And again, there's other moves here, c6.
Sure, no, you can transpose to semi-Slavs and things, but yeah, in general, there's a lot of well-trodden path there, which lead to very safe positions for it. Anyway, to the game. A3 is the Petrosian.
Less popular than g3 nowadays.
Yeah, these days are a lot less popular.
And this is a cute little sideline, which I'm sure I've played myself because I've played all these lines, but it's never supposed to be great. Queen c2 here. It's more common to first go cd, knight d5, and now queen c2. This is all stuff we discussed in the 90s.
I believe I actually had this position against Karakin myself in a Foros tournament some years back.
But to start with queen c2, once again, slight disclaimer, my knowledge is very dated, was supposed to not be great because of dc4. There were
E4,
some
B5,
games here, e4, I think either c5 or b5. Both were supposed to be moves. This line fell out of fashion, but I have not checked this with modern day technology, so to speak, so I'm sure Adiban has a point here. And Pavel probably knows all about this. He just says, you know what, I'm fine transposing to this line.
But yeah, Adiban had different ideas, and so did Pavel, and this is a sequence I'm very curious about. Bishop e7 is not a move I would necessarily consider here.
I would even suspect that this is a transmission thing, but I could be wrong.
Doesn't really feel like that.
Why can't I grab pawn?
Either here or on the next move, because the game continued bishop d2, castles, rook d1. Both players steadfastly pretending the pawn on c5 doesn't exist. Which is, yeah, if this is not a transmission error, and so far we haven't really had transmissions errors from Vike, so we have really no
No, it's
reason.
probably correct, just way over my head.
Yeah, I don't understand this. CB6 followed by e4 and bishop takes c3 looks like something you would like to play, because if it works, you're a full pawn up and your structure is perfectly solid. And also, why would black be allowing it move after move after move? But Pavel has ideas, and Adiban, I guess, is being faced with this. It's very human not to try and refute it straight away.
Yeah, it's weird. Like in the Grunfeld, you sometimes see this, but there's always a ton more compensation in the form of a weak pawn on c3 or something. But
and if you want to play against the white king side, you want the bishop on g7, which is why in the Grunfelds these types of positions are generally more playable than here. You want this bishop on the long diagonal, putting as much pressure as possible on the white king side. Yeah, it's curious that that Adiban chose to just completely ignore all these options, but
shows how out of touch we are with the Queen's Indian.
yeah, that's one possible explanation. The other would be is that he trusts Pavel homework, and also I think Adiban may have the same brain virus that I do, which is
strong words.
I still, even though my games probably don't support that assertion that much these days, I still sort of consider myself an attacking player. And for me, when I'm faced with an unknown position where I have a choice of grabbing material and holding onto it, or just trying to return it straight away for tempi and better development and things of that nature, I always initially lean towards you can have your material. Please let me get my pieces out.
Take note, futurist fiddler opponents, you can bluff him with your unsound pawn sacrifices. He shall not take. I don't know. This reminds me once again of a line that I used to play 100 years ago, which was this line. Bishop d2, they played bishop e7, you would play queen c2. And here, normally you weren't supposed to go c5 yet, but instead you would go c5, e4. Takes, and the point was to take with the bishop, and now c5, dc, bc. White was a little bit better in something like this, rook d1, queen b6. And it feels like in the game we could potentially get something. This would be an exact transposition, and we're headed back to territory
95,
we've seen before.
yeah, I've seen this. And also, I remember, I think it was Sumbatul Putan who had a very funny game in one of the round robins I played together with him. He took on g5 and on move 6 in the main line. And he sort of bent down to write it down on his score sheet. And when the move was played by his opponent and the press was clocked, he just played bishop d2 and then looked up. And it turned out that black had taken with a pawn.
Not ideal then.
Yeah, and
as people with chess culture, no, that's not true, because many strong players play ed. But in general, after ed, you just think is slightly better, either g3 or bishop g5.
well, you can still play g3, but you just waste the tempo by playing bishop d2.
No, bishop d2 is a must.
I think because in those years this was actually an option. Game was agreed drawn, sort of straight out of the opening, out of embarrassment, more or less. And yeah, but he looked somewhat stunned when he realized what happened there. He just so much assumed that the black will take with the 9 that he honestly didn't even look up.
We'll see how this progresses. I wouldn't be surprised if Pavel insists on sacrificing this pawn for now. But white can also keep ignoring it.
This I think maybe is the point of what Adiban is doing, because he really doesn't want to take on b6. And in this position, it's actually becoming a bit awkward for black.
Even this position, I think, is still a theoretical position. I think
Queen
here
C7?
you go queen c7.
Yeah.
Once again, this is via transposition from lines I used to play.
Of course, yeah, you obviously play queen c7 because knight e5 was already a very, very serious threat.
But I think this is even considered to be fine for black. Like here, because e4 is a target.
Yeah, e4 is definitely here will be. It will become a problem for white. Knight f6, knight c5. Yeah, also these tactical ideas. Yeah. No, this does look fine. Grunfeld dish and fine.
Exactly. We'll keep you posted. One position that I've had this exact same position with black. It's not the most exciting line. In Hare Krishna against Kayakin, the Choco theory has exploded, but they're playing sort of the old school, the very old main line, just exchange everything. And black goes 97 d5. This is
It's supposed to
well
be
established drawish line.
Yeah, supposed to be absolutely fine. I managed to run into trouble doing this with black once against Vasily Ivanchuk, but I think it's very important. There are two different classes of positions here. One's, positions in which white is immediately capable of meeting d5 with d4, and all the other ones.
Yeah.
If you cannot play d4 immediately in response, you never get anything. But if you can, then sometimes black fails to equalize. But here, knight g4, knight takes g4 played in the game, and I mean, end games are probably completely equal. If you take with the knight, knight g6 is a very, very comfortable option for black.
I've played this game.
Yeah, d, rook a d8, f6, king f7.
This is Arishenko Gustafsson, I believe.
Really up to here?
I think I managed to draw this position.
If you add some more pieces to this position, in particular, if let's say white has a bishop on e3 against a bishop on f8,
there's just nothing to do. Okay, f6,
maybe there's some pressure. But with this material on the board, you don't really expect to get anywhere. And I think you're very, very correct about the Adiban Ilyanov game. We are now back sort of on familiar ground. e4, knight takes e3, and queen b6. Yeah, I have some memories of that position even, and I really am not a Queen's Indian player.
We'll find out. There's some history to this game because in the Olympiad, was it? Hare Krishna won a nice game against Kayakin in the Jacopiano. But clearly Kayakin had to do a ton of work on the Jacopiano for his match against Carlsen, where it was discussed. So he's being very solid today. Even though in this game really nothing new was shown, it's just a solid line.
Yes. And the moves in the Levon game. And the game progressed close to what we were discussing, but Jan decided not to give the queen b6 check here and go for the immediate knight f6 and bishop b7.
Probably, this is smart because this doesn't run away, and if white doesn't have a better move than king h1, you have other options on queen b6.
Yeah, you can play it almost at any point. Bishop b7, bishop f3, and white is going for the purely positional compensation here. An ideal scenario here for him would be if he takes on f6 and black somehow is forced to recapture with the knight. And then he takes on f6 once again, takes on b7 and lands a knight on e4. If we want to discuss structures, something like this. Bishop takes, and knight e4. This is probably close to winning for white.
Yeah, even h6 makes things worse because there's this.
But even if we disregard h6, which was made, it was made for explanatory purposes. But the pawn on d6 is very, very strong and cannot really be challenged. The queen lands on d5. There's also continuous attack on the king side. This is really, really horrible. But black is not really forced to oblige.
Whenever knight f6 happens, you probably want to take out the bishop or bishop f6.
No, I think in that respect, maybe it might be smart for white to take with the bishop, so that after bishop f6, nothing is hanging, and you have a tempo to do something. I still feel like queen b6 is the most natural move in this position.
Yeah, I'm struggling to make a simple move, therefore.
Although, I also am now having some weird, I'm not sure if I can call them flashbacks. I have a feeling I've seen this position before in high-level practice, but I can't remember where. And it's beginning to confuse me a great deal. Because I have a feeling that maybe even Levon himself has had this. Or it could be in my files somehow. But that I have no chance of remembering. A Levon game from somewhere, I think I have a better chance of remembering that than what my files say about this.
I don't recall it. I recall he had a sort of similar, very sharp fight against Fabiano Caruana, one of the St. Louis's in the Benoit.
And bishop takes e4 is what Jan has done here. And I was about to mention this move, but in conjunction with the idea that will not happen. Bishop e4, I think white takes with a knight, and black does not take on f5. I was wondering if black can take on f5, but I checked it a bit in my head, and it's horrible. Gf, knight g3 back is not something you want, I think.
I'm reading multiple reports about stream problems, therefore we will go on a little break and see what we can do about it. Thanks for letting us know, and I am very, very sorry about those. We'll be back in a minute. And we're back on yet another internet line. I don't know what is going on. I really don't. I'm very, very sorry about it. We're doing what we can. We hope you guys can see us and hang out with us watching all these games, because today we have a bunch of exciting games. Peter Svidler is with us. What were you telling us, Peter, in this position?
I said I briefly considered bishop b4 in conjunction with gf5, but that's just ridiculous. Knight g3, and you really regret this decision. The pawn is not worth it. And Jan has already played queen b6 instead. Yeah, that would be very unlike him to go for this pawn grab. Knight e4, queen b6 is a lot more sensible.
I'm very interested in this game because, in a way, it's also people are testing Jan if he's an established member of the world's top now, or if, well, I don't think it was a fluke. We all know how good he is, but is Levon a favorite against Nepomniachtchi these days? That's what I'm asking.
What distance would be my I mean, you need to clarify. Oh, in a match over 10 games, I would pick, I mean, I would say it's maybe a 55-45 in Lev's favor. Okay. No more, but I would still think Levon has a slight edge. Yeah, this is a very sharp position, but it does feel like Jan worked out the correct setup here. The pieces he's got left ensure that he's not going to get, rolled over on the king side very easily, and he can continue by maybe even taking on e4 and going knight f6 next. And people are reporting huge fireworks in the rapport games, so we should maybe have a look at that.
Fireworks.
Well, not exactly fireworks, but
well, we were expecting weirdness.
Yeah, he did go for the bishop g5 line, which I managed to spot when looking for rapport-like moves. Yeah, allowing knight d3, the king is now on f1, and he needs to. Yeah, this will need to be justified, because on the other hand, even if the queen goes, it's not that easy to protect the pawn on e7 without taking on d5. And if you take on d5, I think the king on f1 will not be felt at all.
Why can't I go f6? I understand it's not the prettiest of moves. But
yeah, of course, or f6. The explanation should have included that. Bishop b3, I suppose. Knight f4. But yeah, this is...
Both sides have weird positions, but I prefer black's weirdness to white's weirdness.
Yeah, I think I take black here.
Queen goes to e7.
But then I play b4. At least I drive this guy to a poor square. If black were in time to also include knight d7 e5, so that the knight from c5 would return to d7, then yes, you just pick black instantly. But here queen e7. Let's say I can maybe even go b4, knight a6, queen b3, and the question still remains what I'm going to do with the king on f1. But
Yeah.
at least there are some things to look forward to for white.
At least Rapport once again managed to make this look like a game of chess 960. He's quite amazing and making it completely non-standard without being completely lost, which is not an easy thing to do.
Sure.
Even though the computer, I'm pretty sure, will not agree with his choice of plan. But that comes with the territory.
Yeah, and he is still choosing the best square for the queen after knight dc5. I still think cc2 is by far the most natural, because in that line after f6 and d6, you do need the pawn on e4 protected, because otherwise it just drops off. So there's even a very tactical reason for the queen to go there.
Queen c2 played.
And queen c2 has been played. And yeah, Radek now has, let's list the options available to black. You can go f6, you can take on d5, but that really is not something you want to do, because especially now that you've played b6, because the knight from e2 just lands on c6 in two leaps. And that will be a very, very unpleasant piece to deal with. So yeah, bishop d5 I think is the least likely. You probably can play f6, or definitely can play f6. And with the king on f1, I wonder if I can also make an argument even for knight f6. Sure. You probably take with the knight. Yeah, ef, castles, rook e8. Just, you would never do this with the king on g1, of course, it's completely ridiculous. But with the king on f1, rook d8, rook e8, I mean rook d1, rook e8, and white does have to worry.
I like this for black.
Yeah, I think this is potentially also a very serious idea for Radek to consider. But I also quite like f6.
We'll see what Radek settles on. A lot less fireworks, as was to be expected by the players involved, because Luke van Wely with the white pieces is a solid positional player most of the time. And Wesley, so arguably the most solid man in chess business these days, riding a 44-game unbeaten streak.
46 now.
45 is probably true, right? But
I think it was 43 before the start of the tournament. We are three rounds in already, so
that would make it 46. Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, it's a very long streak, and today it's I guess unlikely to be broken, because this structure, even just optically, it looks very nice for black. And the way to try and make this work for white is Anish played some very interesting games on the white side of this, playing bishop d2 very quickly to get the pawn to b4, and then you can try all kinds of transfers like knight g4, knight b3, knight a5 becomes a plan. Knight a4, knight c5, as Jan has done with arrows, there is also a plan. But with the pawn kind of stuck on b3 and no real way to get it to b4 immediately, a6, knight bd7, or maybe even knight bd7 straight away, because I'm not sure you can take on a7.
Can I go here?
You can, but yeah, also really no reason. I don't know, for some weird reason I thought this might be a bit looser. But after knight g4 you have to make a move again. Knight c6 is a threat, and knight c5 b4 is not really what you want. Yeah, but just landing it on b4 might be very sensible here. I don't think you have any here for as black.
So pleasant choice for Wesley. In general, even giving up this bishop is not out of the question anymore, I would guess.
Sure, it's not a particularly strong bishop, and this knight might have more use in future than the bishop on g4, because it really isn't doing very much. Yeah, I think Wesley is at the very least perfectly comfortable here, and you can imagine scenarios in which black might even become slightly better here.
Could happen. Let's check in with our boy and fellow Dutchman Anish Giri, fellow Luke Dutchman. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. Playing against Dmitry Andreikin, your compatriot.
Yeah, and he is, he really is very confident in his, queen placement is where I'm gonna go with it. It looks very awkward, but because the bishop on g5 is hanging, there's no way to, bishop g4. That's not very good. And actually, this is awkwardish for white because h6 will force the bishop to go to some really unfortunate squares. So perhaps there's even an argument for not playing bishop g5 altogether and going bishop g3. But then black has to be quite comfortable. Knight f4 is a move. Castles followed by f5 is a plan as well.
Black's main problem to solve was how can he castle, because if you start with this, then you get b5.
Yes.
So if white plays bishop g3 castles, why am I in trouble? Huh?
Well, once again, the a4. But here I probably just play a6 and bishop a7. And no, but then b5, b6. Now that could actually become slightly awkward. I think white's plan is still very much centered against this one idea. Nothing else would scare me at all here with black. There's also a bit of an argument, maybe, if we look at the position after bishop g3. There could be an argument that giving up the light square bishop is better than giving up the dark square bishop here for black, and then you could maybe start with bishop e6. Bishop g3, and without castling, I would maybe like to go bishop e6. Now the point being that after a4 I want to play a5, b5, knight c5, and I want to control the c4 square so that the knight doesn't jump there.
Bishop g3 feels very unoffensive. Might be the best move, but it just...
Maybe bishop g5, queen h5, knight c4.
Doesn't get me all excited.
Yeah, maybe knight c4 here to at least make sure that we have a square to return to. And I got briefly excited about h6, knight b6, hg, but the thing is you don't need to take on b6 straight away.
Just go.
Yeah. Let's just show for a second what I was talking about. Knight b6, hg, knight a8, and g4. Probably doesn't work at all, but because knight takes e7 is so unpleasant. But
yeah, this is a serious inconvenience because this queen even covers it.
Yeah, if I could play king d8 here and queen takes e6 was not a thing, I'd be prepared to maybe even try to make it work. But yeah, probably doesn't.
Here, well,
no, yeah.
Cover things. Yeah, very non-standard game between Giri and Andreikin. Let's see if Giri can break his streak of, I don't know, he must have drawn a couple games in a row. Normally, the internets do keep track of such things, even though I haven't heard that much.
So it was 9 in London and the first 3 here, right? But was there a streak?
But he might have drawn some games coming into London.
Yeah, I think the streak actually started before London, so it will be interesting to see how long it is right now. But I'm sure the chat will inform us.
Maybe the worst of all things has happened to Anish. People stopped keeping count of his draws. Like, you're very upset if the internet makes fun of you, but the internet stops counting. It's even worse. I don't know if there is such a thing as the internet. Probably sounds very condescending, like you people, the internet. We are the internet. Where does the internet go next? To the world champion? What has he done?
Yeah, the world champion has actually done what you suggested and only traded 1 pair of minor pieces, and that was the only way to do it. But yeah, now strategically you would say black is absolutely safe. His only problem is this bishop on g6, which remains.
One day we shall return. Huh?
Yeah, but still, this has to be okay for black. Well, maybe he wants to go knight e2, but even queen f6. Yeah, I'm wondering about h4 in this position, but yeah. Even h6, the thing is you can drive it all the way to h7, but it will still eventually get out via g8, and black plays king h8, bishop g8, and f6. And this is exactly the type of a closed structure in which black will have enough time for it. So
White has paid quite a price for it.
Yes.
In terms of kingside squares and king safety. Yeah, I like Weiji's position. Like, I'm not ready to bet against Magnus yet, but I do think that Wei Yi has solved his opening problems quite comfortably.
Yeah, that would be my impression as well.
Where do we go next? Chat dudes, what would you like to see? We've heard some rapport love earlier. We should also try to figure out what's happening in the Levon Nepomniachtchi game. So we count the Giri games, 3 very non-standard positions today.
Well, this one is.
It's no longer non-standard, but
No,
the speed they got here is very non-standard.
Yeah, I think this is a very normal-looking Benoni position, but it's also a very sharp position, which is something we always welcome because there is always plenty of reasonably dry technical games in tournaments like this, and when you finally get something going, it's a welcome sight.
Because who doesn't enjoy calculating lines in sharp positions when you could be talking about Sherlock or Westworld or anything non-chess related? Nah, I guess most people watching this show at the very least. But we'll get to my problems later. Queen b6, what does white do?
I'm not entirely sure. We've run out of ideas a little bit.
We don't have any super useful improvements, right? There is the plan that every English schoolboy learns in first grade. Bring your queen to h4 and then it's checkmate normally. But I'm not so sure this applies here.
It costs you the d6 pawn, which probably is too high of a price to pay. 94 you take with the bishop, I guess. It's a bit awkward for black as well, because after queen d6 there is rook d1, and the queen has to go to some poor squares.
We might win an exchange, but...
Oh, f6 here, I think, is a lot more relevant than bishop e7. I think you play...
Yeah, I just want to show, like,
no, but
grabbing this is not really a goal.
Knight f6 here. Black never allows...
Black
is
very happy here.
I like black here, yeah. But queen c7 f6 is very strong, though. Bishop h8, and now your plan is very much on queen h4, rook f3, rook h3. Go for it. But you get the feeling black cooperated a little bit in this line. Queen takes d6 is not forced. Just go knight f6 here, I guess.
Something to f6. What's such a position? Probably enough compensation, but no more.
Yeah. The first uninformed opinion would be white will not lose, but white shouldn't win this either. Yeah, FG is always a bit scary for black. But
you gotta think, but there's not that many attackers here.
Yeah.
Here, king h8. Yeah?
Why?
I don't know. Just king g7 felt loose, but.
I don't know. I probably prefer it on g7 so that I don't blunder some rook f6, queen e5 later.
Yeah, no follow up really.
Yeah.
No, black should be fine here.
So far, yeah. I'm struggling to formulate. Queen e1 has been played
on board. Levon has attended the Lawrence Trent School of Chess. Yeah, we'll see how this continues.
Yeah,
I thought this might be a move.
Yeah, but it's definitely a move. But the question is, once again, let's put bishop f6 on the board and think for a bit. Queen h4. But the problem is you can start with this, yeah, and after rook d1, then you take on g5 and you play queen f6, I guess. But even this is not the end of the variation, like queen h6 gf, sadly for us. Otherwise it would probably just be winning.
Yep.
But here, variation continues even here, actually. Queen h3. No, this actually could be very promising for white. Followed by rook takes f5.
Rook f5. No, I'm
rook
scared.
fd8, I think, is the only move that doesn't lose immediately. But even rook df1 here. This suddenly looks very interesting. Well, I mean, if I have to take on f7, I will probably not have more than the perpetual, but... Why did I think it's a check? I really don't know. I honestly considered the idea I might be getting mated along the back rank, and decided that I wasn't.
I don't know, yeah.
Hang on, rook fd8, queen h4, maybe. One move ago. Knight f6. So sad.
Tricks.
Yeah, but we are at least having fun analyzing this, and
Hang
there's.
on. So close now.
Yeah, we are getting extremely close with white here. It feels like we should be winning, but we're not.
This, but it's not.
No, e4 and
Not quite in time.
even rook d6. But I'd start with
e5 is a powerful idea.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just.
Even after e4.
Yup. Yeah, black. Yeah, I was going to say might
I
make
was
a draw
wondering
there,
if this is okay for black, but
it's not really. I
probably.
think takes queen g5 check on gf, and yeah, well, you'll be very happy if. I mean, very lucky if you don't lose on the spot here. Yeah, no, queen e1 is. Kudos to you for spotting this, because I was really fixated on the idea of not giving up the d6 pawn so early. But giving mate takes precedence.
It's a weird position. Was this actually good for white? If this works, it's kind of important. Feels so dumb.
Do we have to calculate rook d4?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking,
But it seems not to work. Like takes. Unless you just play rook d2 here and you claim that I have pawns on b5 and c4, which will become queen.
Which you do.
Because e4, rook f4 was worrying me. Otherwise, I would start with e4 and I would think that this is useful. But I don't think. Even here, rook d2, rook b2, or f5 actually. Yeah, f5. Maybe e4, bishop h5 then.
But even rook d2, why can't I say, I'll take this, I'll have 3 pawns, why am I worse?
No, it's a very sharp endgame, which could very easily be quite decent for black, sure.
Okay, we're way too deep, but it's a fun little position.
Yeah, no, it's more than 10 moves ahead, so we are probably not seeing most of this, but it's a fun position to analyze and to try and give you the impression of what the plans are and what the tactics might look like.
Plants versus zombies. Adiban versus Elyanov is still a theoretical position from the 90s. In the 90s, we were happy with white, or I was happy with white. This used to be my repertoire, getting this very position. And it could very well be that Pavel has outsmarted himself here a bit with his very cunning pawn sacrifice. Because if this is what you get, you're normally, well, you're not supposed to be happy.
Are you supposed to develop the queen to b6? Because I'm wondering
Queen
if
b6 wasn't my move in that
I
position.
think so, but I'm trying to remember what you're supposed to do after 95, because it's awkward. Rook d8, rook c8, what are you? Because 96, 97 is the point,
That's
of course.
the whole point.
Yeah, that is why. Yeah, and rook d8 has been played by Elyanov.
I don't know what white does. Do you just go bishop d3?
No, but then after 96, I think you black were supposed to be completely fine now. Like,
This doesn't look too scary, actually.
yeah, something like this. Well, I would want to take on d8 and maybe play.
Oh yeah, I think this is the line, because bishop takes and I can just do queen takes, maybe bishop b4.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to make work, but even there I'm not so sure what's happening. And if I take with the bishop, I really want to play 96 next move. But then you have 97 again. Ah, that's clever. Like bishop e2 and 96 is still not a move because it loses the c5 pawn now. So you have to waste another tempo to even play 96, like bishop e7 maybe. And there's also bishop h5 now, which might not be so stupid.
No, it feels like you haven't fully equalized.
Well, it's
There's
also
other options here. I'm not sure if this is a move, but there's food for thought at least.
yeah. And if queen g8, yeah, well, I thought bishop b5 might be a reasonable idea for us because we want to stop knight c6, and if queen b6, bishop b8 might be awkward. If it's a move.
It's a move.
Well, f6, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Queen knight c4, queen a6. Apologies. Queen a4. But those endgames black probably holds. Yeah, sorry, I'm of course blundering the central pawn there. And queen takes played very fast by Pavel.
Maybe Pavel still knows this position.
It's not impossible.
Via transposition, at least this.
Queen a4 maybe right now. Because I think the play will revolve heavily around black either getting or not getting to play knight c6.
Sure.
Here. Queen c8, yeah.
C8.
I'm struggling to refute queen c8. Bishop b5, even f6, or a6,
A6.
or a6 followed by f6. Well, I was, I'm always I'm consumed by the idea of playing bishop e8 and it somehow working magically, but I don't think it does.
Might have too many pieces in behind enemy lines here.
Bishop b5 blitzed out by Adiban though.
Maybe they're both still in book. Very possible.
Yeah, it's
or
not
back in book because of this weird transposition to this old line. We'll keep you posted. Lucky boy, yeah. He asked Wesley, he even spent a tempo on bishop, provoking bishop f3. Slightly surprised, but maybe there was no other move. Because if bishop h5, knight d4, you're happy. At least this knight has some destinations.
No, and black is generally just happy in the structures to take.
Sure.
Yeah, now
White has nothing.
Yeah, you want to go. You feel like you need to start expanding in the center. Bishop goes somewhere from e3, you play e4. But even those positions, in particular, if the dark square bishops come off.
Jumps.
No, I thought maybe even about bishop d4, but then bishop e5, bishop c5, all of those moves are perfectly reasonable. No, black is comfortable. How comfortable? I mean, if he is better already, it's hard to say. But black is extremely comfortable in these types of positions. And Radek, after some thought, did not want to play h6, so he went with f6. So he went with knight f6, and bishop takes was chosen over the knight takes.
Bishop takes. Okay.
He played bishop takes because he really wants to trade off. I guess here he felt that white will be in time to stabilize rook d1. I guess bishop f3, king g2 maybe is a plan. And
you need to get rid of this knight to have access to e4.
yeah, so he more or less forces white, and it already has been played, to trade off his knight on d5. And now, if you give white like 3 tempi, he will be at the very least slightly better, like knight d4, bishop f3, king g2. And he might actually have time for that if we look at it. Let's say we go knight d4 here. Black castles. You go bishop f3. But the thing is, after d5, I guess black is simply better. Fine, maybe not better. Rook e8, so rook e1 I was planning to play. And you can play d5 here, it's even stronger. Because you can force me to go king takes e1. And the king doesn't get to g2. Yeah, this is actually quite awkward for white. Because you probably have to play king f1 once again here.
Yeah, in the old days you would just castle here and deny that you've never moved the king, but nowadays with this internet transmission,
and for once the program decides not to refute your point. Would be funny if you could actually castle right now.
Problem is, even if you castle queen a2, it would be worse, but that's a different set of issues.
So in the current position, knight f6, cf6 played, and black's plan is very simple. He castles short, he goes rook e8, he goes d5, probably because white will not allow him to win the e4 pawn. What about h4 right now? But you can probably throw in h5 as well.
You want to, but do you really have an attack on the h5?
I'm wondering.
Doesn't look like
rook e8, rook
queen
e7.
e7.
Yeah, even queen e7 actually. Yeah.
Scared of it.
And we can take with the f pawn, and yeah, that's not made.
No.
I mean, once again, I wouldn't say I'm only suggesting this because it's a rapport game, but I am giving it more weight because it's a rapport game. Yeah, and white never has any time to attack the d6 pawn because he has his own issues. Perhaps you could even make a case for playing b4, simply for the reason that the pawn on e4 is under such pressure that you need to start driving pieces away from it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's immediately or on the next move. Let's say just right here. I say this knight is intolerable. I need to get it away from my central pawn, and I go b4, knight e6, I suppose, or knight d7. Which one do you? Which one do you like?
I have no idea. I have the feeling we don't have good rapport today, so I don't know. I try. I think I like d7 probably.
Yeah, I guess. Because it also stops me from playing bishop f3, where
I
it
can
gets
go here and it doesn't stand in the way of my future lethal attack.
Rook d1, queen e7, or it's not necessary because after queen d2 you will still have to give it up. But yeah. Okay, I'll go queen d3 so that you don't exploit my. I mean, a5 is a move.
Very much so. Might have to play b5, but how happy are you with that conclusion?
I'm generally not very happy right now with white here.
No, Rapport has to be extremely careful that this doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah, such a minor, seemingly minor difference. With the king on e1 in the current position, he'd be much better. And with the king on f1, no longer the case.
Yeah, well, I think you not only would you want your king here, you would also want full castling, right?
That's the implication there. Yeah. It really does take a while for white to stabilize. Perhaps some really slow artificial castling like h3, king g1, king h2 can be. No, queen d3 is horrible. I need to forget about queen d3, and maybe even rook d1 is unnecessary because I'm driving your pieces towards good squares. Like h3 straight away. King g1.
Yeah, at least I can't bother you too badly. I mean, you can get some small concessions, I guess, by starting.
I'm not even sure if it's a concession. I'm going to be completely ignoring it. Yeah. Yeah. With the queen on c2, I think a5 is not something I worry about a lot.
I thought about stuff like this, but my pawns are so ugly that once white
No,
gets
but then
pieces out,
I actually rook h d1. It's a correct
exactly.
rook even.
Yeah. No,
And then queen b2 and yeah. No, here you can even imagine white being better. Black needs to play faster. So b4. Yeah, b4 and h3.
Maybe I have to reconsider my choice of square.
But I'm not sure how much better, against that plan. I'm not sure if it stands a lot better on a6, to be honest.
I was wondering in some line like this, if I'm in time with d5, but I always have rook d1.
Yeah, I always want. Yeah, I want. That's my intention.
Or
to meet
AD.
To meet it with some kind of rook d1 related response.
Yeah, we might have talked about Rapport's being in trouble too quickly. I like this plan. It looks insanely slow, but it seems like there could be time for it.
Yeah, I can't seem to refute it straight away. And yeah, if it works, white will stabilize. Because he only really has one quote-unquote weakness, the pawn on e4. And the moment you play b4, it immediately looks a lot healthier. We'll see what Richard settles on, though.
In the chat, there's Facepalm Chess is mentioning Pavel's rating trajectory being strange. He went straight up from 2.613 at 21 to 2.761 at 27. Well, there's some years in between that. Then 2.683 at age 29. Then almost straight up again to 2.750. So he's saying he's very swingy, but the cycles are longer, or the frequency of the cycles is lower, which I guess means the same thing. I don't know. Yeah, I've always respected Pavel because I do remember a time when we had the same rating, which is probably when he was at 2.613 at age 21. He's a little younger than me, so I had that rating around 23, 24. But then he just, he kept working away and transformed himself a couple of years later, as it's mentioned here, to a 2.761 player. Didn't always keep that rating. I think 2.683 was just an outlier. He's been he's been a stable 2.7 till 2.750 player for many years now.
2.683 doesn't fit with my mental picture of Pavel at all. It's not his strength.
Exactly. So yeah, it could be that, well, he must have had a bad half year, but I don't think of him as really swingy. I just think of him as a 2.750 or 2.7 till 2.760 player, whatever. who's not quite a top 10 player, but is around 15
Yeah,
in the world.
and also really does not get enough opportunities for us to judge whether, whether he would be a top 10 player if he got, let's say, as much play time in.
Yeah, but you can make that argument for anybody who's between 10 and
No, but
30 in the world.
I think his results in the very top tournaments suggest that he could very easily have been a permanent fixture in them.
I can't recall any big results in top
Not
tournaments.
big results, but he is generally very solid. I mean, the poor finish to the Norway Chess 2016, notwithstanding.
No, I don't mean that
just-
necessarily, but his one standout tournament was the World Cup, I thought, where he
Sure.
had like 7 wins in a row or something. Nuts.
Yeah, I think he started with 7.5 out of 8, or maybe even 8 out of 8. One of those, including a 2-0, one of those 4 rounds was a 2-0 victory over Grishuk, for instance. Which, of course, if you win the first game with white, people start doing weird things against you with black. So, but still, you need to win those games, and yeah, that was a tremendous tournament for him.
And he's been around for a while. These guys have been around for a while. But Pavel, they won the Olympia with Ukraine in 2004, I believe, for example. Sergei Kayakin was on that team in 2004. Goes to show you. They've all played some chess.
Yeah.
A6 on the board here to
Yeah, you guess.
Fight for knight
you
c6.
play in
He's
bishop
going
a4,
here.
of course. Yeah, and yeah, if black is actually forced to trade off to exchange every single minor piece he has to on
You wanna
c6,
keep that, don't
yeah, you probably take white a little bit. Although, how large is white's advantage here with only 3 pieces left on the board? You played these positions a lot more than I have.
Well, normally I'm grinding against 2400 players, not always very successfully here. But I would guess you don't win this against Pavel. It looks like very little to me.
Yeah, especially if black gets c5, c4 in, because you just don't have pieces to put any pressure on it.
Because this construction is very solid, but it's very hard to
Yeah.
do something. Like whenever you take this pawn, this will get weak. And
White's position is,
Sometimes
very,
this
very,
draws.
very, very nice looking, but in terms of how you win this, it's not very helpful.
you need more pieces. Like you need a knight on f6
Oh,
and a
yeah.
knight on c4, something like that.
In particular,
drastically
that pair,
changes
yeah.
the
In particular,
equation.
that pair, because the knight on f6 would be really horrible, and would need to get traded off as soon as possible. So yeah, Adiban will end up, I guess, with a micro advantage of some sort, but probably not enough to win against a player as solid and as grounded as Pavel is.
Speaking of solid and grounded, his former teammate Sergei Kayakin will not have great trouble steering this game to a peaceful outcome. It looked like Harry didn't have any fresh ideas in store for this Italian, or maybe some detail surprised him. Because in the Italian, this is not always obvious, but they're trying all kinds of subtle move orders to force your opponent to something he doesn't like. That seems like, yeah.
Yeah, he did not.
Already get anywhere today.
Seemingly at least, it didn't. It doesn't seem like he succeeded today, and yeah, this is extremely dry. You could maybe even make an argument that currently black is ever so slightly better, but yeah, there are just no weaknesses. And yeah, rook takes c5 has been played. You take, you go king f1, and I think black.
I have a very strong feeling.
Yeah,
if
king
we
f1, rook
check the
g5,
database now that this position will have been played before.
Not impossible, yeah, but rook d5, king e2, rook e5 check.
This
I
is the
think is
typical
how.
end to the game. Yeah.
Yeah, is how the game probably will end, because there's really not a lot of stronger options available for either side.
Yeah, solid draw here between Harry and the World Blitz champion Sergei Kayakin.
Yeah, both of them on +1. Both of them, I feel, feeling reasonably confident about the start of the tournament.
And happy to get to the rest day
Yeah,
without
and
accidents.
in the Giri Andreikin game, Andreikin played castles instead of the move I was suggesting, bishop b6. And now after a4, he will have to spend some time solving the issues with the bishop b6 bishop. Because a5 knight c4 is slightly awkward, and also as we demonstrated, a6 knight c4 bishop a7 b5 is also potentially slightly awkward, which is why I wanted the bishop on e6. That was very much part of my reasoning there, to at least have the option to trade the bishop in on c4 at a later date, and then get some kind of a dark square play going. I think castling here may have been slightly inaccurate. Shouldn't be a huge problem, but at least now White does get to ask some questions.
Yep. Also remarkable that Anish came to the same conclusion, I guess, but did not play his bishop g5, which looks like the obvious move in a blitz game. I would go here at least, but bishop g3 more stable.
No, bishop g5 in connection with knight c4 I actually quite liked. I thought it was a better choice of the two.
Then again, his bishop just was on g5, so maybe...
Yeah, maybe he felt,
this makes the decision a bit easier.
Yeah, that is, such small psychological considerations may not be entirely ruled out here.
Magnus. Magnus has to be careful. You don't want this horsey landing on e6. Well, actually, it doesn't do that much damage, but...
It's a nice piece to have. And once again, Black doesn't really have to worry that much about h4. So he can spend some time preparing for it. Rook fd8 or rook fe8 somewhere, yeah. And then the knight, it doesn't do very much on d7, so you do want probably to swing it over to e6. One thing maybe you could consider in the current position for e is playing h5. But I'm not sure you want to. It's an option that needs to be discussed because it stops h4. And it kind of hints at the fact that the white king on g2 is potentially not that safe.
Take.
Queen takes, I thought.
Jump around.
Queen g5, maybe. Well, you do have this option, of course, but...
I don't think Magnus will do that, but...
probably not.
Okay. Now this I'm losing a pawn.
Well, you can actually pick...
horrible it would be, but...
You can pick it back up by going king g4 in this position, actually. Take and king g4. It's not completely insane. But black probably is just fine after g5.
Yeah, in the end, black is not worse.
Yeah, knight f6. No, I think black has, h5 might be playable, but also I don't think white actually is threatening anything. So,
that's more my problem. I don't know what my next move is or how to shuffle the pieces.
And in that respect, maybe rook fe8, hints at e takes d4 next move.
Yeah, because d5,
the pawn on e4 might start hanging. So rook e8 might actually force some kind of a reaction from white.
Is d5 a move?
Knight
takes.
Takes.
You haven't made progress.
No, I think you made regress here.
Maybe white has to be very humble. And
white always has this bailout available to him. Queen g2, knight g2, I mean d4, c4, g5 even. Or the immediate d5. Immediate d5 I'm kind of worried I will lose this piece on g6 after d5. Although you can always take on e4 in reply. Probably ends in some kind of a draw. But also just take d5. Yes, you can play f3 if you want, but I'm not sure you're that happy. Yeah, rook a8.
The usual stuff.
Knight
f4,
yeah,
f6.
sure.
This is very typical Queen's Gambit declined player with white. You're so happy you got in your e4 and then you find out these are just weaknesses.
Yeah.
Been there.
Exactly.
So yeah, Magnus has not won the opening battle and will be hard pressed. Not to hold, I think he's gonna hold if he wants to, but to make a struggle out of this where he has winning chances.
Yeah, I think that's a fair description.
Look, Van Vele is going for solidity.
Yeah. Well, once again, if he gets something like, if you imagine black passing for like 5 moves, and you go bishop d2, rook fc1, to have the e1 square more comfortably for the bishop, and then go knight a4 before knight c5. You've made progress.
Winning, but yeah,
you've made progress and you feel a lot happier about your life. But black probably can and should do something about this and not allow this entire sequence.
I thought I want to go bishop f4, exchange these guys, play e3, rook fc1, and be extremely solid. I don't think I'm better, but I don't know.
Yeah, black probably goes for something connected with h6, g5. You probably stop it by playing h4. Yeah, it is very, very solid, and maybe you can eventually go for something like knight e2, knight c1, knight d3, knight e5, or something along those lines.
I really like this d4 move, actually, because all these bishops and knight options bothered me, and they bother me more than knight e4 options that black now has.
Sure. No, I think it's it shows that Luki understands that. I mean, it feels like you're killing off your own play in the center by playing g4, but it also controls black's counterplay a lot better, and it shows good awareness from Luke.
And these pawns aren't that weak, especially after d4. They can't really be attacked. You need to be able to attack them. From where are you going to do that? From here? So yeah, Luke is maintaining equality at the very least.
Karakin's game has actually been drawn along the lines of what we described.
We're experts in finding move repetitions to end games.
That we know. So yeah, we're one game down for today.
1 down, 6 to go. Let's go to Dr. Levon.
I'm a bit surprised by this, to be honest, because I really did think Queen H4 was very, very interesting in that position.
Maybe Bishop H6 is very interesting too.
Queen takes D6. That would be my issue with it.
Let's throw this in for. I'm not even sure this helps white. I'll throw it in anyway.
E7. I don't know.
Is there any? No, I don't have enough pieces for violence.
No, I think I'm reasonably safe against. Maybe it takes bishop c6 and you pick up the b5 pawn. Maybe this is the reason.
Rook takes it.
Yeah, I have to, because otherwise fg6 and rook d7 wins a piece. And knight takes is not something I want to discuss necessarily. Yeah, and here bishop c6, knight c5, bishop b5. Even that position is not that clear, like knight d3, 4, knight takes b2. Probably fine-ish for black. But maybe not.
Maybe they do this and we all go home.
Oh, I think here black continues.
Why?
Better king.
Okay.
But yeah, Queen H4 was a much more drastic option and a much more, I think, you aim for more by playing Queen H4. Queen H4 might win.
Or lose.
Yeah, or lose, obviously. But yeah, and this is why we were so interested in it, because it felt Bishop G7 played by Jan. He really is trying to force white to do it. I'm not sure I like this.
We looked at this. I can't remember. Is
No,
this
no,
transposing
ours.
it?
No, it will be a slightly different position. I'm not sure if it's better or worse for white.
So takes. There's nothing. F6. You can just. Take.
I think I can take twice, and the king will not get trapped on F6.
Here, if white had some magic Queen H6 maybe, but he doesn't. So this is fine.
Can we play? No, but I think trading on G7 is wrong, because now if we go Queen H4 there with the king on G7,
It's not F6.
yeah, black can play knight F6 and black will play knight F6 instead of.
This is more or less winning.
Yeah.
So we have Queen H4 or maybe some of like Bishop E3.
So we assume this may be a draw for yeah, it actually is a draw for from Jan.
You mean after Bishop G5?
Yeah, this is exactly the sequence they had.
Yeah.
They've already had this once. No, well, does it change anything if I do it with bishops still on the board? If I start Queen H with Queen H4 here, but I think you can still take on F6 and go knight, on H6 and go knight F6. I think this might be very dangerous what you've just done, but this could be okay. No, sorry, I'm losing my mind. This Fg6 and Bishop G6 is probably winning here, right? I meant Queen H1, knight F6 straight away. And I'm not sure I can use the tempo I have here. Takes. Still don't see anything.
Maybe there is nothing then. Nah. Like
No, I think the only way to get this to sort of work is to play Queen H4 in the position when we were advocating for it. And I think I found a refutation of that as well now. If we go back, yeah, after Bishop F6, Queen H4, Queen D6, Rook AD1, Queen E7. I think this may be a refutation of the entire idea. Rook D7, Bishop G5. I think this may be the reason why it hasn't been played, because otherwise I think Lev would be all over the positions we were discussing. And here I can take the knight even, yeah.
This looks fine. Nice. Just winning. Okay.
At least we spotted it eventually, so. Yeah, but then maybe he has to repeat, and we might have 2 down, which is regrettable because we had high hopes for this position.
That's what sometimes happens. If it's a well-played game by both sides, sharp preparation, you get to repeat.
Yeah.
Adiban Elyanov also not the most thrilling of positions. We've described the likely outcome. Knight c6, white has to exchange twice, has a teeny tiny edge, but shouldn't be enough. Luke went bishop h6, not sure what that's about, but of course it's a fine score.
Just a move. Maybe he wants
Just
to
moving around.
tempt it to f8 and then occupy the f4 square, which is slightly more active. Not a lot going on here because structurally, white doesn't want to open anything because his weak pieces of pawns will become weaker, and black doesn't really have many options to open things up.
But we still have 3 games that are quite interesting. Carlsen got nothing against Wei Yi. If colors were reversed, I'd even say black is slightly better, but since Carlsen is white, I'll say it's equal, which is what we do here. Giri's position against Andreikin is very sharp.
I think he's just better now. Knight b6, cb6, cb4. I think he's just better now.
This is hanging. Maybe it's just way better.
No, this line I sort of considered in. Yeah, you probably have to play knight f4, but how much will you enjoy this?
Probably not greatly. Yeah.
So yeah, I think. I mean, you generally just castle without thinking in positions like this, but I have a suspicion that if black had to do what Andreikin is currently doing, playing bishop b6 and right here was a lot more interesting, because if white goes knight c4, for instance, we can castle here.
Well, I probably throw this in anyway.
No, but then you get, I think, nothing of what you want to get. Although maybe you can play a5 knight c4. I was wondering if I can win a pawn here. Probably not.
There's f7.
Yeah, there's f7. Okay, so I will castle in this position. And not, no, I don't want to go a before he. Yeah, castle here followed by knight c5.
Yeah.
I think preserving the bishop on b6, in particular when its counterpart is on g3 doing absolutely nothing, was a lot safer strategically. Even here, I mean, bishop d5, maybe you can put some pressure on.
Some questions. Yeah, I was considering if now we can take twice. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm worried about bishop c6 and c8.
I want this.
Yeah, I want this structure, yeah. And the bishop on b6 is once again a bit problematic.
Yeah. Well,
but still, I think it should have been considered.
Is this gonna be a Giri victory? He is. Yeah, he has some chances now.
No, I think in the current position he is quite obviously seriously better.
Hence my question.
Yeah.
Then we have Rapport versus Wojtaszek. Who?
I think it's time to play b4. There are some very beautiful potential tactics. Like if you make if it were black to move here, and my beautiful tactic doesn't work, so I'll stop. I was going to say that rook e8, rook e1, d5, knight d5, queen d5 is winning for black, but unfortunately that's not true. No, in particular after h4, because there's the g1 square. But yeah, I was going for queen d5, e d5, bishop a6, but sadly c3, c4 is a bigger issue even than the fact that the king escapes. So maybe he actually can wait for another tempo.
But why would he? Rook e8.
No, I think he's trying to not play b4 and not to weaken his queen side. But this is obviously a lot riskier in connection with the counterplay against the e4 pawn.
Yeah, my feeling is that at the very least black has to be comfortably equal. If he can ask questions, will be determined.
Yeah, over. And Wei made a move which we did not really discuss in this particular position. I thought that if you wanted to take on d4, you needed to create a threat with rook fe8 first. But maybe even here...
If queen takes knight e5, he doesn't care.
I think this, I think this is the same. Yeah, I think you take on d4 with a pawn, with or without knight takes f4. And I guess there's no reason to hurry with knight takes f4.
Bishop h6.
No, you're not. Yeah, so
What's his
that's
point? D5?
no D5 just
huh?
loses sort of straight away. You don't do that. No, I think he just still goes rook f8 and says, please take on f4 because now your center is all weak. I think he just wants to force Magnus's hand here and force him to actually trade that knight for that bishop. And then we get to a position we were describing with d5 and rook a d8 and knight of a6 and all those things.
Yep.
Magnus completely disagrees now. Magnus has blitzed out knight fd4, and this is where including rook e8 makes sense, because I think Magnus wants to go knight f5 next. And this would not have been an option if you waited for half a tempo. ef even.
I guess, no?
Yeah. Bishop g5, I mean, you could play yourself into difficulties by doing this with white.
Yeah, I'm not sure at all. What's going on?
Yeah.
This d5 is going to be
Well,
very sound formation.
If black actually settles here, and if you have some kind of c5 ideas or like this, yeah. No, this I think you could just be in a lot of trouble.
So what is he up to after rook 8? Well, there's always the usual bailouts,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they don't look particularly troublesome for black.
No. No, in these types of positions, I mean, you have probably what is the immediate draw of queen f3 and d5, and you also could just continue playing. I don't think I don't think you're worse anywhere.
No, it could be that this is the best white has.
Yeah, not impossible.
We shall find out. We will go on our first schedule break. Apologies for the tech issues earlier. I hope things are better by now. And we'll be back with, at the very least, 3 games still very undetermined and very unclear. I was wondering if I can include the Magnus game in that equation, but I think I can, because this can still go anywhere from here.
And also, I think Magnus is very determined not to allow any immediate simplifications and not to allow for the game to fizzle out.
For sure. Thank you guys for watching. No Saiban says, somehow I find the style of Geary and Wesley similar. Yeah, that comparison has been made. Some people say Wesley is even solider, if solider is a word, which is not. We'll find out after the break. Thanks for watching. Welcome back, boys and girls, to our coverage here on Chess24 of the Tata Steel Masters. My name is Grandmaster, that is my first name, and Jan Gustafsson is my last name. I'm being joined by Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler to talk us through it. Because nowadays I'm still 2600 plus, but we can't call ourselves Super Grandmasters. We're the meeting of the 2600 club, and that ship has sailed like 20 years ago. Is the cutoff 2700 or 2750 for Super Grandmaster?
My preferred answer would be I really don't care. But if we're forced to discuss this subject, I think it shifted sort of further up towards 2750 these days.
That's my feeling too. So
Which seems unfair, but I think inflation kind of forces you to accept reality, and I think I mean it's still a very important barrier to cross if you cross 2700, and it's what people still aim for, as you know.
Also, normally you have to cross 27 to cross 2750.
Sure, but I mean it's psychologically it's still very important to get there. But these days it doesn't really mean that your life will suddenly improve by an influx of invitations or anything. For that to happen, you need to be either extremely young or to get to 2750 and above.
Even if you're 2750, like we've discussed, Pavel Elyanov, or you're 2750, you're not playing in this tournament.
No, I'm not.
Even that's not a guarantee. I didn't mean to send you into depression. I'm just saying there's like...
Send me into depression?
Okay, to keep you in your well. There's only 9 spots in most of these tournaments, and the Grand Chess Tour is set, and if you can often be the odd man out. It's a hard knock.
Absolutely.
Chess world.
Absolutely. And now to discuss the positions people are still playing.
Nah, we'll stay here. Anish Giri, Super Grandmaster Anish Giri, might win a chess game today, which would mean we would have to have our biannual meeting of the Anish Giri fan club and discuss how to adjust. Why do they keep defending the guy and then keep saying things? I don't know, I'm weird. The thing here after knight f4 is you don't have to take on b6. I checked the very wise computer in the break, and the computer prefers this, leaving this bishop alive.
Well, it locks it down all the way on b8. Like knight goes somewhere, and I assume you play b6 because allowing bishop c5 here would really make no sense. And here black is forced to play bishop b8. Everything else loses. But it might eventually get out. That's the thing about these things, is that if black manages to, let's say, play c6 and d5, instead of having two bishops yourself and ruining black's structure on the queen side forever, you have given him the advantage of two bishops. And yes, the pawn on b7 will be weak, but it becomes a lot more double-edged. So Anish opted for, I think, the safer approach of taking on b6 straight away. But this position is not as bad as I originally thought for black, because knight on f4 blocks down the bishop on g3 for the time being, and black wants to go knight e5 next. And yes, all those pawns are quite weak, but you still need to exploit it somehow. b4 is hanging currently, which might not be a huge problem, but it's a consideration white needs to have. And black probably needs a tempo, maybe to be able to maybe trade some more pieces and hope to survive. He's always going to be slightly worse now.
Yep. But will it be enough?
I mean, even something very simple like b5, knight e5. I assume you have to play knight e5. Taking on e2 is not attractive. And here I want to... I don't know which order. Let's take on f4 first. No, let's not do that, please. Let's take on f4 first. Take on e5. But he might take with the queen. This is what I was wondering. d5, queen d6 was what I was trying to make work for white. But probably doesn't because you have queen d4, yeah? Bishop f3. Let's continue for a second. Rook of d1. I'm trying to exploit. Yeah, I'm trying to exploit my potential pawn majority on the queen side. If I win the b6 pawn, all those endgames will be very, very dangerous for black. Might be lost because if you create an outside pass pawn on the A file, it generally means curtains in structures like this, no matter how little material is left remaining on the board. So even something very, very simple like this might be quite decent. But I'm worried because I also ruin my own structure on the queen side, and my bishop arguably is now worse than the black's bishop. So
yeah, black develops without
Yeah.
losing a pawn, he's perfectly fine.
might even start playing for a win, even rook bishop e6, rook c8, rook c3, like activate your pieces. So yeah, it's very unlikely that Anish will go for something like this. But yeah, I'm not sure what he should do. He could start by playing queen d2 here, but black can maybe trade some of his weaknesses in, like knight e2, queen e2, knight takes b4 is a move. Yeah, bishop g4 is a move, definitely. Knight b4, white immediately wins the b6 pawn back if he wants. But trading b4 for b6 should be in black's favor. Queen d2, rook fb1 even. I guess f, yeah. But knight c6, rook takes b6 and just queen f6 or something.
Looks very defendable.
Yeah, because your double b pawns were probably your worst feature there as black, and now you've traded one of them for a very healthy pawn on b4, so you're not unhappy.
Nah, well, here is slightly better, but there's no obvious
Maybe bishop
way
b5 right now,
to roam.
trying to create a threat of queen g2.
Is that a threat?
Sort of. Knight e5 though, I guess, once again.
Staring at bishop g4, queen d2, but I don't see a trick.
Yeah.
So I will give in.
But maybe I can play something like knight d4 here. And bishop b5 has been played by Giri, so
Nice spot.
yeah, he came to the same conclusions. Yeah, knight d4 with the idea of queen c1. Queen g2 would blunder a queen now, but queen c1 is still a threat. And also we do take control of some of the important squares by doing this. And we prevent black from trading too many pieces. I think it's a sensible decision by Anish, I quite like it. And not only because I suggested it 3 seconds before he played it on the board.
Oh, looks very nice, actually.
What about bishop g4 and bishop takes f3? No, not in this position. Here it's too late. In the game position.
Queen d2, no?
Yeah, bishop f3. But even queen takes here, you're not going to be liking this very much. Takes, bishop b4, bishop d6, rook fd8. Either rook fd1 if it works tactically. I'm a bit worried about leaving all these pieces slightly hanging in the air. But I think it actually does work.
Bishop c2, rook d2, and everything's sort of covered. Right?
Yeah, I was worried I will be missing some tactic in that particular position, but it doesn't seem like I am. And then we stabilize quietly, and if we somehow manage to win the bishop c7, if it happens at some point and it doesn't lose the b4 pawn, it's just game over. So,
Yeah. 2 more moves here, this is very unpleasant, right? Yeah. No, Anish, with what I believe is his preferred territory, stable advantage and not a lot of risk to it.
yes.
It's everyone's preferred territory.
Yeah.
Maybe not Richard Rapport's.
And yeah, he will definitely feel that this is, a very large opportunity he should be trying to exploit, because you don't generally get positions like this out of the opening very often these days in super tournaments. Yeah, he'll be he'll be very happy with the results of the opening here.
Yeah, he's gonna be enjoying himself. Speaking of Anish, shall we have a 1 second detour into the challengers group and see how Anish's wife is doing today?
Sure.
Because his wife, Sopiko Guramishvili, Miss Tactics, is active in the challengers.
There's probably somewhere a checkbox that needs to be.
If, we can track her down. She's facing Ilya Smirin today.
And
Is she getting checkmated?
It feels like there's also a pawn missing somehow.
What happened?
Something
So far.
strange happened. Yeah, so far so good. I'm not sure about this queen b3 move. I don't think the queen really belongs on b3 in these structures. But so far so, a very typical English opening. The way
C5?
Yeah, I'm not
this
sure what
can't
this
be
is.
right.
Yeah.
No, things have not gone well. Of course, very tough tournament for Sopiko. Maybe she missed a bit or underestimated this b6 because taking this is probably extremely risky.
Yeah, maybe she thought she's just winning the c5 pawn back, but yeah, after b6,
is
her
nasty.
choices are just very unattractive. And she went e3, which is understandable, but after f3, I guess bishop h1, even knight e2 check and queen takes d3 could be quite strong. There's probably even maybe something else, but
Worrying here.
that's the first thing that comes to mind. Just knight oh, hang on, there's knight takes e5 there. Oh no, bishop a2 and no, this works for black actually. Bishop a2 and fe2, and black ends up with extra material.
Right. So brief tour through the B group. What is this position?
This
Wayne
is
Jones.
yeah, this is a really weird structure, and I guess you favor white because the pawn on f5 is a bit weak, and yeah, might still be defendable for black, but it's not a position you fancy necessarily here.
How's Gawain been doing? He won a nice game against Sopiko, but
And I
then
think-
he got checkmated by,
Ragar, I think that was his game, no?
I think yesterday, maybe by
Yeah.
Smirin?
Uh,
It was by Smirin.
think
Doesn't
it was.
matter.
No, the tournament is being led by Marcus Ragar on 3 out of 3, and today he has another very non-standard position from. This is actually I'm not
This
even
is
sure
standard,
about non-standard.
non-standard position, though,
yeah,
right?
these days this is what anti-Grunfelds look like, because white by now is trying to play h4 in every single position where it's a legal move. I think that will be a very fair description of what white is doing in these days in anti-Grunfelds. But
Didn't you have some h4 business in your game against Caruana? And
no, but I
something
played
similar?
knight g5 first.
Oh, okay.
Played
You
knight
compared
g5, e6, d3 first. But yeah, this is well known. But in this position, you were previously supposed to play queen b3.
This position I've certainly seen, but knight
Yeah.
h4 is news to
Yeah,
me.
knight h4 is not a move I encountered previously. Queen b3 has been played by Kramnik. It also has been played by people against me. I had a game against MVL in that line. I also had a game against some other people. Yeah, and but this looks quite decent for black because queen h7 is nothing. You just play king f8, and if you start driving these pieces back, you will just be doing quite well. You have no immediate like pawn breaks or anything, but neither are those pieces that Jan is highlighting doing anything at all. So you can play, let's say, rook d8 next move. King f8 is maybe a useful inclusion somewhere. And then you will see what's what. But
Raga just crushing this tournament so far, which is very impressive.
So far, running away with the field. And yeah, when I looked at the lineup of the challengers, I mean, he obviously is the highest rated and the rating favorite. But I thought maybe his style was not ideally suited for this field, because he generally is extremely well prepared and very solid, and generally does quite well against very strong players, because he just gets very good positions out of the opening. But here he would need to score a ton of points to win. And this is exactly what he's doing. So yeah, very well played so far by
Another game
Marcus.
I'm curious about is my boy Niels Grandelius against Jeffrey Zhong, the junior world champion. Niels, true to his style, is trying to checkmate.
Yeah, that was a bit of a strange opening, because I'm not sure if bishop g5 is the main move against queen d6 Scandinavian,
No,
and
it's not.
but g6 is a logical reply to it. And what you get is some kind of a Pertz-like situation where my initial response would be black should be completely fine.
Well, unless he gets checkmated. No?
Yeah, but I don't think it's fast enough here.
What do you do?
Knight e5 would be what would be the starting point, I think.
Jump.
I'm wondering if I can just take and take. No, I can't. Sorry, I'm going completely senile in front of a worldwide audience.
Nah, don't worry. No one's watching this.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be problematic. Yeah, knight g4 is an option, but then you go queen d2 and you're not that unhappy. Yeah, maybe I underestimated how unpleasant this direct play that Niels is going for is.
We'll find out. Always a lot of action in the challengers. Eric Hansen, who commentated parts of the World Championship match together with you here on Chess24 is facing Dutch prodigy, who once, I believe, his biggest accomplishment is winning a Bantamblitz match versus Bantamblitz game versus Radio Jan. But he's also the current Dutch champion, very talented kid. Who's better and why? What are all these pieces doing here?
I take white here very confidently. I think h5 followed by either g6 or h6 is just very, very unpleasant, and black's play seems a bit slow.
Why do you put all those pieces on the corner? What does he want? He wants a5 b4? Is that?
I'm not sure what rook fb8 is. I would
B4?
play a4 at the earliest opportunity here, because you want to start creating some play. It does feel like you might get mated on the king side at any point. Actually, even g6 right away is very much a move here. So why would you spend a full tempo on moving a rook to a square where you are not 100% sure it will be needed? Yeah, I'm a bit confused.
Well, he probably wants to stop this.
Yeah, this game is actually very confusing from start to finish for me, because I think king b1 on move 10 has been... no, it's with the bishop on b4.
No,
these
this
are
is a main move. This is normal.
Sure, I thought it was the bishop e7 Taimanov, and then I was about to go on a rant, but with the bishop on b4 there's no rant incoming.
We'll see how it all goes. Back to the big guys. Magnus Carlsen is facing the prodigy. And we'll be there. I need to scroll a bit, but don't we all enjoy a bit of scrolling? Wei Yi, and after knight takes f4, queen takes f4. In the break, I checked with the computer, as I do, to sound smarter coming out of the break. The computer said queen c1 with a small white edge. But Magnus, not too worried, starts with f3.
And knight b6, queen c1 actually is what happened further. And yeah.
What's knight b6? He wants to go here? Or
I'm not
d5?
sure. I think maybe preparing d5 is a larger part of reasoning there, because knight c4 doesn't really do very much. Queen c1, rook a c1, and here you can play the immediate d5. You can also maybe play f6, bishop f7 first, or just f6 and keep it there.
Yeah, but here
No, now I will play. Now I will play bishop f7, rook a d8, and
you're on time with d5.
I hope to be. I'm not sure I am, but I hope to be like bishop b3, a b g5. Yeah, even this might not be entirely equal after e5, because I have to pay attention that the rook doesn't land on the 7th somehow. But if you play d5 immediately, in the position they have on the board, I'm a bit worried about e5. I'm not sure what I should be worried about more as black here. Here knight c4 is a move as well. But I will have to take on c2 anyway after f4. I can't allow f5, so we will end in the same position anyway.
Yeah, you take white, right? Not by much, but
yeah,
if anybody's better as white, he's faster.
Sure. Your pawn majority looks a lot more threatening than black's pawn majority, at least currently.
Time to do something
g5
like
b3, no, rook f2. I think
too far away.
Yeah, I think you're trying to self-mate again.
Possibly.
Yeah. No, this it looks like a very quiet endgame, but it could liven up very easily if. Especially if Wei Yi plays d5 and allows e5. This is a very unbalanced type of structure. Well, yeah, one game we haven't looked at for a while is the Rapport Wojtasza game, and I have to say that I'm really I feel the way Richard approached the solving the problem of his pawn on e4. I sort of disagree with. Strong words, yeah. Harsh criticism.
Sort of disagree with.
Yeah, harsh criticism.
In your face, Richie. I should stop the nicknames thing. Apologies to Richard. Castles, what do you disagree with? h4?
I think playing b4 at some point really did make sense. Yeah, I don't like allowing rook e8 simply. I think driving the knight away so that rook e8 would not actually hit the pawn on e4 with the tempo was better. And because we were always going to do that, I actually preferred doing it even before playing knight f4. Sort of exactly the way we were doing it when we were analyzing it. And
have you noticed my amazing restraints, that I'm not making any jokes about playing b4 before?
Yeah. Every time I mention the move,
You're kind of nervous that it's
yeah,
coming, right?
and it hasn't come so far, and I am admiring your
Patience.
patience today, but I'm sure you will ambush me with it at some point. And anyway,
The threat is stronger than the execution, ladies and gentlemen.
absolutely.
Complete nonsensical rule in chess. Always go for the execution. You can't buy anything for threats. Just do it. I never understood that rule at all. Anyway, 95 bad because stupid bishop. But the computer thinks it's not as bad as human
Yeah.
hungry eyes would assume.
My initial assessment of this when I saw that Richard went for this with the machine will just scream that black is a lot better. The machine says this is still close to equality, I guess because white's position is so solid and it's not that easy for black to create anything. But you will be grimly hanging on here with white for the rest of the game, hoping that f4, for instance, never happens because the current position they have is whoops.
Don't touch anything. We've discussed this.
Yes. The current position is rook d1, queen f6, queen g2. Radek decided not to allow any h5 for the future and went h5. And if you imagine black actually landing f4 and not losing a pawn for it, I think the resulting structures are just hopeless for white. But as things are, you can play bishop f3, play king g2 next, and hope that black never opens any files, basically. If black manages to open anything at all in this position, the bishop is so dead that you're effectively playing sort of half a piece down here, and your only real hope here is that the position remains closed, and then you're not much worse here. You're never better, but you're not much worse.
I have a different question for you. What's the social convention if you're drinking tea? Do I have to take this out? Is it like, does it look silly to have this thing flying around, or is it okay?
I would, but
What's the normal waiting time until you take your tea back out of your cup?
we actually switched to sort of brewing a full teapot of tea, and we kind of gravitated away from using tea bags altogether in my household. So I no longer really know anything on the subject.
So you used to know, but you forgot since you switched to brewing full tea?
Yep, that's what I'm going with. I know it sounds completely implausible, but that's the answer I'm going with.
I'm gonna need help then. So is playing Van Veli and is a little better. I was surprised during my machine tour that the machine thought Wesley was seriously better here, but it did not approve of this bishop h6, h4 business Luki did.
No,
I can kind of see why now.
I think it will return to f4. Luki is trying to build this
checkers position.
Wave breaker, yeah, and hope the black never really opens anything. It's similar actually to what Richard will be doing for the remainder of the game. You establish the structure on the king side with the pawns on the dark squares. Then you play bishop f4. You hope it gets traded off, and then you say, yes, I will never have any active plans in this game ever again, but neither will you, and let's agree that this is very peaceful.
You gotta be extremely careful though, because
yeah.
Especially if you're going EF, which I'm not sure you have to, you might be able to go GF. This could become another target after GF, H6, G5 one day. Could be an option.
And Wesley played A6, A5 here. Sort
hinting.
of hinting, maybe, I mean, Rook A6, B6 is one plan. And the other thing I wanted to mention, is Knight takes C3 followed by A4 ever something you would consider? I think it might be, because if you can make sure that the pawn from C3 never gets to C4, and then you play B7, B5, that pawn on C3 will be an eternal weakness you can play against, and you also probably win the A file. So, yeah, no, black has a very enjoyable game here, quite clearly.
We have mixed opinions on the average length of a tea bag in the cup. Someone says 2 till 3 minutes, depending on sort. And Sheen 79 gives an answer that makes sense to me. Depends how strong you want the tea. Look at the color. It's very brown. What does that mean, Sheen 79? Do I want it very brown, or would I have preferred it slightly less brown?
Well, it depends on how strong you generally take it.
But he said look at the color.
So you want more specific instructions, like a color scale.
That'd be excellent. Like I can't taste.
I think
use
it's
my taste
I
buds.
think it's difficult to do. I mean, if chat is allowed to post pictures, then maybe he could post like a color scale with arrows pointing to various parts of the spectrum and saying, "Take it out now, immediately." And if it's that color, you can keep it in for a while. But I don't think they are allowed to post pictures in
No,
chat.
I
So.
would hope he would get muted for hours for trolling stuff like that in the chat when there's a lot of important chess games going on. Like, why would you discuss teabags? Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to post pictures, or probably there's no technology with it. What do I know? Anyway, thanks for the input.
That's. I'm really, really wondering about this. Adiban's bishop made
So
made
it's
it.
like bullet play. Let's go for threatening checkmate on h7 and hope they pre-move something else.
No, but it was on a4, and it could have been traded for a perfectly reasonable bishop on c6. And then Adiban decided to wait for a move with rook d1, which is sort of understandable, but probably he may have forgotten about the existence of bishop b5 as a move.
This is an easy move to miss, because you
Yeah.
expect the bishop to stay or to go here.
And now you no longer really have that capture, because taking on b5 is really unattractive.
Well, still equal, but slightly worse equality
Yeah.
instead of slightly better equality.
Exactly. So he played bishop b3, which already is
Yeah.
a weird square. Pavel decided to grab some space here with h5, which I don't believe I've seen this in these structures. You generally play h6, you don't play h5. But he decided that, space good, more space, more better. And this is what we have on the board right now. And I think Pavel now is waiting for Adiban to actually come through with the threat and go e5. And then he will play g6, and he will be extremely happy because his bishop on c6 will be the biggest and the baddest bishop on the board of the 4 available.
But maybe Adiban is just trying to free his queen for maneuvering by putting the bishop here, because he can't expect to go for
a
checkmate.
lot more likely. Yeah.
I just switched on the computer because it was curious what it would say, and says white is actually better after rook d2. That's how I came up with this deep plan. We'll find out, but yeah, it looks like Adiban.
I'm
is
slightly
still in
curious as to why he played h5, frankly, because the plan you're currently showing, rook d1, rook d2 followed by queen d1, it will create a bit of an awkward choice for Pavel. You don't really want to play g6 until white play d5. And if you play h4, queen g4 will be very awkward. So yeah, choices, you might have to play c4 and hope you can hold this pawn with the queen, but that is potentially very awkward.
Also, structurally, you don't really want to show your hand here yet.
No, not as early as this, yeah. It's not a bad move in some positions, but probably not as early as this. Okay, so this could actually liven up. We expected, if the bishops were traded on c6...
I expected a token, extra 15 moves here, white, pressing a
Yeah,
bit.
you
but that's
take,
not
you go
enough
rook
there.
d1, black actually probably trades the rooks as well.
You want to.
Yeah, and nothing much is going to happen in the game. But instead of that, we're getting the full Adiban treatment. Well, as much as possible of it in the position they have on the board.
Yeah. I'm very confused by the chat, sorry for switching. First of all, they're assuming I've never had tea in my life from my previous questions. They are operating on the assumption, probably reasonably, that this is the first tea I'm ever having. So I'm getting tips like, just don't try green tea. Which I have tried green tea in the past. I have to admit.
Yeah, I have to, giggling like a schoolgirl, I think, is the only appropriate response to this. Yeah.
Then there's the age-old question: is Jan taller or Peter? Maybe Jan as he plays basketball. I gotta clear that up. I haven't touched a basketball. Well, ever is not true, but I don't play basketball. I just watch it. I take a very passive approach to my sports. Like, I spectate. I don't really move.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement here.
Also, I'm much taller than Peter. How could he?
That also is true, sadly. Yeah, I actually tried playing some sports, which is why I have a torn cruciate ligaments and a broken arm, which has titanium plates in it and all these things. So I think it has now been expressly forbidden for me to play ball games of any sort by the powers that be.
Wow. I also have titanium plates on my arm. We have so much in common.
Yeah.
I have 2. How many do you have?
1.
Oh, see?
You're ahead in, every single conceivable front, I think. We've established that.
No, that's not true. I'm trying to think of one.
Yeah, and people are asking us about the movie. I will say that
Horrible.
I would much rather
Hated it.
would much rather watch 2 hours of Miracle Rogue than 2 hours of Rogue One.
What's Miracle Rogue? Some magicians?
Miracle Rogue is great. Rogue One bad. End of discussion.
Yeah, I was very unhappy. I keep falling for this. Like I told you this story that whatever new Marvel or Star Wars franchise movie, they always give it 90% on Rotten Tomatoes. And I get all worked up. And then you watch it and you think, okay, this is sort of empty calories. What am I doing with my life? Then I fall for it again. I think I should authorize these big franchises to just, withdraw 14 euros or however much it is from my account every year, and I don't have to go watch the movie, and everybody's happy.
Yeah, I think that would be. I agree with all of that. Yeah, because.
Miracle Rogue in depth. It's nerd stuff. I'm not going there. All right. So you do not consider chess as sports, guys? No, of course not. Sports requires an element of movement. Nah, I'm being half tongue-in-cheek. I don't have a serious opinion on that. Like you could.
There's
give all these
lots and lots of things happening in the Geary game. We should go there.
All right. I can tell you that Geary had not attended a gym until St. Louis 2016 in his life. But he's still young. He doesn't need to.
But I think during that tournament he had this plank competition with Ashley.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He started his sports career there with a plank competition, and then he actually went to the gym. So.
No, but I think they did a 2-minute plank, which means that he is remarkably naturally fit. Because I think
He only weighs 22 kilos, which makes it much, much easier to do planks.
That is also a fair point. Yes.
What's going on in this game?
I have no idea. Anish went for something a lot more ambitious than what we were discussing.
We wanted some queen takes f4. Anish wanted gf3. Whoa.
Yeah, that's
did not even cross my mind.
Well, it's because we played queen g2 and then it wouldn't have been possible. And queen c1 with the express purpose of playing gf is an interesting take on things here.
G5 first.
Probably forcing black to play g5, I think.
This looks horrible.
Yeah, you don't really want to do anything else. g5, and Anish had taken both the knights, and here I was kind of I thought bc queen c6 king h8 was very unclear, but I guess it really isn't because you should go king h1 as well, or maybe you include queen c3 check.
Oops.
You can also include queen c3 check at any point.
Check.
And I guess white is just a pawn up, and then you create a passed pawn on the a file, and you feel very happy about everything. Rook g1, I guess, for safety's sake. And then you start playing on the queen side because your king side is now secured. And I guess Dmitry agrees because he played rook fc8 in reply.
So what's Anish's point? He wants b5 or what?
No, I would probably place. I don't know. I was looking at king h1 followed by check on g1 and queen b2 against anything.
It looks very dangerous.
But I mean, I can play king e7 here, maybe. Or king e7, for instance. I can also go king h8 and f6, but that looks ugly. That I don't really want to do unless I'm completely forced to.
This also looks ugly.
This doesn't look particularly attractive either. You can play e5, maybe I play d5 in reply.
Yeah, that's what I'm staring at. Maybe no breakthroughs yet. No. Yep, not so easy yet.
But yeah, it really blew up from a position where it felt like there will be some kind of a technical endgame, with white having much the better of it.
What about the very simplistic plan?
Rook a5, yeah. You allow rook a5. And this. Although you still, king h1, rook g1, rook g2 is still in time, I think, actually.
No, but rook c5 bothered me already.
No. This
I'm just trying to keep my extra pawn.
Well, you were getting mated on the king side, so I mean, king h1 was kind of required, I think. And now once again we switch to giving checks ourselves. Although once again rook ac6 and I run towards e7. How bad can this be?
Shouldn't this bother me?
Rook g1 g2.
Okay.
And that was the entire point here.
Well, it's still better even here, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Bit of a choice
And
for
b5 has been played by
Mr. Anish.
Anish, yeah.
You could say something about dialectic materialism or whatever you want to.
Yeah, I think I've done that. I've done that more than enough.
Some people would say can never do that enough.
And they will be wrong.
Probably. How's the Maxter?
Well, black did play d5, and now
We're getting this,
the big choice is, yeah. But I think you kind of need to, because otherwise you just offer a draw, pretty much. I mean, if you take on d5, black takes on e1, maybe not even that, because I became mildly interested with dc6 after
Yeah,
bishop
that's
takes
what I
c2.
was going to ask. Takes. Is this possible?
Bishop a4, cb, rook b8 might not actually work, but it's an option to be discussed. Bishop d7. I think I'm not running out of squares, although c4, c5 is, yeah, could actually be quite good. But also just d5, knight takes d5. I don't know why I've taken on e1. You don't need to.
Yeah. There's no direct knight f5, knight d6 action. There should be nothing.
So, sort of regardless of how strong e5 actually is,
He's
It's-
gonna do it. If he
yeah,
feels
it's-
he's not worse, he's just
yeah,
gonna.
it's the only move that keeps the game going. Knight c4, f4. Yeah, we looked through this. There's never any time to take on b2. What else is there after e5? Also, why hasn't e5 been played yet? Can we try and establish what could be bothering Magnus there?
Je ne sais pas.
Yeah. Also, je ne mange pas ce jour, and has been played.
Tu ne manges pas toujours?
Ce jour.
Ce jour. Same thing.
No, it's more days. I'm claiming it's specifically 6 days.
Ah, okay. Je ne peux pas parler français.
Yeah, we can all agree on that point, both of us. But yeah, we'll stop with the horrible French accents.
It's not a French accent. It's just trying to speak French.
Yeah, that was phrased incorrectly. So BC played in Giri Andrekin, and now Andrekin hopefully has options.
This looks like the move you want to play, though.
D5? No, but D5 you probably lose.
Give me.
Queen G5, Queen D5. I was trying to. Yeah, I'm probably just Rook G1 and I just lose. King F8. Yeah, lucky there's no immediate mate. I mean, I play Rook C6 and I pretend game continues. Rook
You
takes
deserve to lose.
A4. No, Rook takes A4 doesn't work because Queen B8 at least. Yeah, this looks horrible.
Too active.
Yeah, looks horrible. Okay, so d5 really isn't a move. Rook a5 we discussed. It looks very attractive, but it still doesn't seem to immediately equalize because of king h1. You would like to attack the pawn on f3 somehow, but that allows white to pick the f4 pawn up. There aren't any squares which don't allow that. And white's plan here is very simple. You want to go king h1 against most things, yeah. You want to include queen c3 check, I guess, in some positions, but I would wait because it's not going to disappear, and I don't want to even think about rook endings after queen g7.
No, this move is the one that's crying out to be played
Yes,
to me.
yeah, and a king h1 I think is the correct response, and this is I think where people should be. This is like the starting point for the discussion here.
And here, what do we do? Check here.
Queen b2, yeah.
Are you actually checkmating me? If I
No,
take?
no, that's what I was. And rook a5 has been played, so we are very, very correct in discussing these positions. They are very likely to happen. Queen h8, rook g8, but once again, I'm not even sure I'm threatening mate there. I'm threatening checks, but I'm. If black plays something like queen h3 here,
Which is threatening mate.
yeah, and white probably has the perpetual with rook e8, rook d8. But after I go back to e7,
Not sure about the perpetual.
so clever. So clever. Okay, rook a5, king h1 on the board, and yeah, we're looking at a very possible position which could arise after rook ac5. We think queen b2 is by far the most natural move here, and I think it is. Rook hc6, rook g1, king f8. Yeah. And this is the issue that in heavy piece endgames, it's not that easy actually to get to the king, even in the center of the board, if it has pawn cover, which is why ba I don't really.
You don't care.
Oh no, you. I have rook c8. I have rook c8 luckily for me.
Yeah. Nah. Trying to make this work, but it doesn't.
Even queen g6. Yeah. I'm not sure I'm getting mated after king f6, frankly.
I understand.
But you can win the a5 rook.
Not just queen g6.
Queen g6, black is slightly better. Maybe not even slightly. I think it's very likely we're headed towards something like this, and yeah, Anish might realize that he's not as much better here as he probably had hoped.
Yeah, it's not obvious what to do.
Sure, and when I look at this position and I look at that endgame we were discussing with the bishops on b5 and d6 and 2 against 2 on the queen side, I honestly feel like I would have taken the bishops.
Could be that he missed rook a5 or something from afar. But
maybe, yeah, very possible, because he had the option, even in the game after queen c1, bishop 3, it doesn't matter, you take on over the queen.
Right up his wheelhouse too.
Yeah. I think he would really have enjoyed putting a lot of pressure on his opponent in that endgame. And here, it very much depends on whether you have something immediate, because, I mean, material is now equal. Yeah, he played queen b2, but yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Rook 8 c6, I think, is a lot stronger than rook 5 c6, because why would you allow a5, rook a5? And unless there is something immediate available to white which we're not seeing, I don't really know what it could even be. Black might just be completely fine.
I'll ask the comp. Comp likes white still. a5. Ah, he does my trick.
He does your trick, but
probably more cunningly.
Yeah, in a better sequence.
Some people say comp's smarter than me, and this I can get behind. That this is still pressure with.
Although rook h5 and followed by rook g5 probably trades the rooks off.
Even then,
oh no, I lose the d6 pawn. Sorry, yeah, I lose the d6 pawn. Yeah, white definitely will continue pressuring here. Although with such limited material available, I'm not sure if this is winning for white. But you of course have every right to continue searching for advantages here.
I hope we don't have to do all these chores of explaining why Giri blew another good position. I'm not sure it was ever a winning position today. It's more choices between ways to keep pressure.
Yeah, it was, and also, you know, if we wanted to go down that entire rabbit hole again, you could maybe, like, if you look at the position after bishop b5, bishop g4, and you give this position to Anish, and then you completely erase his memory of all the discussions about him making draws and being a very dry player and blah blah. And you just leave him with his skill in this position. I think he takes the bishops.
Maybe.
But, and once again, maybe I'm completely off the mark here, but could it be that it's influencing his decisions towards what appears to be the sharper continuation?
I've had that theory a bit for a while, but I think it might not just be giving in to public opinion, but also realizing I do not win enough games to make the next step, so something is a little off, and he's forcing himself to play more sharply because he feels this is what he has to do to evolve, not so much because he's afraid of getting bullied by X on Twitter. But yeah, you could see it from either perspective. I agree that he's trying to sharpen his style a little.
Yeah, it's
Also, the opening, like the Scotch, is not something you play if you want to play a dry technical game. Typically.
yeah. And rook ac6 was played, and Anish needs to spot this a5 tactic, which he will.
Yeah.
You really badly want to include the a1 rook in the game, and you need to open some files for your pieces. So I'm fairly confident that he will find that idea.
Me too. Mr. Magnus, who does not need any incentive to keep the game going, even though, well, he's always playing for a win, but he's doing so in a technical style many times.
This is not such great fun for black. It's a lot harder for black to create anything at all here. We have various plans available to white on the other hand, because
knight e4, c4.
yeah, you always
question,
have to have a good reply to c4, because if you don't, you might just lose.
This,
Yeah,
then you could end up in serious trouble.
yeah. And white even has an option of trying to force black to do this, because after king f3, there is an idea of playing knight f5 and threatening this knight d6 incursion. And if you go knight e4 once again, I want to just play c4 here and try and force the exact same structure change. Sorry. Yeah, Magnus will feel, I think, reasonably happy about things here, because he is in the driver's seat here. He might not be hugely better, but he definitely is, the side pushing the action.
Also, yeah, given his position after 15 moves, I believe he's quite happy that he converted this to a slightly better endgame.
Yes, yeah, all of that I think is very, very fair. And in Rapport Wojtaszek, yeah, what we have is sort of exactly what we were describing. Radek is looking for ways in. White does not have and will not have any active plans available to him, and will continue trying to hold this, not allow b4 breaks, not allow anything on the king side. Might be able to do it.
Similar to his kayaking game, where his position also was not very pleasing to the eye, but he managed to cover everything and draw.
Yep.
Do you think that Wesley So will also find inroads?
I think he's actually going for the plan I described. He wants to take on c3 and go a4, or maybe start with a4, because you can. No, that allows rook takes a4. That doesn't quite
Why not
work.
rook b6?
Yeah, rook b6 also is.
You can
Yeah,
still
you can-
defend the
you
pawn,
can
but
play
bishop d1 is not the prettiest side.
No, it's not.
There's even my d2 jumps.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. No, these types of structures, if you allow all this freedom for black, you can very easily end up in positions you will dislike quite seriously.
What else is a problem? His bishop is not really a two-way player. This bishop is limited to going to f4, offering the exchange, but it can't really interact with the queen side. If this knight c3, a4 happens, it can't cover c3. So yeah, it's not fun.
But also, I think the time has come to play bishop f4, because you need to start limiting the material, and also you might really find a use for the a3 square for your rook if black piles on this pressure on the b3 pawn. It might be absolutely required to hold the pawn and not lose it. So I don't know if bishop f8 or something like that is a move, because
I wasn't sure, but allowing this bishop.
yeah, it's a very nice square you probably don't want to give white, but on the other hand, like 92. But yeah, you have bishop c7 there.
Earlier with a question from Pramod. What's up with the rosé shirts? Pramod only tolerates white shirts, and in general, I'm with him. I agree that white is always the right color for a shirt, but sometimes you want a little variety, and nowadays it's quite established that you can wear light blue and light pink shirts.
I think I
They are
brought
very
three.
much mainstream.
I am wearing a white one today, but I think of the I think 6 shirts I brought here, 3 are pink. So
I own tons of shirts, but I really 98%, I believe that is the number, of the time I'm wearing the white shirts I have, and I never wear any of the others. So it's a bit sad. Another problem when you're doing this TV for bazillions of viewers, it's always very advised to wear unicolor shirts, because else if you wear something with stripes or dots, it can blur the picture. Therefore, on TV, on internet TV, you're always told to wear something solid, which limits your options. I hope that answers your question, but I'm very willing to discuss the topic further.
I think maybe the Aronian Nepomniachtchi game and
We should
draw.
update people on the move repetition here.
Yeah.
This has happened. Levon took a lot of time.
Well, he did take a decent chunk of time here because his position looks promising, and there are all those Queen H4 options in every single position here, but none of them seems to work. At least we couldn't make any of them work, and he eventually settled on the repetition here.
Yeah, and we get this typical modern chess, very sharp game with both sides being well prepared, and my guess would be playing flawlessly. We would have to check earlier, but it looked like a correct game.
Yeah, it looked like a very well played, very sharp Benoni type structure, and yeah, promised to be very exciting. But when people don't make mistakes, it does end in a draw every now and again.
That's the problem with chess.
And in the Arjiban Ilyanov game, there have been further simplifications.
Here it is. Yep. This bishop came over here.
Arjiban, instead of rook d2, which we kind of liked, he went queen d2, which...
Didn't attend the Pioneers Palace where they told you to build the battery. You need the rook in front, the queen behind.
No, but I think even more importantly, rook d2 would stop rook d8 at least for... Actually, that's probably not true, because you could still play it exactly in the same fashion as Pavel did. Because if you take and play queen d1, there is bishop a5. And this is very similar to what they have on the board right now with the inclusion of the pawn on h4.
Gotcha.
C4.
Yeah, not enough. Or nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a lot at all. No. And something similar happened in the game. He played queen d2 instead, which allowed Pavel to even shift the pawn forward one move, and now he played bishop a5. Yeah, this has to be completely fine for black. I'm wondering
Not quite time to get this mating threat.
No, I'm wondering if it could be slightly awkward for white, but probably also not.
Yes, not committed enough crimes.
No, of course not. But tactically, if you play queen g2 or something, I mean queen e1 or queen d2 or any of those moves which you sort of want to do, there is bishop c3 and queen e2.
If I throw in, okay, I don't want to play a4.
No, if 4 queen b6, I'm not sure what you gain, apart from the fact that now the queen will not come to e2, but the pawn at a4 will now be hanging in every single position. So.
I understand. Yeah. So how do we make a draw here, Mr. Adiban? Let's figure it out.
It shouldn't be a huge problem. I think you start by taking...
Let's do this.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The point being that you can take on h4 with check. Or actually, not with check. And after queen f8, you have not made a draw. You actually gave black a lot of hope suddenly. But I think after queen takes a5, even g takes h4 might not be such a stupid move, frankly. Just gh and play. I mean, it's not a particularly impressive extra pawn, but it is an extra pawn in a position with very limited material on the board, so probably not a horrible idea.
I'm expecting a draw in this one. I have a feeling that Luke Van Velde will end up in trouble in this game.
Yeah, that's sadly the impression you get here.
Also, I haven't checked the clocks for a while, but it does look like it's probably not ahead on that count. Wesley in general, very practical guy. Wesley has 20 minutes, Luke has 11. No major time trouble.
Well, but it is for 20 moves left.
Yeah.
That is, I think, the most important stat there. Wesley has twice as much time, and there's actually for Luke 10 for 20 is a pressing time trouble situation. Yeah, it spells trouble for him here. Yeah, rather trying to find something to do on the queen side, but white's stabilized here, and it's not immediately obvious what he can do. You can play knight e4 at any point, but I'm not sure if it creates threats.
You have a fan in the chat, Svidler on increments, says Svidler is the best chess player ever. Not
That is
chess commentator, chess player ever.
That is quite obviously untrue, but thanks for the sentiment.
And Anish, arguably the best Dutch chess player currently. I should not insult
Jan Hendrik.
Jan Henrik, or I was thinking Uwe, even though, nah, let's not do cross-era comparisons. Uwe was world champion.
Yeah.
And
But somehow
Anish found a5 was the point I'm trying to get.
Yeah. No, Anish, I would bet serious money he will not miss this. It's so logical to include your other pieces in the game, and now queen b8, queen b7 is also not that hard to spot. And you get a bit of a freebie here. You have pressure for not a lot.
It is nice.
Yeah. Magnus played... Hang on a second. That is mystifying.
Yeah, why didn't he do this before?
Why didn't he do this c4? Maybe he just didn't like the knight returning to c5 after c4, cd5, rook d5. Maybe he didn't want to open the files for the black rooks either. 96, yeah.
This is different?
Yeah, this is a lot different because you want to play f5 and take on d4 with a pawn in these positions.
So he thought, okay.
Is g5 a move?
Welcome to my house.
The thing is, it doesn't really create any threats because we can take with the king on f4 and we're reasonably happy about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Here I probably play f6, or maybe rook e6, rook d8 is also okay. I'm not sure why you played knight f5. I would still maybe go c4. I'll continue trying to get some mileage out of this. But maybe here takes on f6 or e6. I'm okay with that.
Gets sharper all of a sudden.
It does get sharper. GF king takes.
I'd like to do something like this, but I'm not.
Takes on d5. No, let's start with this. No, and then I take on a5. And you've given me a pawn for not very much. No, I think maybe the point Magnus is trying to make here is that he can actually spend the tempo on this and still play c4 on the next move because there's nothing black can do that stops it. And he could well be true. I mean, correct, not true. What's the clock situation in this one? A half an hour against 6 minutes. This is not going to be easy for Wei. And he does play g5 because he realized that he needs counterplay, but it might not be timely enough here.
Discover Chess is pointing out, why didn't he do this before? And you replied, why didn't he do this c4? Jan didn't get the joke. Discover Chess, if you think I don't get b4 or c4 related jokes, you're very, very wrong. And this is probably the first time you're ever watching this. This is all we're doing, really.
Yeah.
So I'm very offended by that sentiment. Like pointing out blunder pieces is fine, but the b4 or c4 jokes, I don't even know what to say about it. This is shocking.
And the game is progressing towards the position we were discussing. And I think black probably needs to take on f4 and go f6. But the resulting position I quite like for white. gf4, king f4. I feel quite strongly that allowing cd5 will result in positions which are close to lost for black. Which is why I'm advocating gf4, king f4, f6, forcing white to play e6, I think. And then something like knight g5. But white will just play c5. This is something I missed originally. Because I thought this will open the d-file for the black rook, and it doesn't. And then you end up with a position which is probably quite horrible, I guess, yeah? Rook e7, rook d8, but I'm in time to play h4, drive the knight back to king e5, king g7, you can do at any point, you're welcome to it. But h4, knight e4, and then e4 is a nice square, but e6 is, you will have to sacrifice the exchange on e6 to win this pawn. which is probably a good situation for white to find himself in. And c4 blitzed out by Magnus, not unexpectedly. That was always going to be the main idea here.
Magnus also trying to play quickly to keep the pressure on Wei Yi, who's become a bit of a time trouble. Well, I'm not sure if specialist, but he's prone to time trouble. We realized that in last year's Vike and in Bilbao as well. He's quite good at it because he's so strong tactically. It doesn't mean he's going to blunder or anything, but still surprising. Normally, the time trouble addicts are a bit older, is it?
Breaking news. c4, c5 played. Now knight f5 might just win.
Doesn't this sort of
That's what I was trying to
undermine
establish.
his own knight?
Ah, no, no, but that just loses. I mean, you can do this and the knight is not lost. I mean, you can play c4 and knight c3, but after d6 you can resign.
Just as I was praising Wei Yi for his time trouble prowess, he does this here. Does the game continue? Not really. We do take and taking f4.
Yeah, that's probably what I would like to do here. Although rook c8 actually is a move. With rook c4 check. And knight e7 might not win because I'm in time to play rook e8 and collect. Rook c4, king g5, rook d8. You might lose this way.
Why is it always me?
Yeah, I don't know. So let's go back to knight f5 and see if black has anything better, because I'm pretty sure that this is losing. I mean, after g takes f4, I could maybe I might be forced to make a slower move of some kind, but no, d6 first, and yeah, after gf. Maybe I will have to play rook e1, but I think the assessment probably doesn't change, because f6 c6 is always completely lost, and I will eventually pick up all this stuff up and just win. So let's go back to knight f5 and look for options. Move 31. Does gf4 king f4 improve things for black or not? The reason I was so surprised by this is that now you don't have f6, because now f6 he takes d5, you just lose the knight. So this option is really no longer available at all. Well, you can do the same. You can force me to take on f4 with the king and then take c before and knight c3. Maybe that's what he's planning. Because this does create a fork which will not be very easy to avoid. Maybe it doesn't lose. Perhaps I got somewhat overexcited. Rook c8. White has a draw with knight e7. Or maybe not. Maybe he will even be able to press, but I'm not sure. Rook e8. Rook c3, rook e7. Should be a lot closer to a draw than anything else.
Yeah. Not much happening.
Yeah, maybe I got slightly overexcited there.
Magnus is in the tank now. And the chat is pointing out knight b5 is a good move here.
Ah, stops knight c3. Makes perfect sense.
And some nice jumps.
Yeah, that does make sense. And could also be the reason why knight f5 hasn't been played yet.
Yeah, Magnus gonna calculate this as well as he can now.
Yeah, he also has plenty of time, so he realizes this maybe is a very important
Winning time.
Yeah, very important game deciding moment, and must not make mistakes.
That's another thing these strong players are quite good at. Normally, like knowing when to think and when they can play quickly.
Apparently, knight b5 is plus 4.40 wide on c6.
That's a significant edge.
Yeah, that would signify a rather large advantage for white. And knight c7.
This is the line.
Yeah, and knight c7.
Fair enough. Yeah, once you see the move, it becomes quite clear. Actually, it's just gotta think of something, but knight f5.
And it's really seemingly the only solution which crushes.
This is the other line, and yeah, this leads down this road. Comp gives this, and white keeps pressing.
White probably is a great deal better even here, but he's already played knight b5 here.
Yeah, he doesn't miss such things.
Magnus good.
Yeah, Wei Yi, he probably missed knight b5.
Yeah, you have to
expected
assume
knight
that,
f5.
but I think he also underestimated just how strong b4 was after knight e4. I think he thought he can put the knight on e4 and wait for white to play the eventual c4 and then return. And after b4, the return became very uncertain.
Yeah. It's very hard to play such positions against the world champion with 5 minutes versus half an hour. Or even without the 5 minutes, half an hour thing. But now it's
Which is why I was
closing.
trying to make an argument for postponing d5 for a move and playing bishop f6, bishop f7 first.
Sure.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid specifically this structure, and I don't know if it's that great, but I thought it definitely deserved consideration.
So for now, it looks like Magnus will probably win this game. Jump to 3 out of 4. And as you mentioned, his quietly good start might be trouble for...
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm becoming too much of a Magnus fanboy. He's not even in the lead, but he does look like he's in shape.
Well, he probably will be tied for first after this game, very likely, because the position seems to be objectively winning, and it's hard to imagine him spoiling it from here. Variations do seem rather straightforward there.
Yeah, he's gonna win this, no question. Anish Giri is very close to his first victory of the day. The computer keeps hanging in here. I have the computer switched on. I might as well show you guys the engine evaluation. And it says after queen h3 that it's still equal.
Yeah, and Dmitry actually has been thinking in this position for a while and showed some hesitation in taking the worse endgame after ba5. So he probably is trying to make queen h3 work.
Line. How does this go?
Although,
Some
I mean,
sick stuff.
here you need to play king e7, and this is not going to be very easy to settle on this in a practical game.
The point is you want this, but you can't do it here because you get checkmated.
Yeah. No, finding this, and once again, I'm not sure what the clock situation in this game is, but playing queen h3 with the idea of allowing the white pawn to reach b6 and then play a quiet move like king e7.
Superhuman.
Yeah, Andreikin is a very, very good calculator, and he
Andreikin has 13 minutes, Magnus. No,
Yeah.
Anish has 11.
he might find it, but it really is a very, very difficult decision in a practical game. Even if you spot the idea, just trusting yourself enough to go for it is, yeah, I'd be extremely impressed.
Yep. Then there's rapport. Nothing much has changed here. Black is better, trying to break through.
Yeah.
And Van Veli, where
Yeah, this is
similar.
a horrible choice to have to make.
if he had to take here, it's not gonna be.
I guess he felt that knight d2 rook b6 was just too much of a threat, which could not have been allowed. And yeah, once you take on e4, whichever pawn black recaptures with, you're just not going to enjoy this at all.
His weakness very much stays. Here you avoid the exchange. I mean,
I think you try to keep the bishops on. You're still better even if you do that, but
it seems like bishops on is even nastier.
yeah, I think white has to hope that he has enough time to play h5 somewhere, but because if you allow black to even close down the king side, then you really have nothing to look forward to.
Then one day or another,
Yeah,
bad things will happen.
even if black doesn't even try to win the b3 pawn and just plays a4 and wins the a file, those positions also are very horrible.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna just be a very quiet positional. I'm not sure victory, but putting a lot of pressure by Wesley. So good job by him. And Luke, yeah, not in great shape so far. And We've talked about this before. It's very tough to be the underdog and have a bad start in such a tournament because the opponents don't get easier. It's 14 long rounds. Which game would you like to see?
I'm not sure. Let's see if maybe something happened in... No, Wei is still thinking, but Wei, I think, is just busted here, and he is coming to realize that. And the only line you can at least try to do something is, I guess, that line, CB, Rook D5.
He took on F4.
Ah, no, but then I think it's just completely dead, because he needed this knight D2 check at the end of the line we were discussing. This position might just be totally lost. Because if you have to do this, yeah, knight C3, I take with the knight now, and I go D6. I guess, or King E4. King E4 probably. D6, F6 I don't like to even try and calculate. Just King E4, take on C3. Just
no chance.
Andreikin played Queen H3. Okay, so he is now one decision away from making a very impressive draw, seemingly. Queen F3, Rook G2 on the board, and he needs to find King E7. But if you go for this, you kind of realize that Queen H8, Rook A7 is a mating threat. So you probably play King E7 simply out of necessity.
The point is, if we give a check, then all of a sudden this king.
Yeah, the king is reasonably safe. He played Rook A5. Okay.
Missed his spot.
But
the computer is no longer on, so we're left with your brain power.
Yeah, let's try to figure out what's happening here. If we go B7, what is he trying to even do here? Maybe it takes Rook B6.
He's hoping that white grabs the rook one way or another, and he has a perpetual.
Okay, so we've established the first line of defense, so to speak, for black. Rook A5. So far, I don't see how this loses, but...
King G1, King E7.
King G1 I can... Ah, no, sorry. Yeah. Nothing is actually threatened. So I can maybe even play something like Queen takes E4. Yeah, and ask you to pick that stuff up if you want.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work.
B7. I mean, we played B7 without really giving too much thought to the other options, and there could be some other options here. But just to illustrate, Rook A5, Queen D1 is an immediate perpetual.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta allow eternal check if we are trying to be clever, and take it now, because now we can stop this. We have the minor problem that this is nasty.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's any point in playing H4 right now.
H4?
Yeah,
Too
yeah.
deep. Oops. We do know that King E7 was the only good move, so this is sort of a tactics exercise. Find the win for Anish. Where is the win, Mr. Anish?
Yeah, it's one of those embarrassing ones where you know the answer exists, but it's not immediately obvious, and you're sitting there feeling a bit silly.
We should inform the viewership that Magnus Carlsen has won his game where he resigned here.
Yeah,
didn't really.
There really is no
feel the need to play this position out.
It's too horrible for words. I think you can remove the A2 and H3 pawns, and white is still better. That probably is a bit of an overstatement, but yeah, with all the pawns on the board, it's just utterly hopeless for black. No, I think we need to stick with the Geary game, because this is where all the action is, and we're still trying to use our gray cells to figure these things out, and so far not really succeeding all that much.
H4, as you said, apparently, is the correct solution.
But not in this position.
Where did you say it?
I suggested it, I think, here, and you should do it after B7 and Rook A1 and Rook B6.
Ah, here instead of king g1. Oh, yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
that
sense.
actually makes
Yeah,
more
that's
sense
very
because
logical.
I saw some lines in the previous positions where black could actually use the. But here after king e7, I was kind of wondering because queen a7, queen h3 is mate. Ah, you can start with b8. Yeah, yeah, you can start with b8, and black doesn't have enough pieces to do all of his things.
No, it's no longer a perpetual,
Yeah.
no matter what you try. Yeah,
So the idea to
it's,
play h4 was correct, but you need to frame it properly. But okay.
it's possible to find, but it's not easy. Like, I'd say it's
I think
even money that he finds.
I think you settle on it eventually because you realize that there's no immediate victory and you need to safeguard your king. And then you start checking h4 in every single position. I think it's not impossible. It's not, I mean, we generally find, the easy stuff within the first 15 to 20 seconds because there's no pressure on us, there's no clock ticking. And yeah, it will take him some time, but I expect him to find it.
Some more developments. We'll jump back if Anish does anything. In Funville, so
Yeah, Luki
d5, c5,
yeah,
h4.
Luki at least found a way to open up the h file, which will give him some hope because he might be able to organize counterplay. He might also have to give up his entire queen side. Like in this position, I take on g6 and I go bishop g5. I think bishop e5 is just so strong. Stopping rook h6, rook h. I mean, rook b3, rook h6 might actually be quite unclear. Was the point I was trying to make here after bishop g5. If you take on b3 and I play rook h6 followed by rook bh1, I might be winning because I might be just giving mate here with white. But yeah, nobody's going to allow that. Bishop e5.
Strong. And then you start collecting.
Yeah, and once I've secured my kingside situation, I will start collecting along the b file. Yeah, looks grim for Luki.
Still a bit of play in the Adiban Ilyanov game, which we've sort of thought was gonna peter out.
I don't think so. You can just take on c3, queen takes a6 and play g6, and that is just nothing at all. Or you can play a5 and claim you're not even worse. I think the second idea is more attractive because you have the outside passer. Why are you even trying to force a draw? Yeah. No, black is, I think, perfectly comfortable here. And Anish has already played b7, and
It means he
yeah.
spotted it.
And now he needs to play h4, and black has a move not to resign there. You can play queen b3. And yeah, it's still a bit tricky.
How do we win?
Because apparently you have to...
Queen f6?
No, you're missing queen h3 again.
Might that be unfortunate?
No, I think you have to play king h2 either immediately or with the inclusion of queen a8 check first. Probably with the inclusion of queen a8 check first, because you don't want to have... You need for black to go king e7. And now you go king h2, and after rook b7, I assume you go rook g8. And you are the first to start giving checks, which probably means you are a heavy favorite to win, as usually is the case in this heavy piece endgames. But yeah, I mean, if this is the only winning sequence, but you kind of take it move by move. You don't see anything else apart from h4 in this position, so you play h4. Andreikin tanks for a while, goes queen b3, and then you, once again, by excluding the alternatives, you settle on this. So let's say if Anish was given this puzzle as a puzzle and told not to move pieces, and was told sort of not to start announcing his answer until he's calculated to the end, that would be a difficult thing. But if you're allowed to actually move your pieces, you just know h4 is correct here because you need to have squares for your king. And after queen b3, once again, you just rationalize your way through the line. Which is why I think he will settle on all these things. You need to stop queen h3 check. King h2 looks like a very difficult move to make, but it actually isn't.
No, once you're here, it's kind of the only move.
Yeah, it really isn't. And rook g8 is very easy because you need to activate your pieces.
And also, you can probably calculate that you're, well, I'm not sure if you're giving mate, but that you will
Queen e8,
do damage, yeah.
queen e8, king f6. And, I mean, game still continues because f2 is hanging.
Oh, keep playing.
Yeah, f2 is hanging. No, the game is sort of still on.
Is it?
I mean, you have to play king g2. I'm not even sure we're winning necessarily. f3. King g3. I mean, it's not easy actually.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, that would be a bit too far. Queen b3, yeah, check. King e7, king h2, rook b7, rook g8, queen b6. Yeah, I mean, if you have to play quiet moves here.
Not over yet. Still, the white king is safer because the black rook is not an attacker.
Yeah.
Chess machines say this is just winning, but it's not obvious.
No, chess machines have an advantage over us in positions like this quite clearly, and but still, if from a practical standpoint, you very likely get there or somewhere very close to there, simply because every single move you make is so logical.
What's happening in the chat? What am I missing? Simba has raised the bar. I will do the same, but I want a Pepe signed mug or GM Yan mug. Do I have to sign with GM Yan? And what are we talking about? I'm very confused.
I'm not entirely sure. No, I missed the beginning of that discussion, and then
I think people are saying they will buy an extra premium if Giri wins his game. I don't know if that's lack of belief in Giri or if it would be happiness if Giri wins his game.
And this remark from Gustis Gardner might have some relevance. He says Giri has too little time left to find everything. Let's see how little is too little. He has 3 minutes.
Andreikin has 12.
3 minutes against 12 for the 8 moves remaining. I think you still play h4. You really should feel you're risking nothing at all by doing it.
I'm a little... Of course, Chess24 is very happy if you guys buy more premiums, but I'm slightly sad that people... I'm assuming that's the implication, maybe I'm just very wrong. Have zero faith in Anish finding this.
I actually think he's favored to find it in this position. Once he's here, I think he will not allow the perpetual. There's no way he plays queen e8, b8, for instance.
And once again, maybe I'm reading it wrong, and it's just people would be happy if Anish wins this. I don't know.
People say it's happiness and they love Giri. That's the spirit. That's how you should approach it.
And yeah, you've explained it. H4, difficult move, but what else, right?
Yeah, it's a difficult move in a vacuum, but yeah, he has played h4. No, if people out there are surprised, I'm not for a second. He is a very strong player, and also there really isn't very much in the way of choice. Those two things combined.
Queen b3
Queen b3 blitzed out because everything else loses, and now yeah, the final difficult move, somewhat difficult move, queen a8 specifically, followed by king h2 in that order to prevent rook b8 from happening.
If you start with this, then
yeah, if you start with this, that you no longer drive the king to e7, and it's important to get the king to e7. But once again, not really such a difficult chain of reasoning here for a strong player.
We'll find out. The problem is the final position is not exactly winning like with the computer it is, but to differentiate, even if you calculate everything between this position and whatever, this is some other line the computer is giving to decide which one's better. I don't find that obvious. But
no, I think here king e7, queen e6, you kind of realize that black stabilized to a degree.
Yeah, even here.
No,
I don't disagree, obviously. But
he's playing king h2 straight away. I mean, he's found the idea.
I know my boy.
He's found the idea, but he framed it slightly, slightly imprecisely, and now his task will be harder.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Rook b7, queen g7. This looks like an easy choice, or an easy position to play, while the other one tricky.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. What's happening in Luki's game? This one I think we can leave for a while because this is no longer completely winning for white, and it will continue for a while.
Someone said earlier Luki managed to equalize. I'm not sure if that's true. It is true.
Yeah, because he is apparently he is better.
What happened? Whoa! Comeback. Bishop e5 was played. Rook a1, and here Wesley went for it too quickly. I have the computer on, that's why I know all these things. King g7 was the way to go when black is seriously better. But after rook takes b3, d6.
Yeah, I think what he missed is very easy to miss. After rook d3, d7, bishop c7, it appears as if black will be able to support the d3 pawn. But here rook c1 is incredibly strong. Everything else pretty much loses. But rook c1, b6, rook c3 is very, very easy to miss, I think, from some way away. Especially if you correctly calculate that everything else collapses for white.
So now Luke has to find this idea. Then again, everything else does lose, so he probably should find it.
And he played b3. Yeah, that probably is going to be...
Wow, Luke, that's a letdown.
yeah, that should lose.
Now Wesley's in time for bishop d8. That's sad. Luke missing his chance. Sorry, I'm slightly biased, but I'm very friendly with Luke. I worked for him as a second in this very Vikings tournament in the past. Always rooting for the guy, even though sometimes we poke a bit of fun at him.
Yeah, now if Wesley plays bishop d8, it probably is just completely horrible for white. Unsurprisingly, you don't really want to allow stabilization when you're pawn down already, and black has such a massive majority on the king-queen side.
Yeah. No, you just, well, this is an idea, easy idea to miss, but...
Yeah, you just need to see rook c1, and then you immediately realize it's correct. Yeah, Wesley did not play the here. Yeah, yeah. I guess you can also miss this. That's actually, you should continue this line. I calculated it when I was wondering myself, and because it was no longer relevant. Yeah, rook c5, d2. You play rook c8, d1, rook a8, and you might be winning for all I know. Yeah, probably is a perpetual there. Yeah, it is a perpetual, but white is just not worse at all because rook takes d8 is a threat. But yeah, Wesley also didn't play bishop d8, but I'm not sure if this helps Luki very much because...
No, he also played bishop e7, which is probably...
Yeah, now after c4 black just... the rook on d3 is just too strong.
Was this another chance though to do any rook c1 magic? And now rook c1 was the move. But...
Yeah, the immediate rook c1 here probably gave him slightly better drawing chances.
Okay, I'll switch off the computer because I don't want to sound smarter than I am. Andreikin will draw it now. We are being...
Well,
but this position, I'm not so sure. Still worse.
No, I think queen f6 may have been really inaccurate because of the last.
I should have gone for this. Huh?
Although why? Queen d8, queen d6, and also also this. Why is this such an easy draw?
It's not.
Maybe just rook d7 now.
I don't have time to do bad things.
Oh, huh.
No, I don't think I'm in time because this is too
Yeah,
weak.
queen f3 or something.
I would really like to do this. Nope.
Yeah, rook d7 followed by queen e6 sounds like a reasonably strong idea.
Yeah, and this looks much closer to a draw than to a win.
You can maybe improve this slightly by including queen h6 check before taking on f4, so that you have rook g7 at least. Like after rook g7, you can give a check. King goes to e7. You can give a take on f4. No, queen g5, king f8 does nothing. I think. No, it's the same type of position. So you take on f4, queen e6, rook g7.
Another dumb question. Taking this is slow.
Probably. Although I mean, it's not out of the question.
Let's postpone.
It's not out of the question at all. But maybe something like queen b2 with the idea of f3 and then queen e5. I'm probably going to hold this somehow with black.
I guess so.
No, there are still some questions to answer for Andreikin, and also maybe Anish missed rook d7 because I think apart from rook d7 I'm struggling to find the move that doesn't lose on the spot.
But then he probably saw it, right? I mean, cover d8 and d6.
Yeah, not a difficult move, but maybe he overestimated how strong his position is here. And rook d7 feels so slow also. Can he play queen h8, rook g8 in reply? Because now the squares are taken away and you threaten mate in one.
You do threaten mate in one. Looks quite scary.
Yeah, maybe the move is actually not rook d7 but queen b6.
I believe I read in the chat that queen b6 is not an easy move to make, so maybe that indicates.
Yeah, has already been made by Andreikin though. He is very, very strong tactician, and also very good in with limited time. He's one of the
One of the
stronger.
world's best blitz and rapid
Yeah,
players, right?
Sure.
Or at least he keeps winning events.
Yeah, and now you do feel that Black probably has things under control, because f3 is a bit of a threat to drive the queen away, and then play some like queen d4, queen e5 check.
The queen doesn't get to e6, so doesn't that mean that white keeps pressing quite a bit here?
Anish played f3,
This.
which
What
I also
take?
which I also sort of understand, stopping f3 from Black, but
Still trying to checkmate somehow.
well, activating the rook also, as mentioned, stopping f4, f3, which would distract his queen from a very good square. Yeah, I'm still wondering how exactly Black holds this. Maybe d5, yeah, but then queen h8, queen e5, maybe? Queen e6?
We'll find out, but it looks like Andreikin is not quite out of the woods yet. Still work to do.
Yeah.
Same goes for Rapport. This is just long passive suffering normally.
Yeah, you're at no point during this you're suddenly enjoying what you're doing. But on the other hand, very difficult for Black to actually play any of his pawn breaks.
If the queen goes here, at least we're targeting this.
Yeah.
And he's quite good. Well, he's quite good at chess, obviously, but at keeping such positions together. My money's on Rapport making a draw. Lucky boy thinks... what happened? Was this, but he's just material down here. Rook d3, bishop
Rook
d2.
d3, rook
was his
c4.
plan.
Even
Or rook c4.
even rook c4. He's only going to be one pawn down, but it's an important outside passer, and this will be difficult to hold. Because he has now two reasonably active rooks and a decent bishop on a3, he has some hopes, I guess.
Hopeless, huh?
No, not immediately hopeless, but still quite unpleasant, of course. The Adiban Elyanov game potentially sharpened up. Because White still has his extra pawn, and Black went for a bishop ending in which he does have the outside passer I mentioned, but his king is a lot further away. I guess it still should be a draw of some kind, but could sharpen up sort of in either favor.
Yeah. Hard to... I don't know. What do you do? Just
Yeah, I
f8?
think I'm clicking f8, and in particular to have
It's
a
nice to
4
make
f6.
F4,
Yeah.
F6 with f6.
Yeah, exactly.
What does White do? Bishop d5, a4, king d2.
Yeah, bishop d5 is a good start, but I probably play king e7,
Yeah, just one.
bishop a4.
Yeah, can't really see White winning this.
Is Black ever winning this? Like, if I get f6, king d6, king c5, I think it's not outrageous to suggest Black sometimes win those positions.
So maybe we have to have more of a sense of urgency, do something. This is an idea, or it's just dumb.
Well, I think it might be just to stop. He played a4. This is very confusing, because now after f3, for instance, he has bishop d1, I guess. I guess that's his point. Now this you lose. This you lose. More or less immediately. Yeah, but bishop d1 might be a good idea.
Let's go back to Anish. We will have all the time in the world after the time control to analyze this endgame. And after f3, rook to b8 has been played. This looks...
There's a very slow but very effective plan here for he played rook d2. I mean, he probably is in very severe time trouble, because I don't quite like rook d2. And I was about to suggest that playing h5 followed by h6 and rook g8 check was an interesting idea you could consider.
Yeah, it's not that slow actually.
No, I think it kind of forces black to play queen d8, and then we can play, for instance, queen h6, check, king e7, queen takes f4, and continue.
Apparently,
And
there was
e5,
also this move.
e5 was just winning on the spot apparently, because g5, queen h8, I guess you now give mate. Yeah, he'll be mad at himself if he finds out that by spending, but he's playing an increment though.
Yeah, he's down to 47 seconds now. I still don't see a mate here. How's his mate?
Check, rook e2 check. I guess. Rook d2 check. Queen takes h7.
Okay, it's not.
I'm not sure. I mean,
checks,
I'm just making
no.
moves, but I think eventually in a position like this, it will become indefensible with the king on e6, not covered by anything at all. Yeah,
Still rook d2.
rook d2 is a strange move to make because you don't even threaten rook takes d6 because of queen f2 I mean, it's mate. It's not even check. You also, yeah.
You don't threaten queen d6 either.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why he settled on this. I actually, e5 wins, and I would also prefer h5 to rook d2. h5 looked like a very strong idea, which required immediate attention from black.
How much time does Andreikin have? Andreikin does still have, yeah, 4 minutes. And I'm reading the chat. How did Giri miss e5? I don't think it's that easy a move, because even that position where we concluded earlier, it's still 2 pawns against 2 pawns. I understand it's a good move.
No, I think
very missable.
I think the idea just didn't occur to him because you include the queen in. Sort of, you feel like by playing e5, you connect the black queen with the king side.
Especially after it's
yeah.
been covered. No,
and psychologically, you don't really want the black defenders closer to the king. But if you actually sort of, if you start calculating, you settle on it very fast, I think, because it's quite clear it's strong.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're playing sort of directly on increment, these mistakes do creep up.
No, and of course there is some truth to the Giri Basher's point that he often does not convert good positions and has hence that many draws. That notion I never dispute. The notion I dispute is that he's not even trying and that he's thrilled to make draws.
Yeah, he's trying very hard. No, that is quite obviously untrue.
But I think, yeah, there is some point. I have no idea. I'm not a... I have similar problems that, yeah, he struggles converting very good positions compared to other 790 players.
I think Richard might be in trouble. Because he's allowed b4 here. I think his plan is to play a b f3. But I have a sneaking suspicion b takes c3 might be winning. Rook b2, rook d2 here. Takes c2 is a queen. I think Richard may have allowed, and Radek didn't play it though. I'm getting confused here because I think once again we have no idea what the. I mean, we could check, but when we're switching between games, it's difficult to check immediately. But how much time did Radek have to choose whether to play or not to play before? 4 minutes.
That's some time.
I think he should have considered it a bit longer.
Yeah, that's odd because that's what Black is hoping for.
Well, I think he's still maybe getting it because he played rook b7 and after queen e3 you can once again play before here, I guess. It's impossible to... I mean, yeah, and you can... Can we just briefly check? I'm curious if it was any good on the previous move.
Yeah, it was good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was wondering, yeah, no, but if you force white to play c4, you're ecstatic. Because now you can use the A file, for instance, rook a7 or something, maybe just completely crushing here. There also could be some tactics immediately, but even if they don't exist, forcing white to do this is a huge, huge achievement.
Let's go back to Giri because there's things happening at a breakneck pace, and they're still not out of the time travel phase. After rook d2, rook e8 has been played. And now, after a check, Giri has settled on e5.
But now rook g8 is... Andreikin had seen this. And now you probably have to take on d6, sadly, with the queen, I mean, because queen g1 check is a serious threat. No, Andreikin is good at these things.
This
He-
is
he
on
did-
the board.
Yeah, he did miss the previous e5, but I don't think he missed this one. This one I think he had seen.
Well, this one is easier to anticipate in a way because you let
Yeah.
your queen unprotected. So what is this? This is a draw, yeah?
This is this is rook g3. Black is even maybe the side pushing. I think you go e d6 and rook d4. That's a better
Well,
attempt.
it's a draw.
He has already taken on d6 with the queen. Yeah, this will end in a draw.
Poor Anish, yeah.
He missed one clear-cut victory. No, he probably missed what, if you analyze with the machine, are two clear-cut victories. One on move 34, where he should have started with queen e8 check. And then Andreikin had already defended his position successfully and then allowed some more tactics.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. I don't think he's defended his position successfully here. I think he's still suffering.
No, he is suffering, but I think queen c7 after f3. I mean, people were suggesting that queen c7 holds. And it's not an impossible move to make. Just continue improving, like bring your pieces closer. Queen takes f4, you have the option of d5 if you want it, maybe in some positions. But yeah, it's a weird move to make, and you can sort of understand why he didn't. But yeah, not even, because I think if Anish considered e5 after rook b8, he would have played e5 after rook b8. So he will be somewhat mad at himself for not even considering it for 3 seconds.
Yeah, no, I think he should be mad at himself for, well, allowing an instant force draw here.
Yeah, you
Don't
can
you
also
still have pressure here?
Yeah,
you
you
must
could-
still have pressure. Like,
yeah, queen g5
yeah, good
check and
go here, take the pawn, whatever.
no, that
I'll take the pawn, rook e6, then black is solid.
yeah, no, I think probably and the game has been agreed immediately, drawn after queen d6 e6 and the time control has been made.
Yeah, no, unfortunately for Anish, that's the story of many of his games. There.
Sure, and I can certainly relate because I'm also, arguably conversion is my weakest suit. Okay, so this is drawn. Luke is now
Lost.
totally lost because the a pawn will cost him an arm and a leg. Yeah, this is really sad because as we continue mentioning, like starting poorly in Vike when you're not a favorite to begin with is an incredibly uncomfortable situation. The tournament is very, very long and people start preying on you, and yeah, not going to be a fun 2 weeks for Luki if he starts with a half a point out of 4.
What to do? Wojciech has gone for the b4 breakthrough. They've made the time control. This is move 40.
Yeah, and White has to play a4 here, but you kind of do because you realize that you cannot possibly open the b file. That would be a...
At least he has some hope for the distant future with this passer. Not sure Radek found the best spot. We'll discuss it all in detail when we come back from our break, because we've made the time control. I would like to visit a bathroom. We have other games that are still going, like Adi Ban against Elyanov, where it's black playing for a win. We'll be back with you in a couple minutes. Thank you for watching the show. Welcome back to the post-time travel jungle that is this show. We are watching round number 4 of the Tata Steel Masters. Bunch of games still going. News so far. Magnus won, Anish drew. What else happened?
Aronian Nepomniachtchi was a very interesting, promising game to begin with, and then ended up being I think, a correct repetition somewhere around move 25. Pavel Ilyanov is now pushing in a bishop endgame, which he might eventually even win, because I tried calculating here, and it's very risky for white. You probably will end up either in some kind of weird passive position where you hope to defend with a pawn on a3 alive, or you could go after the pawn with like c4, king g2, king c3, king b4, and then you probably lose the f3 pawn.
But something must have gone wrong if you have to, I don't know, bishop d5, a3, bishop a2 looks odd.
Yeah,
Well, you had to stop bishop b1.
I think maybe he thought he can play king g2 in this position, and then realized bishop takes c4 is a bit of a problem.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Although the machine says even this is better than what he'd done, because bishop a2, c4, king e7, king c3 here.
Yeah, but in practice you don't want to give your
No. No, but yeah, somewhere around king a3, a4, it has to be holdable. But then things, yeah, as you mentioned, started going wrong.
No. Well, these are always hanging when you do something. Well, it's really annoying.
Yeah, no, this is not going to be a lot of fun to try and defend. It's difficult to, give an established evaluation here. Might already be close to lost. Might be holdable with absolutely perfect defense. But you will need perfect defense here. This much is reasonably obvious.
What's black's plan? King to a4, bishop to b3?
Well, that's the simplest one. But I think once it gets to c5, already if it's on c5, you get into a lot of trouble with white because
There's all kinds of...
yeah, bishop. This one is simpler. I think you don't want to shift from c5 very far. I think, but white starts running out of moves somewhere there. This is the bigger issue.
Gotcha.
Pavel is actually, I think, favored now to win this, and he will be on 3.5 out of 4 if he does.
That'd be a pretty decent start.
Yeah, that qualifies as a pretty decent start, I think, very, very safely.
He still has to play the likes of Magnus, Giri, so on and so forth, but so far so good.
Yeah, that was a very well formulated recap of his future tournament. Yeah, Luki is staring at the ruins of his positions, kind of unwilling, I guess, to resign immediately, but not a lot to be done, frankly.
No, this is game over.
Yeah. I mean, you can take on e5 and go bishop d4. I suspect even rook takes d4.
Wins,
yeah, I suspect even rook takes d4 actually is quite simply winning, but there's no need.
This is resigns.
Yeah.
And Rapport Wojtaszek, this one, yeah, we mentioned very briefly before the break, but is this so bad for Richard with the pass?
No, I think not anymore. I think the way Radek went after the b4 break was maybe not ideal. And yeah, it doesn't look horrible anymore at all, no. Because if white manages to establish the second row of defense, so if he, in particular, if he gets to play b2, b3 and put his bishop on c4, you argue his position is improved. He has an obvious protected pass pawn on a4. The bishop has a slightly longer diagonal in front of it on c4, and black still hasn't managed to make any serious incursions.
Yeah, I agree. And these rooks, well, I understand they can go somewhere, but they look a little dumb, doubled on the b4.
And we return to this one point where I felt that maybe a chance was missed by Radek move 38, I think. If you play b4 here, what's the difference if cb, ab, and a4 is played? a4...
b3 apparently is possible here.
Yeah, this is... I think the difference mainly is that white will not be able to get his pieces in working order. It's important that the queen steal is preventing the bishop from reaching b5, for instance. And I'm kind of struggling to figure out why f3 is losing here, but you assume it is if the computer is not playing it.
Oh, sorry, here.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, rook b4 apparently is mate. Yeah, you should be. I mean, I saw this motif in some other positions, but not here for some reason. And yeah, I suppose f3, those positions that we were describing after b4, like takes with the. No, not here. Here, quite obviously, rook b4 is winning. I mean, immediately after b4, white could try playing f3 somewhere, like cb, ab, f3. Yeah, but ba is apparently completely winning for black here. Yeah,
Yeah, not a surprise with all the pieces.
yeah, and also just optically, you really want to get this, and I think yeah, only serious time trouble can explain that Radek did not play before in that position.
It's a bit similar to these Carlsbad minority attacks where when you're timing your, in that case, b5 breakthrough, you always want to have a reply to the cb, ab, a4. And very often it is the question, can I get in b3 or b6 under the right circumstances? And here apparently it's the wrong circumstances because now f3 is possible and there's no trickery.
Yeah.
No,
White has a lot more stable situation with the queen on e3. There are no tactics connected with giving mate to the queen and king on g2, and yeah, here apparently white suddenly is even better. So yeah, not the way to proceed. And Radek hasn't played b3 yet. He is now considering his options. If he just keeps his position stable, I think he's still not worse, despite the pawn on a4 sticking around. But yeah, a quite
the trend
obvious.
is not his friend.
Yeah, a quite obvious opportunity missed here for him.
What else is there? Anish Giri's game after Anish was better. Pretty much all the way ended in a draw after he missed some chances and very alert defense by Dmitry Andreikin in mutual time trial. There's rook g8, which I'm guessing Anish missed. Yeah, forced the draw on rook endgame. Giri won't be happy. Luke van Baarle is lost.
Yeah, Wesley is considering whether he needs to calculate the rook takes d4 variations, and let's just check briefly. But I have a feeling black has to be way ahead on tempi here. Generally, yeah, this doesn't even look close.
Without the e4 pawn, you count this with the.
Yeah, I think this isn't even close, frankly. Yeah, just completely lost for white.
The point is you have to go rook a1 to stop a1 queen, and then king c3, king b2.
Yeah, you just g4, king b2. I take with the king, I guess, and I go rook f8, and yeah, it's just totally dead. And then the king starts coming closer and closer. Yeah. Not a position that requires a lot of serious discussion there.
No, but a plan like
sure
this also looks fairly decent. So
sure, and you always make sure you make exactly sure that you're winning after rook takes d4 because you don't want to look silly going for it and missing something. And he will take some time, but he is winning. So Wesley will be on +2 after his somewhat fortuitous escape yesterday, you have to say.
He just keeps picking up points, this Wesley. Hasn't lost a game for 46 games, was it?
Probably will be, yeah, not probably. He will not lose this position, yeah. 47, I think, after this one. He has taken on d4. Yeah, that always was going to be the more practical solution because it makes sure the game ends immediately, pretty much. After king g5, Luke could, conceivably think for 20 minutes about his moves, whereas here, there's really not a lot to think about. Yeah, e3, yeah.
Probably.
No, I think black also wins if he takes on f3 and goes king b2 and king takes a2 as well. I think the pawn is so far away that you're... No, and the game...
No, I'm mainly doing this for my own amusement, and it did not end in a draw. This is another king placement situation. Luke resigned here.
Yeah, I was about to just warn people not to get alarmed by the fact that the client probably says draw for a second. It will get corrected. So Wesley is on +2, Luke is on -3. A very contrasting tournament so far for them.
Mr. Elyanov might very well make it to +4 if things, chips fall his way. Is better in this bishop endgame, but a lot of chess still to be played.
Yes. And the other game still running is the Rapport Wojtasek game, where I think objectively the position now is close to equality, but things could still happen if one of them decides to overpress. I think there could still be developments.
My money's on Rapport now. I feel like Wojtaszek missed his moment and with this passport. Not saying White is better, but if anybody wins this, it will be Mr. Rapport.
Yes. Just briefly, we could maybe go through the games later, but just to update you on results.
Challengers?
Yeah, in the challengers.
Let's go there.
These are old games, yeah, but yeah, that's it. Rugger continues completely destroying the field, totally winning against Dobrov now. Apparently just gives mate after king anywhere, rook a2 is just mate, because the threat is not even queen h2, but rook a1 check and then queen h2. And you give a mate to the king in the corner. For instance, fe5, rook a1. And yeah, king b1, king b2, queen h2 is mate in 3 or whatever it is. So Marcus will be on 4 out of 4, running away with it a little bit. Gawain Jones is bouncing back from a painful loss yesterday, yeah, totally winning against Arjan Tari now, because with the pawn on a4, the rook on a6 just cannot be challenged by anything, and the f-pawn just quins. f5, king g6, f6, and so on and so forth. Just completely winning for Gawain.
What's this? Sopiko's game. This is a funny looking position.
Yeah. Machine sees black is winning, and you kind of believe it because the pawn on c2 is very strong, and there's never any time to attack the bishop on a7 because of it.
So
Probably will take some time to win this, but yeah, has to be winning. Okay. Because king d3, rook c2, I will just trade rooks. That's the issue for white here. Just h5 or something. Yeah, takes, king f7. Black just wins this eventually because he ran out of moves, and
this is a very long road.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Lei Tingzhe lost to Erwin Lamy.
She had a good tournament this far, right? She was on a plus score, I believe, the first game.
Very possibly, yeah, but something has gone wrong to her with her position on the white side of a...
Didn't quite manage to checkmate Erwin over here.
Yeah, knight of 6, rook of 6 is a sad detail, but a relevant one.
Problem.
Yeah. There was a very picturesque position somewhere on move 20, if you look at this. Like Erwin sacrificed the pawn on d6 and then the exchange on g5. So there's this really weird structure on the king side. But black has tremendous positional compensation here. Yeah, he played bishop e5, knight d6, and if you look at this, it's just, despite black seemingly being a ton of material down, you probably pick black here.
Feels like black has more pieces.
Yeah, because yeah, these pieces on h2 and g2, they really paint a very sad picture. And our boy Niels lost a very strange game to Jeffrey Chong, where he was doing... You were absolutely correct in the prospects of this direct attack on the king side, and he was doing very, very well. Rook d4, queen b4, and here just playing knight d1. He could have just continued quietly. There was no need for any additional fireworks, followed, I guess, by rook h4. But we assume he missed rook d7 in this position. And now it's no longer that clear, although apparently even this position is quite decent for him. But yeah, later on, yeah, all this is logical, but after g3, queen d2, he made an absolutely inexplicable decision to play c2, c4, a move I think you never ever make, weakening up his queen side, and got mated shortly thereafter. Well, not mated, but...
Sort of a double attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, bad game for Niels and the World Junior champion Jeffrey Zhong. Back in the tournament after his first round loss.
And as we expected, the white attack on the king side was faster. Then black didn't even get to play a5 in the Taimanov.
The black attack doesn't look very far progressed.
Yeah, actually, in the position we were discussing He didn't play. Yeah, G6 was played by Eric as we thought might happen, and he just ran away with it here. Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah. If you have to take on G6, there opening up the G file, you just know it's never gonna end well. Yeah, and resigns. And Liu Shanglei is he's already won that game. It's that game is announced as over on the website, I believe, because the a-pawn just queens. Yeah.
Yeah, not a good tournament for Benjamin Bock. He had this huge blunder the other day, where I think in a rook endgame, a pawn up, he blundered into mate. Or something.
Yeah. He was completely winning for a majority of that game. Well, he was better and then completely winning. And then he made a very, very weird choice in a position where a winning move was not difficult to find, and the one he made allowed mate in 5.
So that's the challengers. Back to the masters.
That's a bit too far. Yeah.
Thank you. Richard Rapport against Radek Wojtaszek is still a game that could take a while.
And also, I quite like your. I like it for you, the proposed bet on Richard now, because after knight f6, White can start making progress. Bishop b5 has become an option for him, and yeah, this is not going to be fun for Alex suddenly.
No, it's weird to having to defend from a position like this where there's literally zero, well, obviously not literally because it happened, but zero chance to be worse ever to getting what he's got in the game.
Yeah, what he ended up doing is like the worst ever sequence of events, because he waited and waited and waited with the b4 break, and then he missed an opportunity to play it in a position where it was extremely strong, and he ended up playing it on move 39 instead of making like any kind of waiting move, frankly.
Well, shuffle around a bit and then see.
Yeah, and then with the advantage of having extra 50 minutes, you can sort of reappraise your options on move 41. And he ended up playing before on move 39 here, allowing CBA, BA4.
Which is not a difficult sequence, so it's not like he's
I think he probably thought Queen C2 was very strong, but simply B3 holds everything together. Because otherwise it's difficult to see why he would be so happy about playing before there. And now suddenly he finds himself in a situation where you very definitely can be worse. The bishop is now alive. There's a pawn on a4, which, guarantees White maybe even a winning endgame, almost any endgame. A very large reversal of fortunes here.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen won. In the end, it looked easy, even though his opening treatment, or I thought that Wei's opening treatment was actually good in spite of the idea looking odd, this early bishop g4. He got a perfectly fine position. But then Magnus, as he does, found a way to ask some small questions left, right and center. After d5, e5, White is already the one having most of the fun.
Yeah, sure. You definitely prefer this. And I think b4 was a very strong idea that Wei underestimated, cutting the return for the return route for the knight on e4, and then it gets trapped.
g5 looks obvious, but after c4, there's still questions, and c5 just loses the game because of the admittedly not obvious knight b5, knight f5 is the direction you're looking, so you just played knight g5. But this is trouble. And the game didn't last very long. Resigns.
Yeah, this is utterly lost.
Anish Giri, as some people in the chat are delighted, some are not delighted, missed some winning chances, or at least did not manage to win a very, very good position against Dmitry Andreikin, as has happened quite a bit to him in the past and in recent memory. Ended in a draw. Anish will not be happy for a draw so far. His streak continues. What is there to say?
Yeah, that's a very fair description. And we have 2 games running, right?
Yeah, Wesley won. I'm just going to continue the wrap-up. Now even the result is corrected. And it leaves us with Adiban Elyanov, where... Okay, maybe we can spend some time here and figure out if actually Black is winning or not, or what.
I think it's a lot closer to Black winning than to a draw.
So the plan is, well, we start with f6, bring the king here.
But
if
even
possible.
even if the f pawn gets lost, which is kind of relevant, white can play c4 right now, which probably forces king d6, and you go c5 check, bishop takes f7, and black goes king d4. And I think this is just lost, because I will pick up the f3 pawn eventually. Yeah, bishop b5, bishop c4, and it just feels completely lost. And if this is not an option,
These four really aren't doing much against the black two.
yeah, your king side, despite a large majority on paper, is just completely there. They will be picked off one after the other, and black can even offer. That's the funny bit. Despite being 2 down on the king side, black can easily offer the bishop exchange here. Like king c1, you can play bishop b5, bishop c4, and you will always be fast enough to collect the entire king side here.
This is the best possible version for white, but even this one. Oh no, I blundered f4. Sorry, king.
Yeah,
d4.
you should play king d4, but yeah, that's the only thing you need to pay attention to. Yeah, and everything gets collected. Yeah, the entire king side falls and you lose. So the margin here is quite large for black. Black can allow a lot of even a lot of pawns to come off, because normally in these endgames, what you have to watch out for is whilst you're improving your position, too many pawns get exchanged, and you don't have enough material to convert. But here, even the exchange of c3 for f7, which looks good for white, because a pair of pawns comes off and there are 45 ideas seemingly. White just is dead there.
Yeah.
But if you allow me to play f6 and get the king to c5, I have a feeling the evaluation will just plummet. We are currently running the machine a little bit, but in this position, like currently it says -1, but I think if you make 3-4 moves here and get the black pieces to the optimal positions, I think it will just plummet to the basement.
The chat is adding to the Geary legend. How many games did Anish draw in a row? Question mark. Robert Kender replies, can Google think it says 60? That can't be right.
No,
maybe I'm missing context.
No, chat is very Geary-centric right now, which I
Tends to be.
King c1 played by Adiban, and
Polarizing figure. This is Anish.
yeah. Somewhat surprisingly, the computer seems to suggest f5 is a strong move.
It's logical, keeping in mind what you just said, that we don't need the f-pawn for all these operations. And this is building a past e-pawn, right?
Yeah.
Not an obvious thing still.
Not an immediately obvious thing to go for, but yeah, it does appear to be very, very strong.
What happens if we play our plan? Then white isn't time to...
Yeah, this is something you need to
yeah.
stop. This is the one thing you need to stop. King d6, king b1, and you do lose the f3 pawn, but with the bishop on d5, you probably hold this somehow.
Even here I'd be scared, but...
But I guess white can take on e4. I think this is kind of the point. King b2, and you cannot go bishop takes e4 because the pawn ending is strong.
f4 finally. The h4 pawn has some meaning. Because it's not so easy to run. Yeah.
So it could be that that the...
So you have to find f5 here. Paolo's a good technician. But f5, not an obvious move, is it?
No, or you can... At least you should sort of spot the idea of playing f5 very early. And not wasting a tempo on f6. But then again, I mean, if you calculate that f6 just allows white to make all of his moves in correct order.
Start,
yeah,
this
bishop b5. Bishop b5 is...
Here, or bishop e2.
Yeah, this is better because then f5 will win. In a similar position as we were discussing. Here, I guess the pawn ending... Oh no, here f4 just queens. This is still a draw, but the f4 just wins on the spot, I guess, because he threatened bishop e2 and f3 f2 and...
That's fair. The square.
The only square?
No, but not e2.
Yeah, not e2 because king c2, king d2 is a problem, but g2 is probably good enough, yeah?
Sure. So we'll see. Elyanov is going to calculate for a little bit here. Radek Wojtaszek went queen all the way back to a7.
Yeah, but he is in some serious trouble now after bishop b5. And from a human perspective, I'm wondering if you just not take on b5 here. And say that my knight on e4 will be very strong, and but I guess you just lose. Yeah, you just lose the d6 pawn first. Yeah. No. Don't like this very much. And bishop b5, of course, played by Richard, because, well, it's a very obvious move which you really want to make. Activating the bishop, controlling the e8 square, lots of pluses and really no drawbacks.
Yeah. I don't like Radek's chances here. Mainly psychologically.
Yeah.
Probably worse now too, but to have to play this all of a sudden, oof.
Yeah, that is a very large part of it, because switching to suddenly defending an unpleasant position after only thinking about how to improve a riskless position for about 20 moves in a row.
I'm reading some stream issues, and also there's some lacking chess content issues, so we'll go on a bit of a break. 2 games still running. Richard Rapport pushing against Radek Wojtaszek, and Pavel Elyanov trying to find the clean solution against Adi Ban. We'll keep you posted how it goes. See you soon. And we're back, sorry. With the last part of today's round, with two games still ongoing. Adiban versus Elyanov, where Pavel Elyanov is trying to win his third game in this tournament. Apparently, in the position they have on the board, f5 is winning. How's the line? Takes bishop c6.
Yeah, takes bishop c6, and I think white is just not fast enough to stop the e-pawn, or at least not if he wants to pick up the a-pawn, which is the significant bit, because...
How do we even go about it? Let's say this, bishop somewhere.
e4, e4, e3, e2, and... no, here it actually even queens, because bishop c4, bishop d5 is winning, but even if I play e2 here for demonstration's sake, I think I'm still winning here. And actually quite comfortably, king f6, king takes f5.
We have the right bishop. So
yeah, we have the right bishop, but also it's not an h-pawn, and even making it into an h-pawn is not an easy task for white. Yeah, this is a very comfortably winning position for black. And if you don't take on f5 and continue with your plan, f4 just crushes, because then with a pawn on f4 and not f7, you can no longer really contemplate giving up on f3. So it would appear that as if this is the last important decision Pavel needs to take in this game. I think once he plays f5, the conversion from there should be fairly understandable.
There's also the game Rapport Wojtaszek, and there's still stream issues, which are a very enjoyable thing to have, especially a couple hours in. I'm very sorry about that. I don't know, we'll try to fix it once and for all. But they seem to be a reality today. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, new switch. Help! And we're back again. This is gonna be an exciting show of 2-minute appearances, followed by some chat comments, still problems with the screen, then me switching to a different internet connection and yelling at people outside. And rinse and repeat, so you're in for a treat here. Ladies and gentlemen, the great news is we have two highly exciting chess games still ongoing, with everybody's favorite, Richard Rapport, still playing against Radek Wojtaszek, Vishy Anand's former coach. And we also have the game Adiban against Pavel Elyanov still ongoing.
And I have to say, I really envy Richard's, how should I phrase it?
Haircut?
Psychological flexibility, because after yesterday, and in particular, the position he got today after yesterday, he is now, I think, quite actively playing this position for a win, and correctly so. And a lesser man might have been somewhat broken by the events of his game against Wesley So yesterday.
Are you implying that Richard Rapport is unbreakable?
Something, yeah, some words to that effect. I'm not sure just how unbreakable he is, but I am very impressed. And
maybe he's more of a Wolverine type, that he heals really, really quickly.
That could also be true. We could explore it at greater length when we are only stuck with his game, and this might be soon, because Pavel did play f5, and that I think
Oh, you're saying we should not have any X-Men references because of the incredible amount of action that we still have on the chessboards? F5 played by Mr. Elyanov. Winning.
Yeah, this seems to be. I can't find any way to fight against this very simple plan. You take bishop c6. Bishop c6 appears to be just fast enough to to win the bishop for the e pawn. And if you don't take, black plays f4, and then all of his play against the f3 pawn just gets 10 times stronger. Yeah, I think this is more or less the conclusion of this game.
Radek and Radoslav is the same name in Polish. Yeah, sorry for the confusion because I keep calling him Radek, which I think we're used to calling him. He's our teammate in Baden-Baden. I believe, yeah, I'm not a student of it. It's probably a similar thing to the...
It's a diminutive.
Built-in diminutive.
Yeah, it's a diminutive.
For Radoslav, everybody's Radek.
But I mean, we've known him for ages and we play for the same club as him, and we don't mean any disrespect to it, with it, I mean, and so...
The good old days, like 10 years ago, I was board 1 of the Hamburg Chess Club, he was board 2. One day he played against Vichy Anand. He might have been board 1 by then, I'm not sure. And he played against Vichy, made a draw. He was like a 2-5-70, 2-5-80 player. Why was he board 1? Anyway, he was like a 2-5-80 player, made a draw against Vichy. And Vichy was impressed with him, and they started talking. And the rest is... I don't know if history, but Radek has been working with Vichy for a long time and has improved in that time from a 2-5-80 player to a 2-7-50 player, or if he loses today, a 2-7-44 player, because it does look like he might go down against Richard Rapport.
But it's still not that easy for white to win this, because there's a lot of counterplay connected with the e4 square, and if you have to play f2, f3, which the machine had been suggesting for a while, f3 is not a move you make lightly here with white. You really, I think, feel a lot of apprehension opening up your king side like that, because if something bad happens on the king side, you will regret not having a pawn on the second rank.
I learned one should never touch one's f-pawn, but Rapport is one player who I don't think would have a lot of prejudice against going f3, even here.
No, it's not about prejudice. It's about king safety.
Pride.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tough balance, because it's tremendously useful not to have to think about knight.
No, I think f3 is probably, some version of f3 anyway, is probably correct at some point, but it also creates additional targets for black to aim his counterplay against. Your plan here, like your ideal plan here, is maybe f3 followed by bishop f1, a5, and a6. I mean, apart from obvious plans to pick up the b3 pawn, but I think getting the pawn to a6 might be even more important than picking up the b3 pawn.
Speak for yourself. I'd much rather have the pawn. Give me that pawn.
Sorry.
If in doubt, take a pawn. You can always advance your own pawns later.
Yeah, fair enough. Not that easy right now, though.
Yeah, that's true. Ambitious Pawn is pointing out, the point is the adversity does not create character but reveals character, and Rapport is like Deadpool. So you're saying Deadpool is a high character dude? I thought Deadpool, first of all, the whole plot is based on the fact, have you seen the movie?
Yes.
The whole plot is based on the fact that he's too vain to show his weird face to his girlfriend, right? That's why the whole plot happens.
To a degree, yeah.
And secondly, he seemed incredibly petty and annoying. And he also...
That I probably would disagree with. No, I don't think that is true at all. About the pettiness, I will... No, I don't think he's petty. Why would you call him petty?
I have to rewatch, but I thought he was as petty as Tom Petty after watching that movie. And another thing, this movie was all meta, well, let's break down the fourth wall. And then they have exactly the same plot like every other superhero movie. Like in the end, we have this very exciting fight where the good guy beats the evil guys. I don't know. Maybe it's just that I don't like Ryan Reynolds since Green Lantern anymore, and I haven't forgiven him.
That could be the reasoning there, yeah. I don't know. I sort of enjoyed the movie. I expected more from it. I thought that,
More?
yeah, why not? Why wouldn't I expect
I
more?
understand I'm trashing it, but I thought it was, in general, people were delightfully surprised by it.
No, no, no. I expected more from it, and I thought that they haven't gone far enough in the deconstruction.
Okay.
But yeah, what do I know? I really am not a movie critic.
I'm a professional movie critic.
Yeah, you are.
ladies
You are
and
a
gentlemen.
professional movie critic. That's what you. That's what you do. But yeah, I'm not. And I mean, I have. I think it will be very difficult to shift my opinions on the Rogue One subject. But on the subject of Deadpool, I do have some opinions, but I'm not incredibly confident in them.
No, I think on balance I enjoyed the movie. The only argument I was making is that I'm not sure you want Deadpool as your character reference. If you're Richard Rapport, I think you should be offended by being compared to Deadpool and should not take it as praise, even though I'm sure that Ambitious Porn meant it as high praise. Overall, no, that is moments Deadpool. I'm not hating on the movie, just on his character. What else was I going to say? I'm pretty sure it wasn't about chess. Yeah, there is some discussion in the chat, and someone asked if I've seen Sherlock episode 3 yet. We watched that yesterday night.
We watched that yesterday, and we I think slightly disagreed on the assessment.
Yeah, I liked it.
And I thought that no, I can't. I like Cumberbatch and I like Freeman, and they're all good actors, and the music is fantastic, and all that. But it's just it has no connection with what I think this show should be. The first season was actually, Sherlock, and from that moment on, the second season was still somewhat Sherlock related. But then it evolved or devolved into this psychodrama, which because of the actors involved, you can still watch it, but it should be called something else.
Holmes?
I don't know. Just give them some random names and watch them resolve their family issues.
I disagree. I think the show also had to evolve in order to stay as current as it is. It's never gonna be like Elementary, or I haven't seen Elementary, but a procedural where there's a new Sherlock case every week, and I don't think people want that. The only thing that annoyed me a bit is that it's less grounded in reality, like these super heroish abilities that a certain character in last
No, I
night's
mean,
episode had.
and then don't get me started on the suspension of disbelief there. I mean, I don't think they ever expected any belief in any of this. So
No, I'm sure they were just having fun with it, but it's sort of the appeal that Sherlock is one of the smarter. If there's like 4 main characters, you would expect Sherlock to be in the top 2, right? And if that is no longer the case, then it gets tricky.
no, I had problems with that entire season, frankly, and
Maybe he's not in the top 3 now, actually,
how
of smart characters.
no, I think he generally is supposed to be smarter than Moriarty.
That's what I'm asking. I'm not sure.
I think events actually bear that out. So he is rounding off the top 3 there, with Moriarty being played by everyone. Like he got used by the cis and was also beaten by Sherlock. So
I would like to say agree to disagree, but I find it a very douchey thing to say, agree to disagree. Because normally you don't really agree to disagree, you just disagree. So I think I disagree, but I don't have a set opinion on who's smarter, Moriarty or Sherlock. Which might be a slight bias, because I really enjoy the actor that plays Moriarty in the current version.
yeah,
But of course, I'm old enough that the only Sherlock I will ever respect is, what's his name, Basil Radcliffe? That's my Sherlock.
that's because you haven't seen the Soviet one,
That probably won't change.
and that actually is a mistake. Because the only actor ever to get an MBE for playing Sherlock is actually Vasily Livanov.
That name I've actually heard.
Yeah, no, Livanov's Sherlock is tremendous. If I'm not sure how easy it is to obtain for non-Russian speaking people. I don't know if DVDs exist or something.
Also,
but
my Russian is not good enough to watch stuff in Russian.
no, I'm sure. Yeah, you would need it subtitles, and I'm not sure how easy it is to find with subtitles. But
Won't happen.
yeah, those are very good movies, and the actor who played Sherlock is tremendous. But I mean, it is very, very local.
That's what I'm saying. Basil Radcliffe all the way. Team Basil. Rook d3. Allowing knight e4.
So Richard and Jokamp, yeah, b3 pawn above everything. Yeah, I can relate.
But the machine cannot, because here it says...
I don't really
something
understand
like
why
this,
not queen
and he's
e3.
happy.
I wanted to play queen
Knight
e3
c5?
here. Queen d4 check.
Oh, I missed legal checks.
Yeah, and then try trade.
F6.
Yeah, that's what I missed.
Ah,
Yeah,
but f6 rook e5.
yeah, that's an important point that I missed. I thought I will stabilize with rook e3, trade one pair of rooks in a favorable situation, and then proceed from there. But it doesn't happen.
And I'm being corrected. I felt I got the name wrong. It's Basil Rathbone, not Radcliffe. Sorry, Radcliffe is this. Is the Harry Potter? Is that Radcliffe?
Radcliffe with a D, not T.
Yeah. My apologies to Basil Rathbone. So yeah, f6 rook e5. Nice
Yeah, but
construction.
that was my idea to play queen e3. I'm not sure. I mean, Richard probably wants to go queen f4 because queen f4 is, I think, an attempt to pick up some material immediately. I guess after knight c5, what exactly is the difference if I go knight c5 here? That's exactly the same thing, but with no rook e5 available to black, and white is better.
Cunning.
Yeah. That's what I was shooting for, but the machine, of course, finds the most precise way to get there. But after queen f4, we found some problem. I mean, knight c5 is not what is suggested as a solution there. Yeah? What does black do after knight e4, queen f4?
Rook e5, I thought.
But why isn't white better anyway after rook b3, rook d5? I guess because the rook on b3 is so horrible. Because if you imagine the same position, but the rook returns to base, to d1, for instance, white must be hugely better. Because the a and b pawns will decide every single endgame. But yeah, with the rook on b3, it's awkward.
Yeah, it's counterplayish, whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Radek will have time to figure it out. Out of the players in this tournament, who do you think would be the best detective? Like, who would gather the most clues by looking at people?
First name that came to mind is Lev.
Yeah, I agree. I also thought of Levon, because I could imagine him with a pipe and with a stupid hat and like embarrassing Dr. Watson, and like he's very Sherlock.
He's got lots of attributes required for that job. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's a clear Levon case. Who else could even be in the conversation? Maybe it's just Levon. Like, Geary has the quick wit, but he doesn't have the seniority of a Sherlock Holmes type of character yet. He could be like Robin to Batman, and then eventually become Batman.
Yeah, and Richard actually has gone for exactly the line that I was suggesting, but it now remains to be seen if Radek finds f6 rook e5, which does seem to be an important thing to find here. Because if you allow rook e3 and if you are forced to trade on white's terms, you are seriously worse.
But I think he's gonna find it, unless you just discard f6 on general grounds forever. But king h7 is also not so pretty, and you understand rook e3 is coming with. So I believe Radek's gonna do this.
People are suggesting Luke should be Sherlock because he has the gaunt face and the height.
From a physical appearance standpoint, maybe, but trust me, I've seen Luke trying to solve logical puzzles. No, that's actually not true. Luke is very clever. Yeah, if it's a Cumberbatch lookalike context, probably it is Luke.
Yeah, no, that is quite clear, but And f6 has been played immediately by Radek here. Yeah, I think he managed to regroup psychologically as well, because he must have been in a very weird frame of mind, some roundabout move 41, when he realized the position has changed so drastically.
Yeah, maybe Rapport also helped him, because rook d3 at least allowed him to make some active moves. So knight e4 is not so difficult. So which side are we on now?
Not clear.
Anything can happen, yeah? Every single result is
Yeah,
possible.
this is an unclear position. It probably objectively is close to equality, but I don't think Richard is necessarily very interested in objectivity here. And yeah, this is now a very, very open game, and will be interesting to watch what transpires. Judging by what we're reading off the screen, not a lot of ways to make progress for either side, but.
I was reading off the screen that Jeremy Brett has a big following, as Sherlock Holmes as well. I've never heard of Jeremy Brett. That's some old British interpretation. I think there was a series with like 60 episodes. That might have been.
I have a box set on my shelf, and it's been sitting on my shelf for about 5 years now, and I haven't started watching it. And I'm afraid I might never actually start. It's I need at some point to stop worrying about the current backlog of stuff I'm watching right now, and just start watching things I bought because I know they're good. But never like I have the what's it called, the black books, the thing about the bookstore, and I know I will love it, and I haven't started yet. It's just
Oh yeah, I hated that.
really.
Yeah.
Why? Because of accents as usual, or?
No, it didn't do it for me. Like in general, yeah, I have a complicated relationship with British comedy, like all these hype things. Yeah, I couldn't get into.
Okay.
But I've watched it.
Can we see if there's anything going on in the other one? Because
Let's do it.
yeah, this does feel like.
After, how did we get here? He played bishop c6.
And he realized he's
d2,
not in time,
grabbed.
so he returned to the center. But now, yeah, stuff just starts falling.
Can't go both ways.
Yeah.
King f6. This
Yeah.
pawn is never much of a threat.
No. After bishop b1, you I suspect even what I was going to say is stupid, but bishop d7, bishop takes f5 is just very, very sufficient. Yeah. Eventually he will run out of things to do. I think the simplest plan for black is to pick up the f5 pawn and then go after the h pawns. Put the other one on e4 and then just go after the h pawns.
Take them both. Queen the g pawn.
Yeah, I think that's the way forward. Adiban played bishop b3, and yeah, you take on f5. Well, you take on f5. I guess he wanted to play h3 or something. And yeah, like e4, king g6, king h5. You can also swing it back over to c5 and win that way. Yeah, should also be very sufficient actually. Yeah, maybe even faster. I was looking for a way to sort of force resignation by demonstrating how hopeless the position is. And I'm not sure which one of the two plans is actually better at that. Both should work.
As I learned from Boris Gelfand's book, it's more important to win safely than to win quickly. Not that neither way isn't very safe here, but I think that's an important lesson.
And I've been very much on the record praising the Boris book.
No, I'm not trying to teach you that lesson. It's something that.
Oh, I just want to get my name behind the endorsement there. It's a fantastic book. If you haven't read it, buy it, read it.
It's two.
Yeah, and the second one as well.
Another thing I meant to ask you. I'm surprised you have a Russian Sherlock Holmes version. Don't you have this dude called Akunin, who I thought was the Russian Sherlock Holmes? Or is
That's the author,
so
first
much
of all. So he is not the Sherlock Holmes, he is the Conan Doyle. And I mean, the Russian Sherlock Holmes
all
movies,
Russian names sound the same to me.
I
so
understand.
I forgot what the hero's called.
Yeah, the Russian Sherlock Holmes movies are very, very old. They are. I would. I'm not very good with movie dates, but I would say 80s at the earliest, maybe even a little earlier. I mean, 80s at the latest, maybe even late 70s. And Kunin hadn't started writing his stuff until maybe 20 years ago, maybe. So
That's quite current, yeah.
he is reasonably current, yeah.
What is this hero called? No, I'm
Van Doren.
embarrassed. Van Doren.
Yeah, no, there were some movies about that character as well since, and they are watchable. But
I read some of these books, which is why it's embarrassing. I can't remember the name. Some of those I enjoyed. One was on a cruise ship and some Orient Express kind of thing. It's decent stuff.
no, it's decent writing, and he is, yeah.
Even though,
It's
and
very
this is
enjoyable.
gonna sound horrible, but it was honestly a problem for me while reading the books, and I was curious if you have something similar. For me, it's really not so easy to, if all the characters have Russian names, if it's side characters, to keep them in mind. It's tricky for me. Is that a problem you could have with whatever German names?
If there's a ton of them, yes.
Because I didn't expect to struggle with this, but I remember I was very much struggling with who's Ivanov and who's Antonov. I don't mean any offense. It just was surprisingly difficult.
None
for me.
taken, and I can sort of relate, and it's not like an acute problem for me, but yeah, in a book when there's really a lot of side characters you have to pay attention to, it does get a bit tricky. But it might also get a bit tricky for me with with Russian literature, because maybe it's just my attention span that's been getting worse and worse with time.
Anyway, it's good stuff. Like, it's not high literature, but
People are
decent page turns.
Yeah, people are suggesting you read the Dune series now. I really don't know how they come up with these suggestions based on what we're discussing.
Dune, the desert planet.
Yeah.
That's kind of not even in the same
Exactly.
ballpark as stuff we're talking about.
It's a decent suggestion, and you probably won't regret reading them. But how did this come up? Is my question. King E6 is what Pavel went with, and King D6, King C5, and you might even suggest going King before King C3 at some point.
It's game over.
Yeah. No, this is just.
King D6 play. Yeah, you can actually resign. He can.
No,
Feels like
Adiban
this
doesn't really. He doesn't do resignations. I think.
he's not a resigner.
No, I don't think he is. But it's not out of place here at all. King D3, King C5, King C3, E4, and then you realize with white that you just will never, ever get to any of those pawns.
I agree with the commutator. They also use patronymics, etc. So the same character is called by different names. I think if you get into it a bit, you get past that problem. But for me, it was a problem. I agree.
That last comment is actually very relevant, because if it's simply keeping the characters' names in check, you can probably do that. But the fact that the same character will have a number of names which are clearly they still are clearly his names to a Russian reader, but aren't that clearly the same names to a Western reader, that is
tricky.
A bit of a problem.
So you would be Peter, Petya, Svidler, Benjaminovich?
It's not really used without the first name all that much.
The pet.
It's used in connection with the first name.
Yeah, that's true. And that's a sign of respect or
this
seniority or something. in that realm?
Mainly seniority. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Although we call one of our kids Petrovich and not the other, but maybe that's because he's 2 minutes older.
Petrovich sounds very wise already. So.
Yeah.
Which kid?
Nikita.
Do you think they have that in Poland? Like patronymic, tough word.
I'm not sure if it's used to the same extent.
So I was wondering what we would call Radek.
He didn't play Rook E5. That's curious.
B7.
Well, I guess he wants to take and go Rook E7 and get a second one on the E file, and if Rook E1, then he wants to play Rook E5. That would be my
He wants his cake and eat it too.
Yeah. Greedy.
Well, it's a pretty decent move, right?
No, of course, yeah. Nothing wrong with it, but rook e5. Having played f6, rook e5 is just such an obvious blitz move to make, so to speak. Like you quite specifically played f6 to have that.
Maybe f4 bothered him.
Yeah, rook e4.
Yeah, I'm not saying it had to, but maybe whatever. He didn't want to bother.
Maybe yeah, he
thinking
just
about stuff like
decided not to even have to calculate all this. Yeah, that actually might be a decent theory. Rook b7, yeah, and only if rook c1 will you play rook e5.
Crime and Punishment, greatest Russian novel ever. Did not read it. Normally people say The Master and Margarita, but we've had this discussion.
Yeah, for some reason, you know, for someone who proclaims he doesn't read a lot of books, you know, you keep on insisting on having these literary discussions, and you keep on embarrassing me by your knowledge of Russian literature, which is...
No, it is very, very limited. But yeah, what is the...
No, I think...
Isn't War and Peace supposed to be the one, even though no one really likes it?
But yeah, this is where the Norm Macdonald discussion comes in. Yeah, the old Tolstoy versus Dostoevsky and all that.
Someone told me that everything you need to know about life is in the Brothers Karamazov. So you just read that book and study it carefully. You're set. Probably it's not something someone told me, but something I read somewhere. But it has its fans too.
Yeah, of course. But I think if you look at the Russian classics that make it onto lists, I think it generally is Master and Margarita above.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
And then probably War and Peace.
Let's Google best Russian books, which sounds like that. Anna Karenina, a hero of our time.
Yeah, this is Dead Souls.
Oblomov's supposed to be good, right? I think that's something
No,
I could relate to.
all of these books are definitely good. But
Oblomov is a dude chilling on his couch, right?
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that sounds like good stuff. Crime and Punishment.
A book about a dude chilling on his couch.
War and Peace. Brothers Karamazov.
I
No
think
big
that-
surprises here.
I think they are in no particular order, to be honest. I have a feeling this is just... but I mean, I didn't mean a list of Russian novels. If you take a list of like 100 best novels in any language.
Do you know what the most sold book or most read? I think it's most sold book ever is.
This feels like a trick question, but it should be...
No, I don't mean the Bible, like a
okay.
novel.
Isn't that Harry Potter?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it is, but according to what it says in my book which has maps of stuff. Anyway, it says it's A Tale of Two Cities by, who's the dude? Charles Dickens?
Yeah.
Which I was very surprised by, because I had barely heard the title of that book.
I think I read that.
Most read ever. I was very surprised.
I think I read that. At some point I decided to educate myself and I bought a bunch of Dickens books and some Bronte books and...
I read this David Copperfield thing because I thought it was about the magician. It turns out nothing to do with it. Most popular book
dear.
lists. Nah, I'm not looking for best young adult books. Come on, Google. Most read novel? How can you not know what I want?
It's probably because you're not asking it correctly.
Yeah, here. This one says Don Quixote, which I did read. A Tale of Two Cities, second.
And then some Coelho, which is wonderful. And
There's Harry Potter, 107 million, but not the 200 million of Charles Dickens. But then again, it's been around a lot longer, 1859. Let's talk in 150 years if Harry Potter is not
yeah, exactly.
up there. Anyway, sorry for drifting. Bishop E8.
Well, this game really is over.
This is over, right?
We're waiting for Adiban to resign, and it's not a very productive thing to do. Let's go back to Radek and the game that actually is still alive. Rook b1, yeah, you play rook e5 here. You definitely don't give up the file, and I think rook e5 is a lot more natural than rook e4.
Yeah, still the f4 question. But
yeah, I think
now, did we gain anything in these lines? Maybe we did, because the rook is
yeah, I think you
more swingy, and the queen is not hanging.
GF and then rook e7, rook e5 is probably
Really
and there's also 93 in some positions.
A4.
Yeah, this I did not consider, that the fact that we protected the queen on a7 is actually very relevant.
And Radek went rook e4 without even waiting for
Yeah,
f4.
Radek disagrees, which is very interested. Rook e4, fe played at breakneck speed, that is. Yeah, still apparently completely fine for black.
Darko Arsenyevich says Russian classics are like paintings. Gotta read them in original. Much gets lost in translation. And correct me for being ignorant, but why do you have to read paintings in the original? And how does stuff get lost in translation?
Yeah, I suspected you were gonna go there.
You know me so well. I'm sure his point is that paintings, if you copy them, they're not as cool anymore, even though I can't tell the difference. But yeah, I struggle reading Russian or speaking Russian, so that's not really an option.
Yeah. There are also authors which are supposed to gain a lot in translation, but or at least that's there's a famous, I believe it's a Gore Vidal quote about Vonnegut, that Vonnegut also always gained a lot in translation.
That's probably a very thinly veiled insult, right?
Not very thinly veiled at all, yeah.
What else we got? We have a question if I read Karl May. Of course I read Karl May. I'm German. We grew up with Karl May. I read all this stuff. Like even
What is that? I have no
it's
idea.
like a German Akunin, but he writes cowboys and Indians story. His hero is called Winnetou, and he has a white friend called Old Shatterhand. Then there's another wise man called Old Surehand. And there's also the Oriental plot with Hachi Halef Omar.
I've actually heard of Winnetou, but I was not aware it was written by a German.
Yeah, and the dude has never been to America, normally, or anywhere. I think he wrote most of it from, I'm not sure, it's a prison, an Eastern German prison. And there's normally like 10 pages describing the landscape and so on. So he had amazing imagination. I don't know, I read them when I was 12 maybe. So it's been a while, but yeah, those are a big part of my childhood.
Yeah. F3.
Maybe younger than 12.
Isn't this... this doesn't lose because there's 93, but it ends in a draw. I was calculating this while you were going on about the question I asked you. There's 93 here, which forces white to go rook takes e4. That's, I think, strictly the only move in reply. And then we go queen d4, rook d4, knight b2, and then against any move we take on a4 and we go b2 and b1, and it should be a draw.
What about the simpleton approach to take and put rook here?
Should also be fine, because the a-pawn doesn't really run very fast.
No, maybe it's no more than equal, but at sight I take black.
No, if I think I'll just lose it somehow. Yeah? I don't see how, but I feel like I'm trying to lose this pawn. Maybe not.
Maybe I'll have it. It's a perpetual. Like Mashinska says 0-0 and tends to be right on such things. But still feels like white has to be the more.
Yeah, and I don't think we even necessarily need to click there, but that game is over.
Pavel won with a typical trick. Overstretching the line of defense. This pawn shall become a queen. Then take these pawns. Then you make a new queen. Then you win.
Yeah, that's...
So Mr. Elyanov on 3.5 out of 4. Kudos to him.
Yeah, and Magnus is on +2, and Wesley is now also on +2. So there are 2 people chasing him, and there will be some people on +1, although in my current state I struggle to name them. That's probably Hare Krishna and Kairekin.
That's probably correct.
And this game is still ongoing, and Yeah, because it would appear that nothing really shakes the equilibrium very much here. Knight d3 becomes a bit of an option for Radek, unless he feels he might be better. Computer interestingly suggests that you can play queen a5 followed by knight takes a4.
What?
Which, if you spot as an idea, this queen takes e1 might be a bit of an issue here. You kind of need to protect your rook first.
Oh yeah, hanging rooks are annoying.
Yeah, knight a4, bishop a4, rook b4.
Cute, but is black better? No.
I think it's still equal. Yeah.
If you take here, I have.
No, here,
I'm even winning.
Here you're winning because rook e7 will crash through. But I mean, rook takes a4. And actually,
Zwischenschach.
Yeah, some precision is actually required from white here.
A position,
a position like this you might eventually lose, although I'm not sure if it's that bad. But you could lose this. But apparently queen c6 is an immediate draw. This it also dislikes because of rook b4. So it's, I mean, if you spot the whole knight a4 rook b4 idea, you might want to try this as black, because you are suddenly the one asking questions. Otherwise, I think you just play knight d3 because it's been a long game and it really doesn't feel like you're better. And knight d3, I think, forces an immediate draw.
Let's go home.
Rook e4, only move because queen a7, knight e1 is check, takes, knight b2, and I take on a4 against any move here.
Any move.
Well, pretty much. Yeah, knight a4, b2, and yeah, not a lot is left to play for here. I just start giving checks and
yeah, draw.
So that option exists for Radek right now, and he will take some time to consider if he could be better by not playing knight d3. I'm pretty sure he has already calculated all the way to this, well, maybe not this precise position, but this rook endgame. And he will now look at other options and see if there's any merit in continuing.
We'll find out. I think it's gonna take rook e7.
Yeah, that's
it's easy to play. But who knows? Darko Arsenjevich is saying Jan might get insulted. Why? But I think the War and Peace epilogue is the finest work of philosophy. What's epilogue? Is that like the postscript thing?
Final chapter, I guess.
Final chapter.
Yeah.
I didn't make it there. It's very possible. Like, I tried for like 200 pages. I couldn't get through it. But I know many people that greatly respectable. Just, yeah, couldn't do it. Then there is a question, which chess player in Schachnovelle would you be? What's Schachnovelle in
That's
not
a
German?
Stefan Zweig thingy.
Stefan Zweig thingy,
Yeah.
Who's the smart guy? Is it Centovich or the other guy?
I think it's a Centovich, and I don't remember the other guys. So for me, it would be an easy choice.
I think I'm also Centovich, not because of my chess prowess, but the other guy, he was obsessed with only studying chess. And we can be accused of many things, but that's not one of them normally.
No.
But yeah,
I think
I
even
can't
this
remember a lot
show.
of details.
I think even this show amply demonstrates just how wide our interests are, and they range all the way from Deadpool to unfinished works of Russian classics.
Maybe it's exactly those things. What else do we have? We need help here. What do you think of Sherlock episode 3 has already been discussed in great detail. You're coming too late, which is completely inexcusable. Do you like Shantaram? I don't know what that is. Or who that is.
That is a book that was given as a gift to my mom, which I think means that I will eventually get to read it if I get through all the other unread stuff on my shelves, which actually is such a lot of stuff that I'm not that sure that I will get to Shantaram. It's supposed to be a very, very good book, but apart from the fact that I have easy access to it, there's not a lot I can say.
Stream broken again? Oh, come on. I'm not in the mood for any more broken streams. Stream back, stream over.
Make your mind up, people.
Come on. What's come on?
Yeah, who is that addressed to?
Maybe to Wojciech. Make a move. Back. Normally, once these problems start, they don't go away so quickly. It's pretty good and also quite compact. That could once again be the stream or this Shana book you were talking about.
No, I don't think it's about Shantaram. Shantaram is about 900 pages long from what I've seen.
Maybe he recommended a different book.
I don't think you can describe it as compact. Whatever else his obvious qualities are.
Right. Anvikshiki. Jan and Peter, chess question. I realize the answer is it depends. So probably the answer is it depends. But in an average tournament, which for me is a Thailand Open, because it's the only tournament I play, how much time do you spend, 1, formulating a plan versus 2, calculating variations? Can I go with none of the above? You just kind of sit there and think about stuff and then you make moves. I don't think, I at least don't consciously differentiate between now I must formulate a plan and now I must calculate variations. It's, of course, the nature of the position kind of depends. Sometimes you have to be very precise calculating a couple moves ahead. Sometimes you just wing it. But I don't think there's a rule.
No, I don't think there's a rule, but I think it's tilted towards calculation because
For sure.
formulating a plan, I think it happens in many cases as a result of the variations you calculate. And positions in which you start by asking yourself, pointed questions of where do you want your pieces to go, they are very rare because that really means that there are no immediate problems you need to solve.
I used to try that because I believe Jonathan Rowson, he had a chapter in one of his books like 15 years ago. It said talk to your pieces about where they want to go. So I was trying that a bit and I would ask them where you want to go, but I would never get a sensible answer. So I stopped that and I just thought, okay, I went back to I take this, he takes that, and whatever. But yeah, here formulating, let's take this position. It's not very tactical, but what plans would you formulate? You calculate knight d3, you think about EF rook e7, and then there's the other stuff is more subconscious. It's a good knight, it's a bad bishop, it's an a-pawn that I don't want to advance. It's part of the calculation.
I think, for instance, like the decision here, if we try to continue this analogy, the choice here is you probably know you have a forced draw with knight d3, and your other option is more likely not the queen a5, knight a4 line, because that's difficult to spot and you might actually miss that. He has played knight d3 just now. But if we return to that point, so your choice is an immediate draw or the position after ef3, king f3, rook e7, which you need to assess correctly. So perhaps in that respect, you're not exactly formulating a plan, but you're trying to weigh your options and figure out which one you like better. But also assessing ef3, king f3, rook e7 will once again not be formulating plans. It will be working out what's happening here and if white can push the a-pawn and if you actually get anywhere on the king side. So most of it will still be mainly concrete things you need to calculate and evaluate. So I think it's heavily tilted towards calculation.
I would also argue, that, because I just made it up, that this balance has shifted greatly over, let's say, the last 20, 30 years for two reasons. One, machines are the best players in the world now, and we try to emulate them, even though we can't calculate as much. The chess style is still influenced by them, which means even humans calculate more now. Two, average chess level has become a lot higher than in the good old books on Nottingham 1920, so you can't win. I hope they had a tournament there. So you can't win a lot of games on class alone because you understand the minority attack better than your opponents, and therefore you gotta outcalculate people if you want to win a game, which I often don't.
Yeah, chess definitely has become a lot more concrete and a lot more based on precise calculation. Although, no, there's no although. It's just true. I mean, I was going to say that Magnus shows that you can also play chess based on very deep understanding, but Magnus also never misses.
Calculates.
Yeah, he kind of never misses any tactics, and his style may not be based on out calculating people, but when he needs to, he does. Yeah, knight e3, rook e4. We are headed towards that precise position that we were talking about earlier.
Candy Slayer is asking me, I think, for many times today, Jan, why can't we play 3+2 on chess24?
You can if you set up the challenge manually, I think, no?
That's what I think. Manually, you can challenge whatever time route, and else in the normal list of challenges, there's 3+1 or what's in there? I have no clue. I always just click on the 3 or the 5 or the 1 button because I don't like playing with increment because it undermines my premier chess skill. Therefore, yeah, you're not gonna find a strong ally in me when it comes to the 3+2 thing. But I'm sure it's possible. I would have guessed it's even in some menu. But what do I know? Or I don't know is actually a way to phrase it. So this is on the board, knight e3, rook e4.
Yeah, I think maybe they have agreed a draw. Maybe Radek went to splash some water on his face because there's no other move than queen takes d4 in this position. Now this you don't want because you don't want the knight to survive. You make any other move apart from rook b4 pretty much. Like rook d2 forces the rook ending, and yeah, even king h1 maybe.
Trolling what even this holds probably, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Should end peacefully. Yoshi Deluxe is asking, what do you think about Luke's draw offer after 14 d4 against Wesley? First of all,
we were not aware
this is
of it.
new information, so I have no way of verifying that right here, right now. Secondly, yeah, I think you're entitled to offer a draw with white after the opening, even if you're the lower rated player. In this position, I probably wouldn't have done it because I would feel that I can't be better and I could be worse already.
Yeah, exactly. If anyone is better, it's probably black. So I'd feel a bit awkward offering a draw here. I mean, I honestly probably would not even offer a draw here if I was the higher rated player because I'd feel that my position is not attractive enough, frankly.
No, as a higher rated player, you can always pretty much offer a draw.
You can, yeah. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'd feel I would need to consider this carefully, the ethical implications of it.
No, there's no rules on this stuff, but in general, yeah. If you're the lower rated player, it's okay to offer, or these are the old rules nowadays, you're often not even allowed to offer any draws, to offer a draw with white after the opening if you're very solid. If you're the higher rated player, you're normally always allowed to offer a draw. If you're the lower rated player and worse, then you're not supposed to offer a draw. If you're the lower rated player and black, you're also not supposed to offer a draw.
And Mark Krauser says that he'd seen it on the official broadcast, and Wesley said he was fine with it.
No, I don't think you get offended.
No, of course you're fine with it. I mean, White's position is not horrible, and he is also. And they did agree to draw. I was wondering why queen d4 was not appearing on the board. Yeah, the game finished in a draw because you get this endgame by force.
Any move is this bishop.
Yeah.
b2. Well, let me just. I found a horrible move for white again, but it will come down.
Because rook c7 in this position exists. Yeah, that's why the move is horrible. But yeah.
Something like this, and it's a draw. So the players shook hands, or at least we think they did. And that means it's all over for today. 1 minute recap by Mr. Svidler, and then we're done.
You want me to do it without the games, or?
Up to you. I can also click on games and we tell people what happened.
There were some interesting games today, but not all of them produced decisive results. Magnus, in the end, won a very convincing game against Wei, who seemed to have gotten a very, very playable position out of the opening, and then proceeded to lose it pretty fast by, I think, underestimating how dangerous this endgame after queen c1, rook c1, d5, e5 can be. So from this moment on, it was just plain sailing for Magnus. He made very normal strengthening moves, and then he found this b4 idea, which I think ended the game pretty much. I think Wei kind of panicked here, realizing that c4 is coming and it's very difficult to stop. So that was a second victory with the white pieces for the world champion. He is now in 3 out of 4. Totally untroubled with black, cruising with white. Yeah, dangerous times ahead for his competitors. Anish Giri was winning twice that we know of in his game against Dmitry Andreikin. It was at some point a forced draw if Andreikin had found a very beautiful idea early in the game. But here, first of all this, and then king h2. And then after a mistake from Andreikin, he could also have played 37 e5. This one he probably should have found. I think he had maybe really not a lot of time here, but if you spot the idea of playing e5, I think he would have played it, and here you... Yeah, what we missed is queen g7, of course, not queen h8. Yeah, that is just completely dead. And we were looking at this during the game and somehow forgot the queen can check not only from h8 but from g7. Yeah, e5 was absolutely crushing in this position, and I'm pretty sure he simply did not spot the move was possible, otherwise he would have played it. And it ended in a draw. Another game that eventually ended in a draw but featured, I think, promising positions for both sides was this game between Rapport and Wojtaszek, in which Rapport did some his usual funky stuff in the opening, lost the right to castle by move 13 in a g3 dragon, which is not something you see every day, and had a very cheerless position for a while, but Radek opened it up at, I think, maybe the worst possible moment, and even gave Richard some chances for advantage, but in the end it was...
By the way, the wonderful world of having the engine switched on here while going through it.
Yeah, no.
Gives queen to b8 as the strongest move here. Wow.
Yeah, the machine is welcome to it.
e7.
I start with knight c5 and then...
Knight c5.
And knight e7 I expect just h6.
This...
Well, knight c5 and f6, yeah.
That is beautiful.
Yeah. Wesley, as mentioned, won a game against Luc van Wely in which he got maybe even a slightly more pleasant endgame straight, more or less straight out of the opening. We thought it was slightly better for black, but should still be possible to equalize this. But Luc, I guess, played somewhat inaccurately, allowed black to make a lot of progress on the queen side, and eventually his queen side collapsed, and he had still some chances to save the game, but missed them in mutual time trouble. And Pavel Yanov continues winning. This is his third victory out of 4 games in Vaik. Before the day off, he leads with a half a point lead over Carlsen and So. And today he won a game which really very few people
would have, right?
Yeah, very few people would have predicted you win this with black. Yeah, GH C4. Even here, you feel that you really need to be very, very relaxed about this position for white to lose. Like if you start with King G2.
This might be important, just stopping c3.
Yeah, first of all, Queen E1 probably is an immediate... No,
Queen
E1 C2. Queen E1 C2.
Some trick? Yeah, C2 is a trick.
Yeah, Queen E1 C2 is wrong, but I guess after C3, I mean, we can play Queen C2 here after, yeah, King G2, C3, Queen C2 or Queen C1, yeah. Just forces the immediate draw with Queen H5.
Keep A pawns then.
Yeah,
C
so
pawn.
already allowing C3, BC and Queen takes A3 was probably a bit optimistic, because I guess you still hold this, but why would you allow this is my question. And then Pavel correctly assessed that he was the only one playing for a win in this bishop ending, and did proceed to win it, although I think originally you probably make a draw here if you play precisely.
Yeah.
So a very nice victory for Pavel, who took I think every single chance offered to him, and his position continued improving slowly, and in the end he converted into a full point. And a very uneventful, yeah, let's go with the Aronia Nepomniachtchi first. Yeah, that game promised us a lot of excitement, but I think both players just played very well, and as is normal in positions like this, the evaluation is very balanced, and if nobody makes any mistakes, the game ends in a draw. And a very dry and uneventful draw in a game between Hare Krishna and Karyakin. Joko Piano played the old way, with all the pieces coming off by move 20, and everybody is happily off to a rest day.
That's how it's supposed to be done. We are also off to a rest day. We will be back with Vaikan's commentary for round number 5 on Thursday. Tomorrow, did we schedule it? Was there some action?
I will probably do a banter session. I have Shady Bunny related plans for the morning, but I should be free to do a banter session, hopefully at around 2 p.m.
We'll figure it out. Keep an eye out on the Chess 24 start side. Normally, it will show up there. Thank you guys for watching. I'm really, really sorry and really, really annoyed about the internet line issues that we had today. I'm sure people will work on it on the day off. See you on... I can't speak anymore. On Thursday.
On Thursday it is, yeah.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.